Ronodin pushed the door open without bothering to knock. "The Underking has requested your presence." Seth glanced up from the desk, where he had been idly spinning a coin with his thumb. Ronodin had left him with a dense, heavy volume about phantoms, which had initially seemed like a fascinating subject. That illusion shattered after the first few pages of dry, antiquated prose. He had skimmed ahead, searching for something engaging, but found only more tedious text. "The Underking," Seth asked. "Who's that?" our host, Ronodin replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. "We are currently guests in a minor corner of his domain. You were not reading." "I made an attempt," Seth said defensively. "For how long?" "Each minute dragged on forever," Seth admitted. "You should be impressed I haven't fallen asleep." Ronodin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the book. "The compelling sections may require some perseverance to reach. Could you maybe just give me the highlights?" Seth asked, a note of hope in his voice. "Perhaps another time," Ronodin said, crossing his arms. He was a striking young man, always dressed in black, and he carried himself with an unshakable confidence. Seth had only known him for a short while. They had no shared past. In truth, Seth had no past with anyone at all. His memories extended back less than a full day, beginning in a room of a castle with a girl named Kendra, who insisted she was his sister. Ronodin had shown up soon after, along with several others, including a dwarf who clearly possessed magic. After a bewildering and chaotic encounter, Seth found himself teleported to a different castle, where a large wooden puppet seized him and shoved him through a barrel, delivering him to this subterranean place. He had been here just a few hours. "This summons from the Underking is inconvenient," Ronodin continued, his expression turning serious. "I had genuinely hoped to keep you away from him entirely." "He won't approve of me?" Seth ventured. Ronodin offered a thin, knowing smile. "He won't just like you. He'll be obsessed. He has an appetite for all living things, especially someone touched by shadow magic." "Is he the king of the underworld?" Seth inquired. "King of the underrealm," Ronodin stated, his voice grave. "His dominion is over everything that should have died but persists." "Zombies?" Seth asked, his eyes flicking to the dark tome on the desk. "Ghosts? I probably should have studied more. If it's dead but walking, the Underking commands it," Ronodin explained. "Standing before him is perilous beyond measure. In centuries of knowing him, I've dared it only 5 times. "Then why should I go?" Seth pressed. "He requested you personally," Ronodin replied. "What if I just make a run for it?" Seth suggested. Ronodin let out a weary breath. "First, escape is impossible. His power here is absolute, and his focus is already fixed on you. Second, we require passage through his tunnels. The Underrealm links to your world in countless hidden ways, making travel far simpler." Seth just stared. How was he supposed to process this? He was essentially a prisoner of some subterranean monarch. And Ronodin, was he a guide or a jailer? A bitter laugh almost escaped him. Maybe he did deserve this. His forgotten past must have been one wild ride. "Stop giving me that look," Ronodin chided. "Survival is rarely comfortable. You've endured worse." "I don't remember any of it," Seth muttered. "Sounds like a blessing to me," Ronodin said. "A fresh start. No old regrets weighing you down." "I could be anybody," Seth mused. "Not anybody," Ronodin corrected. "You're a shadow charmer. You command ancient forces. You converse with spectres and snuff out flames." Seth knew these abilities were real. Ronodin had already let him test them, promising to help him grow stronger. "And you're a unicorn?" Seth asked, the absurdity of the question not lost on him. "In a human disguise," Ronodin confirmed. "Now, we mustn't delay the Underking. Annoying him will only complicate your situation." Seth fought to steady his nerves. With no memories, his entire reality felt like a chaotic dream. It was infuriating to face repercussions for actions he couldn't recall. How did he even get here? There was no clear exit. His only option was to gather information and cling to life. "I guess I have no choice," Seth conceded. "In this you do not," Ronodin agreed. "I'm not a villain," Seth asserted, more to himself than anyone. "How can you be sure?" Ronodin challenged. "I just feel it," Seth insisted. "I'm not a villain either," Ronodin said, "but we are both outsiders here." "Outsiders who hang out in the basement of the Zombie King?" Seth asked, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his voice. "We are merely visitors," Ronodin said flatly. "Now follow me." Ronodin turned and strode away without a backward glance. Seth hesitated, then hurried after him. If this meeting was inevitable, he'd better listen to the unicorn. "You must not look upon the Underking," Ronodin instructed as they walked. "To see him is to become one of his subjects." "I'd turn into a zombie?" Seth asked. "Or something far less pleasant," Ronodin said. "You will enter the chamber backwards. You will keep your eyes shut. You will never turn around or open them. Not for any reason. Is that clear? What if he creeps up behind me?" Seth wondered. "We are in his world," Ronodin stated. "If the Underking desires your death, you will die. If he wishes you undead, few things could prevent it. Your task is to avoid foolishly harming yourself. Remember, do not look—"
"What about using a mirror?" Seth suggested. "That trick might work on a Gorgon," Ronodin said dryly. "Not the Underking? Eyes closed, back turned? You've never actually seen him?" Seth asked. "I would be among the undead if I had," Ronodin replied. "What if he's not even there?" Seth pressed. "What if it's all just a fancy recording? He could be a hamster for all I know," Ronodin said, a rare flicker of dark humor in his tone. "Or a creature as vast as a mountain."
"I suspect his form mirrors his subjects. He rules them because he is their ultimate embodiment." "Then why does he want to see me? You are an honored guest in his domain," Ronodin said, his voice dropping to a whisper as they approached a vast arching doorway carved from obsidian. The air grew cold, and a distant rhythmic sound like a massive heartbeat echoed through the stone. Seth considered the strange instruction. "Won't it look ridiculous if I just walk in backwards?" he asked. Ronodin gave a dismissive shrug. "He understands the rules for those who wish to speak with him and still walk away as a living person." They rounded another bend, descending deeper into the network of underground passages. Seth's mind wandered to the grim possibilities. What would it truly be like to become one of the walking dead, or worse, a hollow wraith? He had encountered a few such beings with Ronodin recently, and they struck him as profoundly pitiful, devoid of warmth and purpose. "Have I ever spoken to the Underking before?" Seth inquired. "Absolutely not," Ronodin replied flatly. "Very few have." A familiar frustration welled up. "I just wish I could remember who I am." "Consider that a potential advantage for now," Ronodin suggested, his tone pragmatic. "It makes you more of a mystery to him. Rely on your gut. You're different from ordinary people. The foundational knowledge of the magical world is still there inside you." "I know magical beings exist," Seth said, trying to grasp the fragments in his mind. Seeing those wraiths wasn't a shock. "I think I remember the concept of them in an abstract way, but I have no real experiences attached to that knowledge. No feelings. It's just a pile of facts with no personal context. How can a person live this long and have no connections to anything?" "You had memories, Seth, and you lost them," Ronodin stated. "If that wiped your preconceptions clean as well, see it as an opportunity. Our biases usually limit us. Now you get to see everything with a fresh perspective." "I suppose," Seth conceded, not entirely convinced. "What else do I need to know about him, frankly?" "Ignorance is your best shield," Ronodin advised. "Show respect, be humble, be painfully truthful. Don't agree to any stupid deals. Consent only to what is unavoidable, and above all, do not look directly at him." "That's going to make for a really weird conversation," Seth muttered. "Talking to someone you can't even face. If you gaze upon the Underking, it would be the final sight your living eyes ever see," Ronadine warned, his voice dropping. "Some of the great sovereigns wear their power openly. The Dragon King, the Giant Queen, the Demon King, the Fairy Queen and the Underking are subtler and far more perilous because of it. If you want a strategy, here it is. Project Utter Contentment.
Want for nothing. Ask for nothing. The undead are defined by endless, gnawing hunger. To the Underking, a person who appears genuinely satisfied seems uniquely powerful. A thought broke through Seth's attempted calm. But could he help me recover my memories? Ronadin halted abruptly. What part of want for nothing did you not grasp? It's hard not to think about what I'm missing, Seth admitted. Bury that longing, Ronadin insisted, his voice sharp.
Pack every desire away, lock them in a box, and toss the key into the deepest ocean. Your role is that of a young shadow charmer I've taken under my wing. You are here solely to learn from me. You do not crave faster lessons, you crave nothing. You are the most simple, utterly content young man alive. "I'll try," Seth said, the words feeling hollow. "Good. Because the instant he discerns what you truly want, he will learn how to lure you." Ronadine said, his eyes intense. "He will charm you, entrap you, and ultimately ruin you." The truth was a stubborn knot in Seth's chest. "I do want to know who I am, whether I say it out loud or not. You must work to change your very thinking on that," Ronadin said, resuming their walk. "Your life may hinge on it." A new fear surfaced. Can he read my thoughts? Perhaps Ronadin allowed, but giving voice to a desire makes it more potent, more intentional. Deny all wants in his presence, and you might just make it out.
"Do you think I have a chance?" Seth asked, the corridor seeming to close in.
"That is largely up to you," Ronadin said. He stopped before an imposing door of black stone, adorned with an array of bleached skulls, most of them unsettlingly non-human. "Are you ready?" "Not even a little," Seth confessed. "Hardly relevant," Ronadin replied. He reached out and placed a single finger on the forehead of a small, elongated skull with needle-like teeth. Closing his eyes briefly, he concentrated. As his finger withdrew, the entire door simply ceased to exist. An icy, palpable darkness poured forth from the opening, engulfing Seth and swiftly extinguishing the light in the hallway. In response, a pale blue flame sparked to life at the tip of Ronadin's gnarled wand, its glow pushing back the consuming blackness, but only just enough to reveal the next step into the unknown. The darkness here felt different, heavier than any Seth had known, as if it actively pushed back against the faint glow of his wand. Ronadin passed him the holly branch. "Why carry a light if I'm not supposed to look at him?" Seth questioned. "Even in total blackness," Ronadin explained. "Your eyes would find the Underking if you glanced his way. The light is for the path. This holly can hold back a darkness that has power of its own. Move slowly, mind the holes, and do not wander into the bone fields." "And I walk backward," Seth stated flatly, without looking up. Ronadin gave a formal, almost mocking shake of his hand. "Now you're getting it. Proceed," he let go. "Just remember, should anything go awry, if you require assistance of any kind, you are completely and utterly alone." Seth had no comeback. Maybe it was a twisted attempt at humor, but it mostly confirmed he was stuck with a real piece of work. At Ronadin's gesture, Seth turned his back to the cavernous entrance and began stepping backward with deliberate care. He held the wand low, its light pooling on the floor, his gaze fixed downward to navigate without seeing too far ahead. Within a few steps, the darkness consumed all sight of Ronadin, and the doorway behind him. The simple black tiles drank the light greedily. Seth continued his quiet retreat. To one side, chaotic mounds of bones materialized at the very fringe of his wand's glow, startlingly pale. He came upon a circular pit of absolute black, no wider than a bicycle tire. Bringing the wand directly over it revealed nothing. The darkness within was impervious. A prickling sensation crawled up his spine, the certain irrational feeling that something was behind him, watching, perhaps even edging closer. He fought the instinct to turn and look, knowing the risk. There seemed to be a stirring in the blackness beyond his little island of light. A presence felt more than seen or heard, but undeniably there. Unease blossomed into genuine fear, and though a logical part of his mind screamed that panic was the worst choice, it required real effort not to bolt blindly into the void. As he shuffled along the tiled floor, more disorganized heaps of skeletal remains appeared. He carefully skirted several smaller pits, wondering how far this journey went. Was this just a large chamber, or could it stretch for endless claustrophobic miles? The hunched backward walk was achingly monotonous. The profound quiet and stillness felt like a physical weight, a burial shroud. The soft scuff of his own feet felt like a violation of a sacred silence. He battled against the climbing, suspenseful dread. Now and then he'd spot a solitary bone and give it a wide berth, worried it might be tainted or carry some plague. The air was bitingly cold. Each exhale bloomed into a misty cloud in the wandlight. Then dry words slithered into his ears without warning, chilling his very nerves. "Who dares bring a light into my darkness?" The voice was ancient, a raspy whisper that seemed to dust the air itself. Goosebumps swept over Seth, and every muscle locked. The anxious waiting was over. Doom had indeed arrived. He clenched his jaw against the powerful urge to look over his shoulder toward that parched sound. The speaker was clearly waiting for a reply. Seth straightened his posture slightly, keeping his back turned and his eyes squeezed shut. "I'm starting to wonder myself," he managed. "I'm called Seth. You are warm. You are alive, little one," the voice observed, each wheezing word conjuring the sensation of bony fingers stretching toward him. "I've been warmer," Seth said, striving for a calm he didn't feel. "Alive for the moment, anyway. Who are you?" "I am the master of this place," the voice affirmed, "sovereign of all who reside in the depths." "The Under-King," Seth said. "What brings one so full of warmth to such a cold abode?" the Under-King asked. "Why does a bearer of light seek the shadows?" "It wasn't my idea," Seth replied. "Ronodin brought me here. Those among the living who trespass into my realm must join the ranks of the undead," the Under-King stated. "I don't want that," Seth said quickly. "Then what is it you do want?" the Under-King inquired. "Seriously," Seth breathed out to leave. The Under-King issued a soft, dry chuckle. "The instant you crossed my threshold, you became mine. Have you no purpose in this place?" Seth decided his best course was to stick to Ronodin's instructions. "I'm training to be a shadow charmer. Ronodin is my teacher." A silence followed. Then a faint, scraping rustle came from the direction of the voice, as if something ancient was shifting its weight. "I could teach you far more," the Under-King whispered, his voice like dry stone grinding. "I bet you could," Seth replied, keeping his tone neutral. "The unicorn understands a certain shade of darkness." The Under-King continued. "But I reside where the darkness deepens, Seth, where it stretches into timeless, measureless depths. All light is a brief, fragile thing, a weak flicker against the constant and enduring night." "I'm just here to train with Ronodin," Seth insisted, clinging to the plan. "Can I stay here to do that?" "Ah," the Under-King breathed, "you speak the sacred words." "I mean, stay for a while I learn," Seth clarified. "You are alive," the Under-King observed. "Life is defined by change, by temporary conditions. You wish to shelter under my protection for a season, much like the unicorn does. But tell me, are you brave? I'm standing here, aren't I? Seth said. Are you true? The voice pressed. I believe I am, Seth answered. The unicorn's teachings have their limits, the Underking stated. What is it you truly seek? Just to learn from Ronodin, Seth said, recalling the warning to keep his desires simple. I don't want anything more. Speak the truth. Seth let out a weary sigh. The damp chill of the cavern seemed to seep into his bones, a stark contrast to the memory of sun on his skin. I'm trying to remember who I am, but I have to believe I'll find my way. You are marked by a curse, the Underking declared. My domain welcomes wanderers like you, and mortal shadow charmers have become exceedingly rare. Turn. Look upon me. I really shouldn't, Seth said. The Underking gave a low, gravelly chuckle. Would a little illumination ease your mind? Seth could sense a new light growing behind his closed eyelids. With his back turned, was it safe to risk a glance? Cracking one eye open the slightest amount, he saw a cold, white radiance filling the chamber, revealing the stark, rough-hewn walls and the vast, empty space without casting any comforting warmth. He snapped his eyes shut again, just to be safe. If I look at you, I can never leave, Seth stated. Gaze upon me, and you will endure, the Underking whispered, the words carrying a weight that sank into Seth's mind more deeply than any shout. You will outlast the very stars. All I need is a place to train with Ronodin, Seth repeated, his voice firming with a stubborn resolve he hadn't felt before. He wasn't just asking for shelter anymore, he was stating a boundary. What of my crown? The Underking asked, the words arriving as if spoken directly into Seth's ear, a private, intimate communication. You could take my place, young one. The splendors and powers of the eternal night would be yours to command. You could reign over sightless expanses of pure darkness, untouched by light, over endless voids that are neither alive nor dead, realms that exist behind, beneath, and far above the petty, sunlit stages of other worlds. It was a dizzying, terrifying offer. For a fleeting second, Seth imagined the absolute silence of such a place, a thought that was more chilling than any threat. I'm just trying to get out of the rain, he said, pushing the image away. I don't need more than a temporary roof. I will grant you sanctuary here, the Underking rasped, but all boons carry a price. I do you one favor by sparing the feeble flicker of your life, and another by offering refuge. You will agree to 2 conditions in return, or your spark will be extinguished here and now. You will not depart my domain without my express permission, and you will assist Ronodin in liberating some of my subjects who are held captive. Do you find this agreeable? Seth doubted he had any real choice if he wanted to live. Will you ever give me permission to leave? I will permit you to leave temporarily to perform tasks for me, the Underking said. In time, should you wish it, I will devise a final task for you. Its completion will grant you your freedom. How long until you give me this task? Seth asked. I shall devise it when I choose to devise it, came the implacable reply. Seth knew this was the only offer he would get. All right? Sealed, the Underking intoned. Seth flinched as a sensation of intense cold encircled his wrist. Risking a look, he saw a ghostly, translucent manacle clamped just below his hand. A faint chain extended from it, vanishing into nothingness after only 3 links. The manacle had no weight, and the cold faded almost instantly. When Seth reached to touch it with his other hand, his fingers passed through the spectral metal as if it were mist. Seth gave his arm a sharp tug, but the manacle held fast. "What is this?" he demanded. "Consider it a token of our agreement," the Underking replied, his voice like dry leaves scraping stone. "Ronodin shall act as my voice to you now. Obey him as you would me." Seth could feel the jaws of a trap snapping shut around him. Still, he was breathing, and for the moment that was enough. He just had to stay alive long enough to understand the real game he was playing. Understood, then be gone. The Underking hissed, the words fading into the shadows. And take that wretched light with you. Back at Blackwell Keep, sunlight bled around the heavy curtains in Kendra's room, a stark contrast to the sleep she was supposed to be getting. Everyone insisted she needed rest. Last night's desperate struggle at Stormguard Castle had ended in a hard-won victory. She had shattered Humbuggle's enchantment and, against all odds, kept the Wizenstone from the dragons. It had felt less like a battle and more like a desperate last-second gamble that somehow paid off. A global catastrophe had been averted, and her brother was gone. Seth had paid the ultimate price, surrendering his very identity to open a magical doorway. Through that door, Kendra had used an ancient staff to banish the stone forever. If Celebrant and his dragon horde had claimed it, no force on earth could have stopped them. They had done their duty as caretakers of Wimroost. But her brother was gone. The worst part came after, when they thought it was over. Back at the keep, the wooden limberjack Mendigo had seized Seth and vanished through a magical transport barrel, a barrel that was supposed to link directly to Fablehaven. But the matching barrel at Fablehaven was missing, which meant Seth could be anywhere in the world, or beyond. Kendra threw off the blankets. Her body ached with exhaustion, but her mind was a frantic, racing thing. She had already given Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen every clue, every detail she could remember. They had gently but firmly ordered her to bed, promising to chase down every lead. It wasn't enough. She left her room, the bleak stone walls of the corridor feeling more like a tomb. With no real destination, she drifted to the hall's end and pushed open the door. The daylight outside felt accusatory. The heavy buildings and towers around her seemed less like a sanctuary and more like a crumbling monument to lost causes. Was preserving these ancient, dusty courtyards really worth this cost? Was anything worth the hollow space where her brother should be? She shuffled down a flight of stairs into the main courtyard, adrift. Maybe she belonged in the deepest, darkest dungeon. Or perhaps the Blackwell itself, that pit swarming with restless spirits, would suit her bleak mood. On a nearby wall, the Minotaur Brunwyn paced his battle-axe, a grim weight on his shoulder. Kendra looked away. She wasn't in the mood for gruff, simplistic comfort. Then she spotted Newell crossing the courtyard ahead, and a faint, unexpected warmth touched her. The satyr adored Seth. While Newell was famously terrible at taking anything seriously, he understood loss in his own way. He might actually get it. Newell, she called, quickening her pace. The satyr turned and paused. "Well, hello there. My grandparents are forcing a bedtime on me, but I need to talk," Kendra said. "I've never been a fan of mandated unconsciousness," Newell declared with a theatrical wave. "If sleep won't come, why fight it? Indulge in a snack, find some merry company, stream a play." "Can we go to your room?" Kendra asked. "Strategic seclusion is key to mastering your own rest schedule," Newell said, beckoning her to follow. A well-placed haystack, for instance, can provide superb insulation against the horrors of a boring afternoon.
"But I don't want to sleep," Kendra insisted, a flicker of her old stubbornness breaking through the gloom. And no one should be imprisoned in their own bed while fully conscious. Newell agreed solemnly as they reached his door. He produced a key. "I shall offer you asylum." Kendra entered, and Newell followed, shutting the door. She went straight to a worn couch and sank into it, the weight of the last 24 hours finally settling over her like a physical cloak. "Are you hungry?"
Newell inquired gently. Kendra shook her head, a fresh wave of anguish tightening her throat. "I can't stop thinking about Seth," she whispered, tears escaping to trace paths down her cheeks. "It's all I see when I close my eyes." "Me too," Newell said, his voice soft with shared worry. He truly didn't recognize you. "It was like looking into the eyes of a stranger," Kendra murmured, the memory of physical ache. There was no hint of my brother in that gaze, just emptiness. One moment he was standing there, being so incredibly brave, and the next he was just gone, even though his body was right in front of me. Someone has taken him, Newell, somewhere we can't follow. What if Ronodin has him now, or some other dark creature? What if they're filling his head with poison, twisting who he could become? Her voice broke. He's a blank slate. How will he know what's true? Newell knelt before her, meeting her eyes. Seth found his courage and his heart once before. Don't you think that core of him is still in there somewhere, waiting to shine again? I have to believe that, Kendra said, swiping at her tears. And we have to find a way to restore his memories. But what if we can't? What if, starting over in some terrible place, surrounded by lies, he grows into someone twisted and wrong? She shuddered, forcing out the fear she could barely voice. What if we've lost him for good? Newell placed a comforting hand over hers.
We won't let that happen, he said firmly. Do we have any idea where to start looking? Grandpa Sorensen is reaching out to contacts, Kendra explained, trying to steady her breathing. He spoke with Agad, who's looking into it. The wizard Vernaz, who helped rebuild Mendigo, has ties to the Sphinx. But Seth could be anywhere. The Sphinx might be involved, or Ronodin, or Humbuggle, or someone we haven't even considered.
I thought the Sphinx was supposed to be on our side now, Newell mused. They made him an eternal, Kendra acknowledged. He's been behaving himself since, supposedly. With his life tied to the demon prison, he's probably avoiding his old grand schemes. But that doesn't mean he isn't dabbling in smaller, secretive plots. He's always been a master of shadows and half-truths. The Sphinx has more twists than a mountain path, Newell grumbled. And I heard Celebrant lost his caretaker status. The somber knight revoked it after he declared war, Kendra confirmed, a heavy weight settling in her chest. With Seth missing, I'm the only caretaker left for Wormroost. We went from 3 to 1 almost overnight. The practical reality of it crashed down on her. How could she search for her brother while bound to this preserve? A fierce, selfish part of her screamed that Seth mattered more than any dragon sanctuary, more than any global balance. For a wild, desperate second, she almost wished she could let it all fall apart if it meant getting him back. Of course, that would mean chaos, overrun cities, and losing everyone else she loved, including Seth in the end, so it wasn't truly what she wanted. But in this raw moment, the sentiment felt terrifyingly real. Her fingers found the cool metal of her caretaker's medallion. I never asked for this responsibility, she confessed, her tone shifting from despair to a spark of frustrated defiance. I want to be out there finding Bracken and my brother, not stuck here playing warden to a bunch of arrogant, fire-breathing lizards who'd toast me given half a chance. You're holding the line, Kendra, Newell said, his expression earnest. By being here, you're protecting everyone, your family, your friends, countless people who don't even know this world exists. Kendra studied the satyr's face, seeing genuine care in his eyes. You really do care about him, don't you? Newell offered a small, sincere smile. Satyrs don't do false sentiment. We live by our true desires, and I desire to see that reckless boy safe. Wherever you need to be, I'll be searching. But first, I have to get back to Doran. Grandma mentioned Doran and Tess are at Terabel, Kendra recalled. That's right. Newell nodded. Before everything went sideways at Stormguard Castle, we were actually out with Nox and Tess, trying to find Seth ourselves. Not our most brilliant plan in hindsight, but we made it to Terabel in one piece. Nox left Tess with us when he took off with Seth to find you. After some discussion, Doran and I knew your grandparents would be anxious, so I hurried back to Blackwell Keep to let them know. I made it just as Midsummer Eve was starting. If I'd arrived 10 minutes later, you'd be short one satyr friend. Kendra studied him. "I keep forgetting you're part goat." Newell gave a casual shrug. "We satyrs like to say it's the upper half that matters." He leaned closer, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Best not mention that to any minotaurs. I'm relieved you're returning to help, Tess," Kendra told him. "We'll send more support. Perhaps Henrik?"
Seth might be unreachable for the moment, but we can look after those who are still with us. "What of Knox?" Newell asked. "He's inside the quiet box at Stormguard Castle," Kendra answered. "Tanu and Lomo were there with him, and Patton's Stingbulb was close by, along with Calvin. But we have to ensure Knox gets out. Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen are handling it." "They spoke with me about rescuing Tess," Newell said, flexing his fingers. "Shouldn't be too difficult."
"The roads are secure once more. Celebrant's influence has weakened since he lost his caretaker role." "Don't downplay the risks," Kendra warned. "Don't exaggerate them either," Newell replied, plucking an apple from a nearby bowl and taking a hearty bite. "Takes the joy right out of the journey." "Joy?" Kendra asked, disbelief in her voice. "Absolutely," Newell said, wiping his mouth on his arm. "We have to find the bright side." "Since when has any of this been joyful?" Kendra pressed. "It's terrifying and difficult and maybe unavoidable, but not fun." Newell looked puzzled. "Adventuring is usually fun and rewarding and exciting and fulfilling. That's what I enjoy about it." Seth feels the same. A surge of frustration welled up in Kendra. "Do you honestly believe Seth is having fun right now?" "I hope he is," Newell said. "Fun as a captive?" Kendra shot back. "Fun while he's losing who he is. Fun while he's being twisted in ways that might be permanent." Newell raised his brows. "Maybe you really do need some rest." Kendra jumped up from her seat. "Why did I imagine, even for a moment, that you could grasp what it's like to lose someone you care about?" "I miss Seth too," Newell said, almost taking another bite of his apple before lowering it. "What's the point in getting so upset?" Kendra balled her hands into tight fists. "I'm not looking for a point. I know I can't fix this right now, but I'm allowed to feel something. And none of this is enjoyable." Newell reached back into the fruit bowl and offered an orange to Kendra. "Orange?" "No, thank you," Kendra replied, her tone frosty. Newell put the orange back. "Banana!" Kendra let out a short, disbelieving laugh. "I'm not hungry." She pressed her hands to her temples and began to pace. Newell probably wasn't trying to be insensitive. Seth did find adventures fun, and so had she, in the past. But not now, not even a little. "I should go," she said.
"You're welcome to stay," Newell told her. "No pressure to eat." "I shouldn't be around people right now," Kendra said, struggling to keep her voice steady. "I'm worn out and hurting." Newell nodded. "We'll bring your brother home. Just wait and see." Kendra met the satyr's gaze. She wanted to believe him, but it seemed unlikely. This situation felt unlike any challenge they'd ever faced. "We'll try." She moved toward the door, and Newell opened it for her.
"Can I offer some advice you might not want?" he asked. "Go ahead," Kendra said, steeling herself. "Find a soft pile of hay. You're completely drained." She did feel frayed and thin, but sleep felt impossible. "We'll see your call," Newell said. "Your grandparents weren't punishing you by sending you to bed. They were trying to help." "I know," Kendra replied. "Where are you headed? Somewhere I can be by myself."
Knox had only just begun to adjust to the weightless void inside the quiet box, his thoughts drifting to how long this suspended state might last, a faint sense of relief washing over him that he could no longer feel the slow creeping gold spreading through his shoulder when the door abruptly swung open. In an instant, the floating sensation vanished. He was standing again, the padded walls now pressing close on all sides. Knox's initial surprise wasn't just about why Kendra and Seth had pulled him out so fast. It was the sight of Patton Burgess standing there that really threw him. The real Patton had passed away long ago. This was a replica grown from a sting bulb plant. As far as he knew, only mortals or beings like dragons who could briefly become mortal were supposed to enter Stormguard Castle. Behind Patton stood Lomo, a rebel from the fair folk who had left Terabel to aid them, and the potion master Tanu, who was rumoured to have been turned to solid silver. Glancing down, Nox saw that his own hand, which had been gleaming gold, was now completely flesh and blood. He stretched his fingers, grateful for the sensation that had been nearly gone just moments before. Except it hadn't been mere moments if his hand was healed, Tanu was restored, and Patton was here, then the trials of the castle must be finished. They had actually won. "Where are Seth and Kendra?" Nox asked. "Not here anymore," Patton replied. "They left me behind," Nox said, a flicker of hurt in his voice. "They were already gone by the time I came to," said a wiry man with rough brown stubble. "Name's Lachlan. I came out of that box when you went in."
"Who did you put inside to get me out?" Nox wondered. "The same crook I removed when I entered," Lachlan answered. "A thief called Jasmine." "She won't be stealing much in there," Nox remarked, glancing back at the quiet box. A few uneasy laughs echoed in the grim room. Besides Tanu, Lomo, and Patton, about a dozen strikingly handsome men and women stood gathered, dressed in elegant court attire that looked utterly out of place in a dungeon cell.
One girl, who couldn't have been more than a year or two older than Nox, caught his eye with an almost dazzling presence. "So Kendra and Seth got away?" he pressed. "We aren't certain," Tanu admitted. "We hope so. When the enchantment lifted, there was no trace of them," Lomo added. "Nor of Celebrant," Lachlan put in. "Or Tregain." "Good," Nox said bluntly. "We hope Tregain is safe and merely missing for the time being," Lachlan said, his tone tightening. "He is my brother."
"And he was trying to turn us all to silver," Nox countered. "Who ended up with the Wizen Stone?" "We don't know," Lomo replied. "Maybe the hunt has moved on." "The dragon Jalisa fled in human form," added a sturdy man with a glossy brown beard. "She'd lost an arm." "This is my brother Heath," Lachlan introduced. "You were the one turning people to gold," Nox said. "I held the golden glove for many years," Heath acknowledged. "After all that time, the whole contest ended in chaos."
"We have no idea what became of the prize." "You were changed to gold before it finished," Lachlan reminded him. "I can only hope Tregain managed to keep the prize in the family," Heath said grimly. "If the dragons claim it, doom won't be far behind." Then Nox noticed a dignified older man wearing an unmistakable crown, standing beside an older woman adorned with a jewelled tiara. "Wait, is that the king and queen?" he asked. "My parents," Lachlan confirmed. "King Holorix and Queen Satilia." "I must congratulate you on your part in undoing the curse," the king said to Nox. "We spent years trapped trying to break the deadlock." "Just trying to help," Nox said, glancing toward Tanu and Lomo. "We wish to show our gratitude by hosting a feast in your honor," the king announced, his gaze including Tanu and Lomo. "Lachlan provided essential help as well," Tanu pointed out, "along with Seth and Kendra Sorensen, the caretakers of Wyrmroost." "It was Lachlan's duty to assist," the king stated firmly. "You three came to our rescue by choice?" "I don't mean to spoil the celebration," Nox said, "but most of your food might have gone bad by now," the king chuckled. "We checked our stores. The spell held much of the castle in stasis. Our pantries are still well stocked, with quite commendable provisions." Nox managed a smile. "I'm pretty hungry, actually." A few light chuckles followed his remark. "Unfortunately, we need to leave quickly," Tanu interjected. "We have to check in at Blackwell Keep and find out what happened to Kendra and Seth." "Nonsense," King Holorix declared. "If you join us for dinner, this will officially count as a diplomatic visit, which means our coach can provide your transportation back to the keep. It's the safest and quickest option available." Lomo nodded in agreement. "He's correct. Their flying coach holds full diplomatic immunity." A guaranteed, secure ride home is exactly what you require right now. I won't turn that down, Tanu admitted. Knox looked toward Lochland. The castle remains protected from dragons. Nowhere in Wormroost is more secure, Lochland confirmed. That's precisely why Jaleesa fled. She couldn't revert to her dragon form while on these grounds. Once beyond the boundary, she wouldn't be able to re-enter without a formal invitation. King Hollerix gestured broadly. Preparations for the feast are already beginning. You shall have places of honor at our table. What about assistance against the dragons? Knox pressed. The mood in the chamber shifted, becoming heavier. Our policy of neutrality remains unchanged, young man, King Hollerix stated firmly. But the dragons have declared war, Knox countered. Not upon us, the king replied. Lomo interjected thoughtfully. The boy has a point. The fair folk could tip the scales in this conflict. The last time the fair folk went to war, the king said, his voice grave, all who took part were lost, and the world was no better for it. Knox held his ground. What if we had chosen to stay neutral about your castle? You would likely still be enchanted, the king acknowledged. But do not exaggerate your generosity. We are grateful, yet we are not naive. Like the dragons, you came here seeking the Wizen Stone. My sons and I desired it as well. The stone is now gone, and as a fortunate coincidence, the curse is broken. Our gratitude is not a debt. I advise you to accept it with grace. Good food and a ride home, Tanu summarized with a shrug. I've accepted far less appealing offers. Surely there are more comfortable rooms than this dungeon, Knox remarked, prompting a ripple of friendly laughter from the group. Agreed, King Hollerix said. We came down here only to retrieve you. Let us adjourn to the upper halls. As they exited the room and moved into the dungeon corridor, Knox found himself walking beside a strikingly beautiful girl. She stood a little taller than him, with delicate features, cool blue eyes and pale blonde hair. It was courageous of you to come here, she said. Knox gave a modest shrug. I like helping people. I'm Regina, she introduced herself. Knox, were you turned to metal? Silver, she replied. What was it like, he asked. Like a long, unsettling dream, Regina described. Not a pleasant one. My awareness faded in and out, but I always felt trapped inside my own body, everything distant and numb. I believe I was more conscious on the festival nights, especially when being moved. My mother, Bethany, was transformed to gold. She was the one who touched you. A woman's voice came from behind Knox. I'm sorry for that. He turned to see the human form of the golden statue that had begun his own transformation. It was Bethany. It's fine, Knox said. It helped us free Lochland from the quiet box. My brother, Bethany said softly, a note of relief in her voice. Honestly, I just wish I hadn't missed the fight, Knox said, flexing his arm, which had once been gold. Would have been satisfying to give those dragons some of their own medicine. I'm just glad I slept through most of it, Regina admitted. Knox's expression turned pensive. I wish I knew what became of my cousins. The caretakers are your family, Regina asked. Yeah, Knox said. My grandparents probably want me to get more field experience before I take on that role. I already helped save Wimroost once. Took on a whole flight of dragons by myself in their dragon forms, obviously. Their human forms are much easier to handle. You make it sound quite heroic, Bethany observed. I don't really use that word, Knox said, shifting slightly. Other people sometimes do. I suppose they think it applies. You are a challenging person to label, Tanu commented from just behind him, having overheard. So many descriptions seem to fit. Knox, unaware the potion master had been listening, avoided Tanu's gaze and cleared his throat quietly. I couldn't have done any of it without my team. You acted with great bravery, Knox, Tanu said sincerely. Knox glanced briefly at Regina, then looked ahead. It's just what I do. Are you absolutely certain no one will spot us? Tess whispered, trudging through the waist-high grass behind Eve. "We made a clean escape," Eve replied without turning around. "And from a distance, we'll look just like part of the flock to anyone watching." Tess scanned the rolling hills nervously, the evening breeze making the grass sway around them. Scattered across the meadow, woolly sheep nibbled at the grass, their movements marked by the gentle chime of bells hanging from their collars. The landscape was empty of other people. Close by, the broad sails of a tall windmill rotated lazily in the soft wind. "Are we getting close to the fairies?" Tess inquired. "Nearly there," Eve replied. "I can't guarantee we'll spot any, but I often come across a few." Tess quickened her steps to keep pace with her companion. Eve belonged to the fair folk, the daughter of Lord Dalgarell. She was both lovely and kind, and Tess felt a thrill at being accepted as a peer by this girl, who seemed a few years her senior. It was Eve who had suggested this excursion to see the fairies after Tess revealed the cloak of innocence. Grounded unjustly by her father, Eve had needed to slip out of the castle unnoticed. Their escape hadn't posed much trouble. Eve could use magic to conceal them, and she was familiar with numerous hidden passages. A bit of climbing and a crawl through a cramped tunnel had been necessary. But once they'd left the town behind, the walk had become pleasant. Eve guided them into a grove of trees, where a babbling creek wound its way, so narrow in spots you could almost leap over it. A delicate, decorated bridge crossed the water at one place, and near it hovered a fairy with shimmering dragonfly wings. "Hi there!" Tess cried, rushing forward. "I'm Tess. I'm so happy to meet you." The fairy, whose skin was a shade of sky blue, darted close and hovered before Tess's face, giving her a thorough inspection. "How did a tiny human like you become so enchanted with fairies?" the fairy questioned. "I adore fairies," Tess answered. "I've never met one with blue skin."
"You're not one of the folk," the fairy observed. "I'm just visiting," Tess explained. "You can understand her?" Eve asked Tess, sounding surprised. "Can't you?" Tess replied. "Do you need some milk?" "I'm already part of the magical world, silly," Eve said with a laugh. "The milk doesn't affect me, but she's speaking a Sylvian dialect I don't recognize." "Why are you traveling with her?" the fairy asked Tess, gesturing toward Eve. "She visits often and bothers us."
"She doesn't mean any harm," Tess told the fairy. "Ask her about the gentle dragon," Eve suggested. "What dragon?" Tess asked. "Does she mean Raxtus?" the fairy inquired. "I caught that name," Eve said. "We're not searching for Raxtus. Seth encountered a peaceful dragon named Dromaeus. He was once the Dragon King." "Oh," the fairy said, "do you know Kendra?" "She's my cousin," Tess said. "She's a friend of mine," Eve added. "She's very commanding," the fairy exclaimed. "You're telling me?" Tess agreed. "But I'm fond of her." "Kendra requested that some of us keep watch over Dromaeus," the fairy explained. "Over all the dragons, actually?" Tess glanced at Eve. "Did you get that?" "Not a word. Kendra asked her to watch that dragon, and the others too," Tess translated. "So the fairy knows where to find Dromaeus?" Eve asked. "I do," the fairy said. "Now she's speaking English," Eve noted. Tess hadn't detected any change. "Will you guide us to Dromaeus?" Eve asked the fairy. "I might," the fairy said, "but when we get into trouble," Tess worried. "Tanu told me to stay where I was until they returned for me." "Is Dromaeus far away?" "It would be a journey," the fairy said. "As long as you're with me, you're still following instructions," Eve reasoned. "They only wanted to prevent you from roaming off by yourself. Dromaeus is a calm dragon. Now that the dragons have announced war, perhaps he'll assist us. We should go and ask." "I heard all dragons are terribly dangerous," Tess said. "Most are," Eve conceded. "This one is different with your cloak of innocence. We can make the trip safely. In a time of war, we must do whatever we can to help." "I've caught whispers about a war," the fairy remarked. "Don't you want to see a dragon?" Eve asked Tess. "A friendly one, I mean." "Absolutely," Tess said. "It's my biggest wish." She turned back to the fairy. "Will you lead us there?" The fairy gave a wide yawn, covering her small mouth with a hand. Creatures without wings are so sluggish. We can't help that, Tess said. We'll walk quickly and won't grumble. I should hope not, the fairy said. I have no patience for whiners. So you'll take us? Tess pressed. The fairy jerked a thumb toward Eve. For her? Not a chance, but for you. Tess clapped her hands together, her face breaking into a wide grin. Thank you, honestly, how could fairies possibly improve? She exclaimed. It would be quite the task, the fairy replied with a soft smile. Do you have a name? Tess inquired. Poser, the fairy answered. When would you wish to depart? Tess glanced at Eve for guidance. Right now, if we can, Eve stated firmly. Aha! Shouted a male voice suddenly. Tess spun around to see Doran bursting out from a thicket, looking thoroughly agitated. Oh, I don't think so, he declared. Not while I'm on duty. Eve pressed a hand to her forehead, shaking it slowly in disbelief. And who is this? Poser asked, floating a little higher. Our friend, who is part goat, Tess explained. More accurately, your temporary guardian, Doran corrected, planting his hooves firmly. How did you track us down? Eve asked, her voice tired. I followed you from the castle grounds, Doran said. Those illusion spells of yours made my head feel like it was full of cotton, but I managed to keep you in sight. Why reveal yourself only now? Eve pressed. Doran blinked. I assumed it was some harmless, girlish mischief. I'm not here to ruin all your fun, but visiting a dragon would mean leaving Terabel entirely, and I simply can't allow that. I was given a direct order to watch over Tess. I never even sensed you, Tess admitted, impressed. I have a talent for stealth, Doran said, puffing out his chest slightly. It's not too difficult to stay hidden in tall grass. Eve let out a frustrated sigh. This complicates everything. We need to speak with Dromedus. He could be crucial. With Wormroost engulfed in conflict, our only real hope of reaching him is the Cloak of Innocence. Doran's eyes shifted between the two girls. Newell and I were actually thinking of using that cloak for a little exploration ourselves. This isn't about mere curiosity, Eve insisted, her tone growing more earnest. This could be our opportunity to secure vital assistance. Doran glanced back toward the distant castle silhouette. It is rather tedious back there, he conceded. The fair folk ladies are so dreadfully aloof. Then you should join us, Eve proposed, a new persuasive edge entering her voice. It was a sudden shift from her earlier frustration to a tone of sly recruitment. Unlike those neutral parties who do nothing, we're attempting to make a difference with a formidable, robust satyr like you aiding us. What possible trouble could we encounter? You present a compelling argument, Doran mused. A satyr was never part of the arrangement, Poser interjected, sounding unimpressed. Satyrs enhance any company they keep, Doran retorted, looking offended. We're harbingers of good fortune, we're entertaining, and we have a deep appreciation for beauty. You, my dear fairy, are truly a vision. All right, I approve of him, the fairy said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Let's move, Eve urged. Now, hold on, Doran said, holding up a hand. I didn't agree to accompany you, or to let you proceed. But we're trying to help save Wormroost, Eve countered. I suspect you're more intrigued by the prospect of an adventure, Doran accused. What's so wrong with an adventure? Eve challenged. The timing is atrocious, Doran argued. We are literally at war with dragons. We're going to see a friendly dragon, Tess chimed in brightly. Seth and Kendra met him, Eve added. Dromedus could provide significant aid in this conflict. He was once the king of all dragons. You're telling me a former dragon king is nice? Doran clarified, his skepticism plain. How is he even still alive, and how trustworthy is your information? Seth and Kendra retrieved the scepter from Dromedus himself, Eve explained. Seth recounted the whole story to me as we walked away from Skyhold. Dromaeus is famously the only dragon king to willingly abdicate his throne instead of losing it in battle. The turning point came after a duel where he was forced to slay his own nephew. The brutality of it all sickened him, and he sought solitude. "What makes you believe he would assist you?" Doran asked. "It's widely known Dromaeus has become a recluse," Eve said. "But Seth also told me he's embraced pacifism. I'm hoping he'll be disturbed that the dragons have recklessly started a war." "Sounds like a gamble with very poor odds," Doran remarked. "It'll be exciting to meet a real dragon," Tess said, her eyes sparkling. "He might even have a hoard of treasure." Doran folded his arms, his interest visibly piqued. Treasure is always a subject of interest, although angering a dragon by pilfering his gold is probably not the pinnacle of wisdom. "We wouldn't steal anything," Eve assured him. "That would completely nullify the cloak's protective power. Remember the cloak."
"This will be perfectly safe. You three are utterly trying," Posa announced, her wings fluttering impatiently. "Are we departing or not?" Doran scratched behind one of his horns, a thoughtful look on his face. "I might get into serious trouble for this, but I do want to see more of this sanctuary, and I admire your boldness." "All right, let's do it. Hooray!" Tess cheered, jumping a little. "Lead on, Posa," Eve said. Doran moved closer to Eve, lowering his voice. "Do you think your father will be angry?" "He's already livid," Eve replied flatly. "I'd rather face the consequences for meeting Dromaeus than miss the chance," Eve insisted. Doran glanced around, his expression tense. "How long until he realizes you're gone?" "He probably already knows," Eve replied. "Will he come down hard on us?" "On me, definitely. Tess is too young. And satyrs, well, your people have a certain reputation for being carefree. Play dumb. I can do that."
Or maybe just avoid the castle altogether on the way back, Eve suggested. Doran stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'd much rather sidestep an awkward conversation than have to explain myself. This is starting to sound like a solid plan. But are you certain it's worth risking your father's anger? To speak with a dragon?" Eve said, her voice firm. "That's an experience my father can't take from me. I want to help Wyrmroost. I've always been fascinated by dragons, and I study history."
"This feels like living it." Doran nodded slowly. "A punishment stings less when you have the right memories to go with it." "Exactly," Eve agreed. "Lead the way, fairy," Doran called out. The fairy grumbled under its breath. There's nothing fortunate about a satyr. Dark, churning water slapped against the rocky shore of the grotto, the surface surging and falling with a rhythmic crash. Seth caught the sharp scent of salt in the damp air. "Is this the ocean?" he asked. "Are we in a sea cave?" Ronodin used his torch to ignite 3 large cressets, each stand nearly as tall as Seth, their metal bowls cradling the new flames. "The Underking's domain is vast. We're currently near the surface, not far from the sea, though the water here plummets to incredible depths." "Does the Underking let you wander anywhere you like?" Seth inquired. "I come and go as I please," Ronodin stated. "There are private areas he keeps to himself, and regions only a fool would enter, but otherwise my movements are unrestricted. It seems your audience with His Majesty went well." "How can you tell? You're still breathing," Ronodin said flatly. "I had to make promises," Seth admitted, looking at the spectral manacle on his wrist. He held it up. "Can you see this? Your hand? It's a ghost chain," Seth explained. "I'm bound by it." "Some sort of bargain was inevitable," Ronodin remarked. "Rarely do you get something for nothing. Why did you bring me here?" "You require a place where you can reclaim what you've lost," Ronodin said. "Many would try to prevent that. Why do you have the freedom to come and go?" "Because I earned it." "How?" Ronodin's grin was visible in the flickering firelight. "We all have our trade secrets. The Underking tasked me with freeing some of the undead," Seth shared. "A manageable assignment," Ronodin noted. "But you must learn to master your fear, or they will consume you, body and soul." I wasn't afraid of the wraiths, Seth pointed out. The wraiths here are under orders not to harm you, Ronodin clarified. But there are beings far more dreadful than wraiths. Not all creatures that inspire terror are undead. Few things cause more paralyzing horror than dragons. I've heard the stories, Seth said. We need to see how you handle one, Ronodin declared. Seth looked around the confined space. Here, is it a young one? Ronodin let out a short laugh. Not even close. This room isn't very big, Seth observed, his voice tightening with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, brilliant plan! Let's trap ourselves in a cave with a legendary beast. What could possibly go wrong? Not above the water, Ronodin said, ignoring the tone. He gestured with his torch toward an enormous drum. Go strike that 3 times. Seth reconsidered the turbulent, inky water. To summon something? Not all dragons live in the sky, Ronodin replied. Can we actually manage a dragon? Seth asked. In such close quarters, we would need an understanding with the creature to survive, Ronodin said. Do we have an understanding? I do, Ronodin stated. Strike the drum. The drum, mounted on a wooden scaffold, was shaped like a massive barrel on its side. The circular drumhead loomed taller than Seth. As he approached, he noticed a scattering of bones on the ground before it. That's right, Ronodin instructed. Use a bone. Seth picked up what appeared to be a large thigh bone. Gripping it with both hands, he took a short practice swing. The act of hitting the drum sparked a surge of excitement within him. The thought of summoning a dragon was undeniably thrilling. The possibility of being eaten, however, was considerably less appealing. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in his mind, a childhood tale his grandmother once told him about a knight who bargained with a dragon for safe passage through a mountain pass. A story that now felt uncomfortably relevant. 3 times, Ronodin urged, his voice cutting through the cavern's echoes. Seth considered pressing for more details, but he knew Ronodin rarely deviated from his plans. Beating the drum would bring answers faster and was likely the only real option. He didn't think Ronodin wanted him dead, yet his hands were slick with sweat as he swung the heavy bone. The first strike produced a deep, resonant boom that seemed to seep into the very stone of the cavern. He hit it again, feeling the vibration rattle his jaw. After the third and final blow, Seth stepped back from the still thrumming drum, set the bone aside, and looked up to see Ronodin retreating toward the exit. Go, stand in the middle of the cressets, Ronodin instructed, pointing at the 3 iron braziers. Where are you going? Seth asked, a spike of alarm in his voice. See how they make a triangle, Ronodin said. Stand at the exact center. Not a chance, Seth shot back, moving quickly away from the churning water toward Ronodin. I'm staying with you. Do exactly as I say if you want to survive, Ronodin replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. You have seconds. The triangle is a safe zone. Seth paused, his mind racing. Why aren't you getting in it then? The protection only works for one, Ronodin said flatly. Now face the water. Seth sprinted to the center of the triangular formation. What do I do? He shouted. Talk to him. Ronodin called back. The brine began to froth and churn violently, and the ground trembled beneath Seth's feet. A fine shower of grit and dust rained down from the stalactites above. His mouth went dry as he glanced back at Ronodin, who lingered just a few paces from the doorway. How much could he really trust anything Ronodin said? Was it already too late to make a run for it? With a tremendous geyser of spray, a colossal shape erupted from the water, drenching Seth completely. Blinking salt water from his eyes, the cresset still flickering around him, Seth beheld what looked like the monstrous barnacle-encrusted head of a diseased lizard. Knotted horns protruded at odd angles, like malformed antler buds, and its gaping maw revealed a spiraling funnel of barbed teeth. Seth found himself frozen in place. The sea dragon roared, a sound that made his bones quiver, and the entire cavern shake, yet he couldn't even lift his hands to cover his ears. Supported by a thick purple-scaled neck crusted with shells, the head drew closer, its distorted nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air.
"Speak to him," Ronodin urged.
Despite the paralyzing terror, Seth strained to move his lips. They remained sealed. He gathered every ounce of will to force out a greeting, but his voice was utterly gone. "This is no shadow charmer," the dragon declared in a voice like grinding ship hulls on a rocky coast. "His abilities are still developing," Ronodin countered. The dragon yawned its jaws wide, exhaling a wave of warm, damp air that stank powerfully of rotten fish and ancient brine. Seth stared past the jagged rows of teeth into the slimy, leathery tunnel of its throat, watching the wrinkled brown tissues convulse. He desperately wanted to recoil from the stench, but was powerless to move. The dragon withdrew slightly, fixing him with a dull, appraising stare. "He is crab food. Give him a moment," Ronodin said. "Seth, now would be an excellent time to say something." Seth tried to turn his head toward Ronodin. He wanted to ball his fists and scream in sheer frustration, but his body remained a statue. "He makes kelp look clever," the dragon rumbled. "Why not present him as a tribute?" "You don't need a boy," Ronodin reasoned. "You consume whales." "I haven't sampled human in quite some time," the dragon mused. "Admittedly, they are bony and stringy, but they fear so deliciously. The terror makes for a fine seasoning." A strange clarity cut through Seth's panic. He certainly didn't want to die, and the dragon terrified him, but the fear wasn't overwhelming him. Ronodin had claimed the Triangle of Cressets was safe, and that seemed to be holding true. Despite being a helpless target, the dragon hadn't struck. Seth wanted to demonstrate some courage, sensing that his visible fear was stripping away any respect the creature might have had, but his traitorous body refused to obey. "Please, Jibaro, allow the boy a moment to collect himself," Ronodin said, a note of uncharacteristic patience in his voice. "Do not call upon me for such tedious amusement," the dragon declared before its head vanished beneath the water, sending a splash over Seth. As the ripples settled, Seth found he could move again. Ronodin strode over quickly. "What happened?" he inquired. "That creature could have swallowed me whole," Seth said. "Without difficulty," Ronodin agreed. "You'd have been well on your way to digestion before even reaching its stomach." "Why was I frozen?" Seth asked. "You tell me," Ronodin countered. "I just tried to say hello," Seth explained. "I kept it simple. Your mind stayed clear. I could sense that," Ronodin noted. "Yes, I could think perfectly," Seth confirmed. "Usually it's a clouded mind that stops a shadow charmer before a dragon," Ronodin said. "My thoughts were fine," Seth insisted. "My body just wouldn't obey." "You possess the ability to conquer any magical fear," Ronodin stated. "You merely need to seize it." "How?" Seth pressed. Ronodin crossed his arms. "Clearly, when overwhelmed by intense dread, the commands from your mind fail to reach your limbs. There's a separation between thought and action. I knew exactly what I wanted to do and say, but nothing listened," Seth said. "Search within yourself, Seth," Ronodin urged. "Look deeply. Can you locate the darkness inside you?" "I don't follow," Seth admitted. "A demon named Growlers bestowed a gift upon you." Ronodin reminded him. "You felt the cold void within a wraith. You carry a similar darkness. It creates a kind of bond with the undead. You can use it to conceal yourself, to snuff out flames, and to steady yourself against terror." Seth tried to focus inward, uncertain what he was searching for. What should this darkness feel like? Ronodin let out a sigh. "I'll grant you a rare chance." He extended a hand. "Take my hand and look into me. I was once filled with light. See what dwells within me now." Seth grasped the offered hand, and his mind was instantly flooded with a void so profound and startling he feared he might be consumed by it. The immense darkness felt absolute and calm. It took Seth a moment to find his voice. "The darkness is everywhere. Good," Ronodin said. "You hold a similar power within you, though it's less refined. Close your eyes and get curious about your center. Where does your essence reside? Behind your eyes, in your gut, at your fingertips?" "I don't understand," Seth said. "I'm just me, all over." "Think more deliberately," Ronodin challenged. "Where is your core? Seek the part of you that feels, that chooses, that holds you together," Seth pondered. "Maybe in my chest or behind my eyes. Imagine it's an emergency and survival is all that matters," Ronodin proposed. "What part takes control?"
"It's in my chest," Seth decided. "There is a part of you that commands," Ronodin said, "a part that refuses to let any outside force rule you." "Okay, yes," Seth said, "in my chest. Now, look for the darkness near that place," Ronodin instructed. "It isn't spread throughout yet." "I think I sense what you mean," Seth said. "It's almost like a faint shadow around my heart. Does that mean I'm evil?"
"We're not discussing evil," Ronodin clarified, his tone shifting from instructive to almost sarcastic. "We're talking about darkness as a source of power. Is daytime good and nighttime evil? Don't be absurd. Night is superior for stargazing. Isn't the cool of the night preferable for crossing a desert? Almost certainly. Is sleeping in a dark room wicked and sleeping in a bright one virtuous? Hardly. I'd argue darkness is far better suited for rest. The darkness you draw from is a tool. You can wield it for good or for ill." "I suppose that makes sense," Seth said. "Do you sense that darkness within you?" Ronodin asked. "The gift you were given." "I think so," Seth said. "That will suffice," Ronodin said. "Connect to that darkness. Anchor yourself there. It can allow you to stay in command of yourself, even against powerful influences. That power can be drawn upon to achieve many things. Use it now to extinguish this torch." Seth opened his eyes to see Ronodin pointing toward one of the flaming cressets mounted on the wall. A sudden sharp memory flashed in Seth's mind, the scent of pine and a cold mountain stream from a forgotten camping trip. A moment of pure calm that now felt strangely linked to this inner shadow. He pushed the thought aside and focused on the flame. Seth reached into the shadowy wellspring. Ronodin had shown him, channeling that chill void toward the iron cresset. The flames fought back, flickering stubbornly. "It's too hot," Seth muttered through clenched teeth. "The heat is a trifle," Ronodin replied, his voice smooth. "Your inner cold is far deeper." Seth gathered every ounce of his will and pushed. The fire wavered, dwindled to a feeble glow, and finally died in a wisp of smoke. He was left breathless, his jaw aching and his forehead damp with sweat. "Impressive," Ronodin said, releasing Seth's wrist. "That brazier is enchanted against water. Extinguishing it is no small feat." He took a torch and reignited the flames. "You can do this as well?" Seth asked, wiping his brow. "I commune with darkness in numerous forms," Ronodin explained. "Most unicorns are creatures of pure light. I found that existence monotonous. I exchanged my radiance for shadow, becoming something singular, the dark unicorn." Seth pondered this, then asked, "How does this help me speak to the dragon?"
When Jibaro emerges, tap into that same reservoir, Ronodin instructed. Draw strength from it, command your own presence. Do not let fear or any outside force overwhelm you. Seth gave a slow nod. Ronodin moved to the great drum and lifted the heavy thigh bone. "Shall we try again?" "Shouldn't I recover first?" Seth protested. "What if I'm not ready and I fail?" "Rules or not, this time he might simply devour you," Ronodin stated flatly, before striking the drum 3 times.
Seth bit back an argument. He felt unprepared, and the impulse to run flickered through his mind, but he dismissed it as cowardice. At least he knew what was coming. Squaring his shoulders, he turned to face the churning pool. The cavern trembled. A jet of water erupted as Jibaro surfaced, his gnarled horns scraping the cavern ceiling. "You again?" The dragon rumbled, eyes narrowing. He swam closer, a low growl in his throat. "Don't tell me you've found some courage." For a heartbeat, Seth was frozen. Then he plunged into that dark, calm center within himself, and a wave of steady certainty washed over him. "Hello," Seth said. To test his control, he gave a small, deliberate wave. The dragon glanced at Ronodin. "You're skilled. An old story," Ronodin dismissed. "But this is not my doing. The boy has a gift." Jibaro leaned in, sniffing, his nostrils just shy of Seth's shirt. "How is this trick performed? Puppetry? Sorcery?" Seth wrinkled his nose.
"What have you been eating? Rotting seaweed." Jibaro recoiled, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Was that insolence?" "Independence," Ronodin corrected smoothly. "Our thanks, Jibaro. Your payment is already delivered." With a colossal splash that drenched Seth completely, the dragon's head vanished beneath the water. Seth, dripping but exhilarated, asked, "What payment?" "A considerable barrel of pickled squid," Ronodin said.
"That would explain the aroma," Seth remarked, sinking shakily onto the cold stone floor. He felt rattled but triumphant. "I did it! Fortune favored you," Ronodin said. "Without that control, you would not live to see tomorrow night. What happens tomorrow?" The dark unicorn's smile was a sharp curve in the gloom. "You have prisoners to free." Kendra wasn't aware she had drifted off until a hand gently shook her shoulder. Blinking, she felt a surge of confusion before memory returned. She had come to Glory's empty stall to hide and think. The space was quiet and comforting, a rare spot for solitude. Now, however, she was not alone. The wizard Agad was crouched before her, his smile tight and weary. The sight of him brought her fully alert. "You're back," Kendra exclaimed. "Is there news about Seth?" Agad began to stand, then hesitated and instead settled against the opposite wall of the stall, facing her. "Nothing certain, I'm afraid. I came as soon as I got your grandparents' message and have been investigating since. The picture is still incomplete." "What have you found?" Kendra pressed. "I studied the transportation barrel," Agad said. "Its paired vessel is now submerged, deep beneath the sea." "Which sea?" Kendra asked. "Some ocean, I believe," Agad replied, his expression grim, "very deep." "But which one?" Agad shook his head. "The location is obscured. There is powerful magical interference, clouding my scrying." "Can't we send someone through our barrel to the other one?" Kendra asked. Agad shook his head again. "Not without an ally on the distant side to assist them, and I fear the destination barrel rests under immense pressure, in profound darkness." "I think the sheer force of it would be enough to end someone," Kendra murmured. "So they chose to sink it rather than break it apart?" Kendra pressed. "Which suggests they might intend to use it later," Agad replied. "We ought to think about destroying the one we possess." "But it could be our only connection to Seth," Kendra argued. "Can't we just secure it somewhere, ensure no one can access it?" "Technically, yes," Agad conceded. "You must understand they could have dumped that barrel miles from where your brother is. It may not give us any real lead." "I know," Kendra said softly, studying the wizard. In that quiet moment, she truly saw how exhausted he appeared, his complexion ashen, shadows pooling beneath his eyes, his beard unkempt and robes wrinkled. "Do you have any clue who's behind this?" Agad lowered his gaze. "The Sphinx played a part," he whispered. "You're certain?" Kendra asked. Though her grandparents had already voiced their suspicions, Agad gave a slow nod. "Your grandfather reached me using a hearing stone and told me about Seth. I left everything and followed my instincts to Goblin Town." "That's an actual place?" Kendra questioned. "It's in Nevada," Agad explained. "Not an official sanctuary, mind you. No caretaker. Without the milk, humans just see an old ghost town. In truth, that crumbling settlement is crawling mostly with goblins, plus a shady mix of hobgoblins,
kobolds, gremlins, and imps. Charming, Kendra remarked dryly. Lovely spot to lose an eye, Agad added with a grim smile. Or a tooth, or your life.
Thankfully, goblins and their kind tend to show wizards a certain healthy caution. What did you learn there? Kendra asked. I found Slago, Agad said. He arrived quickly. I'm sure the Sphinx assisted him, Agad continued. The Sphinx isn't one to silence accomplices permanently. He prefers to reward those who help him. I gambled that he'd think Slago and Vorsh could disappear more easily in Goblin Town than anywhere else. How did Slago even get out of Fablehaven?
Kendra wondered. I believe the wizard Vernaz is aiding the Sphinx, Agad stated. Vernaz helped rebuild Mendigo, which explains why the puppet was following hidden orders. He has both the skill and the authority to move creatures across preserved boundaries and to transport people over vast distances. So Slago and Vorsh delivered the barrel to the Sphinx, Kendra clarified. That much is clear, Agad confirmed.
When Nox accidentally left them the keys, the goblins escaped the dungeon with the barrel and left through the front gate. It seems the Sphinx had given Vorsh a way to contact him earlier. Once the Sphinx learned about the barrel, he came at once. The Sphinx has visited Fablehaven before, Kendra recalled, a flicker of frustration crossing her features. It never occurred to me he might have struck a deal with the goblins in the dungeon. He's a perilous opportunist, Agad said, his voice heavy. I fear it was an error to ever make him an Eternal. He has to be killed for the new demon prison to open. Kendra noted a sudden sharp bitterness edging her tone. How perfectly convenient. He's brilliant at surviving, so of course he gets to be part of the lock. It's almost poetic, really. What a clever way to ensure your own immortality. And it preserves him, Agad agreed, missing her sarcastic shift. It keeps him here, possibly for centuries more, unless someone manages to end him. Did you manage to track him? Kendra asked, leaning forward. Agad shook his head. I spoke with my contacts, but the Sphinx has vanished. So has Vernaz. Did Slago see Vernaz? A hooded figure was with the Sphinx. Agad replied, no positive identification, but given the description and the situation, it was almost certainly Vernaz. Kendra let her head thump back against the stall wall a few times, the impact sharp and deliberate. What would the Sphinx want with Seth? Agad raised his brows and spread his hands wide. I can only speculate. Obviously they share the Shadow Charmer trait, or the Sphinx could be acting on behalf of another party who has an interest in your brother. Celebrant, Kendra ventured. Or Ronadin. For now, it's all guesswork, Agad sighed. Kendra plucked a dry stalk of hay from the stable floor, rolling it absently between her fingers. The Sphinx first joined forces with the demons. That path is blocked now, so is he plotting with the dragons instead? Possibly, Agad replied, or Kendra pressed the straw beginning to splinter in her grip. Could he be planning to mold Seth into some kind of apprentice? Would he have known about Seth's memory loss? It happened just before the kidnapping. I cannot say, Agad admitted. It's a strategy that could actually work, Kendra said, her voice hollow. Whoever's behind this, Seth doesn't remember himself. He's a blank slate. Our enemies could rewrite him completely. A hot pressure built behind her eyes. Agad, we might have to stand against my own brother. We will do everything to find him before it reaches that point, Agad assured her. But we have no idea where to start, Kendra countered. Not at this moment, he conceded. Didn't you have a tracker on the Sphinx? She asked. As an Eternal, the Sphinx possesses certain liberties to move and conceal himself as he wishes, Agad explained. He was assigned 2 watchers, one he knew of and one he did not. This is the first instance we are aware of where he has slipped both. Kendra pressed her eyelids closed. Every new piece of information felt like a heavier weight. Would they ever catch a break? I regret that you and Seth were pulled into this turmoil, Agad said gently. If this continues, the entire world will be pulled in, Kendra murmured. Chaos and ruin surround us, Agad acknowledged. Every member of Dragonwatch is stretched thin, responding to crises worldwide. We did reclaim a section of Crescent Lagoon. The entire island chain appeared lost, but the caretaker secured a beachhead on one island. Your friends Warren and Vanessa were instrumental. Are they okay? Kendra asked quickly. They were reported safe and well when I last heard, Agad said. I suppose one sanctuary not fully lost is something, Kendra said, though it felt like a pitiful consolation. It is a brutal struggle, Agad agreed. We cling to every victory, however small. Is anyone searching for Bracken and Seth? All our available agents are alert, Agad said, and I have made locating your brother my personal responsibility. That promise offered a sliver of comfort. At least Seth was high on Agad's list. What about the sanctuary that fell completely? Kendra asked. Soaring cliffs? Where Bracken was held? Are those dragons loose now, attacking towns? Nothing of that sort has occurred yet, Agad said. Why not? Kendra's confusion was sharp. Isn't that the whole reason we fight to keep the sanctuaries sealed? To prevent dragons from ravaging the world? Agad's brow creased in thought. You are a caretaker now. Perhaps it is time you learned of our final safeguards. This knowledge may one day be vital. These are secrets to be shared only with the most trusted ally in the most dire circumstance. I can keep a secret, Kendra stated. I would not speak of it otherwise, Agad said. 3 of the 7 dragon sanctuaries hold ancient dragon temples. Within each temple rest countless rare artifacts, and 1 talisman of paramount power. Here at Wyrmroost, that item is the sage's gauntlets. A wizard who learns to wield them can command dragons. That sounds incredible, Kendra breathed. For our side, Agad emphasized, a rare, almost sarcastic edge entering his tone. Do not forget, I was once a dragon myself. Through nearly forgotten magic, I traded that form for mortality and greater power. Though it has been centuries, I still recall how the mere existence of the sage's gauntlets filled me with fury. All dragons share that resentment. There is also a shield that can ward dragons away, and a harp whose music can lull them into slumber. These relics were key to the dragon's defeat ages ago. As a term of the treaty that confined them to the sanctuaries, the dragons were permitted to guard these very items within their temples. If we were to reclaim any of the 3 talismans, it would terrify and infuriate dragonkind, for those objects represent their greatest vulnerability. Do we have any of them? Kendra asked. No, Agad said. Not a one. Chasing them down would have meant starting a war, Agad explained. But the dragons already started one, Kendra pointed out. Precisely, Agad replied. That's why securing the talismans is now our most urgent task. Then why aren't they just attacking cities directly? Kendra pressed. I'm coming to that, Agad said patiently. We have another layer of protection, the legendary dragon slayers. Like the Somber Knight? Kendra asked. Every sanctuary has its designated slayer, Agad confirmed. But there are 5 legendary ones out in the world somewhere. They've been lost to us, living in obscurity. However, when Celebrant made his declaration, it also gave us the right to seek them out and call them back to service. Do we know where to look? Kendra wondered. We're trying to figure that out, Agad admitted. Tracking them down after all this time won't be simple. Beyond these legendary figures, there is one final ultimate barrier standing between dragonkind and the mortal world.
What is it?
Kendra asked. Her curiosity piqued. The Sovereign Skull, Agad said, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. The fabled skull of Abraxas, the very first dragon. It's an actual skull, Kendra asked, trying to picture it. From the progenitor of all dragons, Agad said with reverence. It's a relic of stunning crystalline perfection, woven with more enchantments and protective spells than any other object on Earth. But what does it do? Kendra insisted. Agad leaned in. You see, the collective disbelief of ordinary people offers a natural shield against magical beings. The skull magnifies that effect exponentially, turning human unbelief into something actively poisonous to dragons. Its mere existence makes it incredibly difficult for dragons to target those unaware of magic, and outright impossible for them to invade communities of non-believers. "Where is it hidden?" Kendra whispered. "For the safety of everyone, that secret is closely guarded," Agad said firmly. "The vault was constructed by master wizards, and only a handful of us know its location." "Are you one of them?" Kendra asked. "I've already said too much," Agad deflected, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. It was a rare moment of lightness, a hint that even in dire times some secrets were worth keeping with a touch of pride. "Let's just say the dragons who fled soaring cliffs cannot directly assault the non-magical world unless they first shatter the skull," Kendra summarized. "Correct. But they can still cause other kinds of trouble?" "That is a very real danger," Agad conceded, his expression sobering again. "The world retains some defenses even as the preserves fall. But if we don't defeat the dragons and return them to their sanctuaries, this will end in catastrophe. The longer this war drags on, the greater the chance they find a way to dismantle our final protections. It feels overwhelming." Kendra sighed, the weight of it all settling on her shoulders. "We begin by fortifying the sanctuaries we still hold," Agad said, his tone becoming strong and resolute, a shift from the grim lecture to a call to action. "What you accomplished here, against impossible odds, was extraordinary. You and your brother exceeded every hope I had." "I just want him back," Kendra said quietly. "We need him back," Agad affirmed, setting personal feelings aside. "He is a caretaker of Wimroost. This preserve is inherently more secure with him within its borders." A deep, resonant horn blast echoed in the distance. The proud horn, Kendra identified. Agad rose to his feet. "A dragon is coming. Maybe it's Raxtus," Kendra said, standing up beside him. "Did you hear he came to our side?" "I received word," Agad said, moving out of the stable. "His timing, from what I gather, could not have been better." "He saved my life," Kendra added. They hurried outside just in time to witness a magnificent sight. A coach adorned with gold leaf, floating through the air, drawn by a team of powerful rams with great feathered wings. Several dragons flew in formation off to either side, trailing respectfully behind the vehicle. "Now there is something Wimroost hasn't witnessed in hundreds of years," Agad murmured. "Flying rams?" Kendra asked, amazed. "The royal coach from Stormguard Castle," Agad explained, a note of awe in his own voice. "After all this time, the ancient curse is finally broken. Let's go and discover what brings them here." Agad and Kendra rushed to the courtyard, where the airborne coach descended gracefully. A dignified driver brought the 6 rams to a perfect halt. "They just flew right over the wall," Kendra observed. "Did they have clearance?" "The defenses of Blackwell Keep do not apply to that coach," Agad said. "It's protected by a treaty older than this stone." Kendra noticed the escorting dragons had peeled away and were now circling at a distance. "Dragons can't attack it. The coach of Stormguard Castle possesses full diplomatic immunity," Agad stated. "Even during wartime, the neutral standing of the fair folk comes with some very significant privileges. I'm certain the dragons would have struck if they could have." Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen descended the stairs into the courtyard, joined by Brunwyn the Minotaur. Marat and Henrik arrived from another path. The coach door swung open, revealing Tanu, Nox, and Lachlan stepping out. Tanu and Nox appeared weary but unharmed, with no trace of silver or gold on them. "Nox!" Kendra shouted. "Tanu, you're okay! Kendra!" Nox yelled back, waving and rushing over. "We were worried about you. Did you win the prize?" "No," Kendra admitted. Lachlan spoke up. "Did Tregane succeed?" Kendra flinched. "Tregane was killed in the attempt." Lachlan shut his eyes and pressed a clenched fist to his brow. Nox seemed to be fighting back a smile. "How did he die?" Lachlan inquired. He touched the stone and turned to ash. Kendra explained. Obregon met the same fate. Lachlan steadied his expression. My family and all of Stormguard Castle will mourn this news, yet losses were anticipated in such a competition. What of your brother? Kendra noticed Nox and Tanu watching her intently. She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat, leaving only tears. Seth lost his memory and was taken by the Sphinx, Agad stated for her. We are searching for him now. Taken? Nox asked, his voice tight, spirited away through the barrel. Grandpa Sorensen said, a sharpness in his tone. Nox paled. That's terrible. The goblins at Fablehaven handed the barrel to our foes, Grandpa continued. Who used it to kidnap Seth? No, Nox cried, his eyes wide with horror. No, no, no. I gave them the dungeon keys. You can't shoulder all the blame, Grandpa Sorensen said. You didn't take Seth, and you couldn't have known the barrel's dangers. I'm a fool, Nox muttered. I'm the absolute worst. Everyone errs, Grandpa offered. Not with kidnappings, Nox shot back. Fair point, Kendra murmured, then spoke louder. I know you meant well. Right now we need to focus on finding him. Where are Lomo and Patton? Lomo is being held at Stormguard Castle against his will, Lachlan reported. My father wouldn't permit him to leave. I must return with the coach. As fair folk, we cannot directly assist you. Patton is ensuring the mounts get back safely, Tanu added. Calvin is with him. But there's another issue. Wonderful, Kendra sighed. What is it? We stopped at Terabel in the coach to collect Tess and the satyrs, Nox said. Tess was missing. The satyrs too. I believe Newell came here. But Doran, who was supposed to be watching Tess, has vanished. Eve is gone as well. Vanished? Grandpa asked. Where did they go? Nox looked down. No one has any idea. How could a dragon possibly fit in there? Tess asked, pointing at a set of wooden cellar doors on the ground among the sequoias. Is it miniature? It should be enormous, Eve replied, dismounting her horse. Maybe there's another entrance. I suppose one of us ought to stay with the animals, Doran said, sliding off his grey mare. I thought you disliked horses, Tess remarked. Doran held up a finger. I never insulted horses. I was just uneasy about stealing 3 of them. We borrowed them, Eve corrected. We borrowed them without asking, Doran clarified. To slip away from Terabel against everyone's orders. You complained the whole time, Poser noted. I mentioned I'd never ridden a horse before, Doran said. And that, I worried, I'd feel like a centaur. Did you? Tess asked. A bit, Doran confessed. Look, satyrs don't ride horses. It's practically unheard of. I broke tradition for you two. Now you want to stay with the horses because you're scared of the dragon, Eve accused. I'm thinking strategically, Doran insisted. We need a smart plan. A peaceful dragon might be kind to 2 young girls. Kendra managed fine, but the dragon might not appreciate a satyr. Some beings are prejudiced against us. He has a point, Poser conceded. Besides, someone really should guard these borrowed horses, Doran added. It would be a very long walk home. The light was fading fast. You'll be out here without the protection of the cloak, Eve pointed out to him. Doran merely shrugged. I'm still with the party. Its influence might extend to me. That's a gamble, Eve replied. Doran rubbed his arm and scanned the shadowy trees. If things turn bad, I could always dash in after you and abandon the horses. Tess exclaimed, her voice rising. Truthfully, they'd have a better chance escaping without my weight, Doran reasoned. We are running out of time, Eve agreed, and it's practical to leave someone with the mounts. I guided you this far, Poser interjected. Might I be dismissed? How do we find our way back? Tess worried. Just reverse your steps, Poser said dismissively. Eve shook her head. We didn't follow a trail. What if we lose our bearings? You'll manage, the fairy insisted. That cloak of yours is remarkably effective. Nothing may attack us, but we could wander until we perish, Tess argued. And night is falling, Eve added. Let the satyr navigate, Posa suggested with a flick of her wrist. Being partly beast, he must have some innate sense of direction. Doran tugged at his beard thoughtfully. I might be able to backtrack our route, I'm not certain, Posa. Would you really stake your life on my skills? Not for a moment. What about young Tess's life? Doran pressed. The fairy glanced at the girl, then threw her hands up in resignation. Fine, I'll remain. But don't dawdle. I will have nothing to do with the horses. Thank you, Tess said softly. She gave her horse a reassuring pat, then eyed the daunting distance to the ground. How do I dismount? Doran assisted her down. Where should I secure the horses, he asked.
It's unnecessary,
Eve stated. Our horses are exceptionally trained. Now come help us with these doors. Doran approached the heavy cellar doors, set into the hillside. 2 mossy stones flanking them were carved with script. Some letters he knew, others were strange, twisting symbols. The parts I can read say welcome, he announced. Anything more? I see the same, Eve confirmed. What sort of dragon puts welcome on its doorstep? Doran wondered aloud. A polite one? Tess ventured. It puts me on edge when a creature that could swallow me whole seeks guests, Doran remarked. He bent, gripped a rusty handle, then hesitated. Do we have any idea what's behind this? The path to the dragon, Tess said. You don't suppose this entrance is being watched right now, do you? Doran asked. I've never been here before, Eve answered simply. Taking a deliberate step back, Doran spat into his palms and rubbed them together. Well, I guess we're about to discover the answer. With a grunt of effort, he hauled one of the doors open. A steep, straight staircase plunged into utter blackness. No dragon so far, Tess noted, sounding almost let down. Ominous all the same, Doran said. Good luck to you. Keep that cloak close. Let's go, Eve said, striking a match to light a small tin lantern. She took Tess's hand and began the descent. We'll see you soon, Posa, Tess called back. You too, Doran. The satyr offered a solemn nod and a wave. Maybe don't go shouting my name about. I'd prefer not to become a topic of discussion in dragon society. The fairy zipped out of sight as the door swung shut with a heavy thud. I'm relieved you brought a light, Tess said as they went down, the air growing cooler and damper. It would be rather foolish to explore a dragon's home in the dark, Eve replied. This lantern has enough oil for a few hours, at least. These steps seem to go down forever, Tess observed, her voice echoing slightly. It's the longest staircase I've ever encountered, Eve agreed. Tess glanced back periodically, watching the rectangle of daylight from the surface doors shrink to a distant faint sliver and then vanish entirely. A sudden hollow feeling settled in her stomach. We're very deep now. Are you feeling afraid? Eve asked. Tess peered ahead at the stairs disappearing into the void beyond their small pool of lantern light. A bit. We'll be all right, Eve assured her, her tone shifting from serious to one of wry, hardened confidence. I don't go to pieces in front of dragons. They're just oversized, arrogant lizards with a hoarding problem. If you lock up, I'll simply haul you out by your collar. I probably won't freeze if it's a friendly dragon, Tess said, trying to match the lighter tone. My legs might give out from all these stairs, though.
Just watch your step, Eve said, the sarcasm fading back to practicality. A tumble on a stone flight this long would leave you in more pieces than a dropped vase. Tess placed her feet with exaggerated care from then on. She was beginning to lose hope, convinced the descent was truly endless, when a flat, level expanse finally materialized in the lantern's glow. At last, Eve breathed, setting the lantern down to stretch her back.
Tess, however, was distracted by a faint, rhythmic dripping sound coming from the darkness ahead, a detail unnoticed before. I wonder how much farther to the dragon, Tess asked, her eyes trying to pierce the gloom. Let's see what's in there. They moved past the staircase and down a curved passageway, arriving at a thick door made of oak. "Should we announce ourselves?" Tess whispered. Eve shook her head. "We're already past the point of asking. Besides, the sign outside did say, 'Welcome.'"
Good point. Ready? A mix of nerves and thrill buzzed through Tess.
"Do you think the dragon is right behind this door?" "Could be more steps," Eve replied, "or just another empty corridor." Eve pushed the heavy door open, and they stepped into an immense, echoing cave. It took Tess's eyes a second to adjust, but then she saw it, the colossal form of the dragon, taking up much of the cavern, partially concealed under fallen rock and debris. For a heartbeat, she wondered if it was just a sculpture, its skin so rough and stony. Then the great, craggy head lifted and turned toward them, sending chunks of masonry tumbling and a cloud of ancient dust swirling into the air. "Two young visitors," the dragon said, its voice a surprisingly refined baritone after so many years with only ogres for company. "My recent guests have been unusually interesting." Tess dipped into a small curtsy. "I'm Tess. This is Eve. We're friends with the fairies. We heard you might be a friendly dragon." The dragon gave a shudder that might have been a laugh, shifting several boulders and stirring up another haze of dust. "Is that the new title for Dramatis the Terrible? You were called that?" Tess asked. "I have been called many things," Dramatis rumbled. "Nice was never among them." "We heard you prefer peace," Eve offered gently. "And who might you be?" Dramatis inquired. "Eve of the fairy realm," she answered. The dragon's gaze shifted. "The other is mortal." Tess raised her hand. "That's me, Tess." "Tess is fairy-struck, yet mortal," Dramatis observed, and wrapped in a cloak of innocence. "I believe so," Eve agreed. Tess added, "We know you could probably still swallow us whole if you chose to." "A wise observation," Dramatis said. "But do not discount the strength of innocence. Many of the plagues that undo the clever are completely baffled by a pure heart." "Really?" Tess asked, her fingers tightening on the fabric of her cloak. "Innocence rarely recognizes its own power," the dragon mused. "While it carries certain weaknesses, once true innocence is gone, it can never be reclaimed. Anything both potent and irreplaceable is a treasure beyond price." "I'll be careful with it," Tess promised. The dragon let out a soft, rumbling sound. "Are you laughing?" Eve asked. "That would be an uncommon event," Dromedus replied. "Now, where did you hear this tale of a gentle pacifist?" "From Kendra and Seth, I imagine." "Anxious about causing trouble for her cousins." Tess glanced at Eve. "Seth mentioned you once," Eve said carefully. "He never used the word nice. Everyone understands that no dragon is entirely safe, not even a peaceful one. Please do not go spreading rumors about my softer side," Dromedus requested, a sudden weariness in his tone. "Too many brash fools at Wormroost might mistake kindness for frailty. That could lead to unnecessary bloodshed."
"I won't say a word," Eve vowed.
"Neither will I," Tess added. "Then tell me, what purpose brings you here today?" Dramatis asked. "Or did you merely wish to gaze upon the legendary peaceful dragon?" "That was part of it," Tess admitted. "But we also need your help," Eve said. "The dragons have declared war, I am aware," Dramatis said. "It was an unprovoked attack," Eve pressed. "Many dragons living in sanctuaries across the world feel like prisoners," Dromedus countered. "They entered the sanctuaries by treaty," Eve argued. "It was a condition of their surrender. Yet many dragons hatched within those walls never consented to such terms," Dromedus replied. "The war against Dragonkind was centuries past. Conquered nations often bide their time and rise again. Dragons have old scores to settle. Dragons have been cared for in the sanctuaries," Eve insisted. Dromedus let out a slow, smoky breath that wasn't quite a yawn. "Dragons were never meant to live crowded together. By nature, we are solitary creatures. Then why do they have a king? Tess asked. Dragons have always established a hierarchy, Dromedus explained. But the title of king held little real authority until dragons began to be hunted. As the conflict grew into a full war, we needed structure. A true king became necessary. Is a king needed now? Tess wondered aloud.
To wage a war? Dromedus said. Perhaps, if that is the collective desire.
But dragons dwelling in a castle? He let out a sound that was unmistakably a snort of disdain. That is a pitiful imitation of humankind. We do not belong in colonies, except in the most dire of emergencies, Dromedus stated firmly. Eve countered. But the dragons are the emergency. They've been treated with care at Wyrmroost. You misunderstand our nature, the dragon rumbled. Independence is not a luxury for us. It is a fundamental need. Wyrmroost offers them vast space to be free, Eve insisted. Knowing there are walls, especially walls built by defeat, diminishes that feeling of freedom, Dromedus explained, his voice like grinding stone. It chafes the spirit. Tess interjected. If the dragons start another war, they might wipe themselves out. Or, Eve added quietly, they might wipe out everyone else. Dromedus let out a long, dusty sigh. Now you approach the true heart of the dilemma. Then you'll help us, Eve pressed. I cannot solve this, Dromedus said. You could try, Tess said bluntly. We're trying, Eve quickly added. She doesn't mean to overstep. I appreciate her directness, Dromedus replied. I have come to value honesty. I learned through harsh experience that anything of importance built on lies will eventually collapse. Facing ugly truths keeps you from building on sand. Can you help us?
Eve asked again. The great stone dragon craned his neck, his nostrils flaring as he sampled the stale enclosed air. I placed myself in this prison by choice, to never emerge, to never again meddle in the affairs of the world. That resolve has weakened lately. This is the peril of speaking with mortals. Peril? Tess asked. Are you scared of us? Any wise magical creature would be, Dromedus said. But you're enormous, Tess pointed out.
I could try to rely on that size and strength, he admitted. I did for centuries, and I was a fool. I hurt and ruined many I professed to cherish. You are a profound danger, little one. Why? Tess asked, bewildered. There is a chasm between the magical world and the mortal one, Dromedus explained. They are separate realms. My brother couldn't see the fairies until he drank the special milk, Tess offered. Precisely, Dromedus said. That is proof of the divide. Magic is not for mortals. It is not woven into your essence. But I can see fairies without any milk, Tess said. Mortals can absorb magic from external sources. Some fairies took a fancy to you and shared their power. They altered you, but I wonder if they realize that you, in turn, have altered them. Did I change them? Just as magic is foreign to mortals, mortality is foreign to magical beings, Dromedus mused. We who are nearly eternal change slowly, if ever. To many of us, change itself is a bewildering kind of magic.
I'm always changing,
Tess said. I imagine you are, Dromedus replied. That constant flux seems as strange to me as magic must seem to you. Fairies do not usually care for mortals. They do not willingly show themselves. If they learned to like you, they were changed in the doing. That sounds like a good change, Tess insisted. That depends entirely on where you stand, Dromedus said, a new, almost sarcastic edge entering his tone. If those fairies grow too fond of mortals, they risk getting themselves snared or slain or transformed into lesser imps. I noticed a satyr in your company as you approached. How could you know that? Tess asked. I have my methods, Dromedus said. He was riding a horse. He's helping us, Tess said. But satyrs don't typically help anyone, Eve noted, her interest piqued. How long have you known this satyr? Dromedus inquired. Not long, Tess answered. "A few days. We met him near a crumbling stone bridge he claimed was a favourite spot for mischief." "Does he know other mortals?" Dromedus pressed. "He's friends with Seth," Tess said. "And there you have it," Dromedus said, the sarcasm now plain. "That is how a satyr ends up astride a horse, aiding humans instead of pursuing his own whimsical pleasures. Because he's friends with Seth?" Tess asked. "Most likely, Dromedus confirmed any bond with a mortal exerts a pull. The divide is most glaringly obvious in matters of love. A romance between a magical being and a mortal is doomed to be a tragedy unless one fully crosses over into the other's world." "I've heard such tales," Eve said softly. "They almost always end in sorrow," Dromedus replied. His tone shifted again, becoming strong and resolute. "You claimed Tess is dangerous to you," Eve recalled. "She is," Dromedus said. "And so are her cousins. Their very existence blurs lines that were meant to be firm. No matter how wise or powerful you may be, or how firm your resolutions, surrounding yourself with mortals inevitably invites change. Consider your own story, fair one. How many years have you spent dreaming of such a quest?" "My entire life," Eve replied. "That desire has never wavered." "And did you set out on this journey before or after you began spending time with mortals?" Eve hesitated. "After," she admitted. "Now you start to understand my dilemma," Dromedus said. Tess stepped forward. "Do you want to help us?" The dragon's great head lowered, his dark eyes fixed upon her. "Helping mortals was never my intention. I had sworn to remain apart from the outside world. Yet meeting Seth and Kendra planted a seed of doubt within me, a conflict I did not seek." "What conflict?" Eve pressed. "I do not support this war," Dromedus stated, his voice a low rumble.
"I comprehend why my kin believe it will serve them, how they imagine it might redress past grievances, erase borders, and grant greater liberty. Still, I hold that their aggression is a mistake." "So you will aid us?" Tess asked again. "Part of me wishes to refuse," the dragon confessed. "I dread where this path may lead, but I will share a piece of knowledge that may prove useful. If you value this assistance, do not reveal where you learned it." "What do you know?" Eve inquired.
"You must make haste for Blackwell Keep," Dromedus urged. "Warn them the dragons intend to strike tomorrow night. They are confident this assault will succeed." "How is that possible?" Eve challenged. "The keep is secure." "I possess no further specifics," Dromedus admitted. "But remember, Celebrant is no fool." "Can't you come with us?" Tess pleaded. "My ability to assist is limited," the dragon replied. "Yet I can watch over you and perhaps share more information later, if you are willing to trust me." "How would you send word?" Tess asked. "Through intermediaries I trust," Dromedus said vaguely. "I can promise nothing." "How will you watch us?" Tess persisted. The dragon turned his head, nosing through a heap of stones before returning. He opened his jaws and gently deposited a jewel at her feet. "Take this sapphire. Keep it with you, and I will be able to see where you go." "Be cautious," Eve warned. "You would be allowing a dragon to look inside Blackwell Keep." Tess picked up the stone, holding it so the lantern light caught its facets, admiring the deep blue gleam. "He is a peaceful dragon, and he is offering us help." She slipped the sapphire into her pocket. "I hope you're right," Eve muttered under her breath. "Make all speed to the keep," Dromedus repeated. "I do not know if there is time to thwart Celebrant's scheme. Every moment counts." "We should leave," Eve said, turning to go. "Wait, I have a gift for him too," Tess said. Facing the dragon, she rummaged in her pocket and produced a wooden yo-yo. "A satyr gave this to me. It's a yo-yo." She placed it carefully on the ground. "Thank you, child," Dromedus said. "My name is Tess," she reminded him, backing toward the door. "Thank you, Tess," the dragon amended. "Travel swiftly and safely. May you keep the cloak of innocence close always." Eve took Tess by the hand and hurried her away. "Goodbye, Dromedus." Tess called over her shoulder. "Thanks for the warning." Behind the stable at Blackwell Keep, Knox hurled a clump of dirt at the wall, where it disintegrated into a cloud of dust. He crouched, tearing another chunk from a hardened pile, but it crumbled in his grasp. Selecting a different spot, he finally pried loose a solid piece. Seth had been captured by enemies, and Knox could only blame himself. The thought tightened his chest. He flung the dirt-clod sidearm with all his strength. It exploded against the wall, leaving a faint smudge to mark the impact. The feast at Stormguard Castle had been a bright spot. Official, important people treating him like a hero. The food abundant and exquisite. When he had left, Knox hadn't questioned whether the praise was somewhat inflated. He had, after all, taken a real risk by going to the castle, played a part in breaking the curse. And if Seth and Kendra had chosen to go elsewhere before the celebration, that was their decision to miss the victory party. Now, kicking at the dirt pile in frustration, he couldn't shake the feeling that all that recognition was just empty noise compared to the cold reality of his friend in danger. Knox hurled a heavy clod of earth against the stable wall. Accepting a bit of unearned praise was one thing. Discovering he was the reason Seth had been taken was something else entirely. His cousin was now in the clutches of terrible people, all because Knox had left those dungeon keys with the goblins back at Fablehaven. Every kind word spoken to him now felt like a searing brand. Each bite of food turned to ash in his mouth. Sure, Stan and a few others had pointed out that his role was indirect. The truly wicked had executed the plan. But Knox knew better. He was the guard who dozed off at his post, allowing the enemy to strike. No, it was worse. He was the bumbling fool who had distracted the guards entirely, leading to catastrophe. He flung another dirt clump, then another. The force behind his throws felt pitifully inadequate. The thought was nauseating. While he had been enjoying feasts, sharing laughs and soaking up admiration, his cousin, the one who had actually saved everyone, was likely enduring torture at the hands of their enemies. The kindness people showed him now almost made it more agonizing, as if they understood his mistake was so colossal it could shatter him forever. Perhaps it should. Ruth had reminded him he hadn't understood the full consequences. That was true, but he had known stealing the keys from Dale was wrong. He had known sneaking off to Wormroost was forbidden. What had seemed like a minor act of rebellion had exploded into a lethal error. Another clod of dirt shattered against the wall in a dusty spray. He wished someone would throw them back at him, or lock him up, or give him the punishment he felt he deserved. There was no outlet for this crushing guilt, no way to atone, and absolutely no way to undo the damage. After a restless night and a rushed breakfast, he had stolen away to be alone. He was crouching to grab another handful of soil when Brunwyn the Minotaur rounded the corner. Knox dropped the dirt. Suddenly worried, he was breaking some rule and tried to casually dust off his hands. "There you are," Brunwyn grunted. "Your sister has returned safely from Terabel." "Good," Knox replied, keeping his tone deliberately flat. He never liked to show too much concern for his sister in front of others. While Terabel was a secure location, with all the chaos at the sanctuary, it was a relief to know Tess was okay. "The Sorensens sent me to fetch you," Brunwyn added. "All right," Knox said, a little relieved the dirt throwing hadn't been mentioned. "Lead the way." He chose to follow behind the shaggy Minotaur rather than walk beside him, a decision he immediately regretted as the creature's distinct musky odour washed over him. He briefly considered asking if Minotaurs ever bothered with baths, but wisely bit his tongue. Brunwyn led him to a room where a long conference table was surrounded by familiar faces: Tess, Kendra, the satyrs Newell and Doran, Marat, Tanu and Agard, all seated with Stan and Ruth Sorensen. Patton leaned against a wall, his arms crossed. Stan waved Knox in and thanked Brunwyn, who gave a dismissive snort before leaving. "Knox!" Tess exclaimed immediately. "I saw a dragon. Did you see any?" I saw some with you on the road, Nox said. I mean, up close. Tess pressed, her eyes wide. I talked to one. He used to be their king. He looked really rocky. I saw some dragons in human form, Nox offered. Then, glancing at Patton, he added, and I got partway turned to gold.
You made it. Arrived not long ago, Patton said, his voice carrying a faint weariness. We took turns running or flying just above the road. The winged mounts cut the travel time significantly. It was smooth, all things considered. I'm not feeling so great, though. The life of a sting bulb is tragically short. I'm sorry, Nox said, the words feeling inadequate. Patton waved a hand, shaking his head. Nothing to mourn, plants bloom, and then they wilt.
I'm just sorry I can't be of more help for much longer. A sombre silence settled in the room, heavier than any dirt clod Nox had thrown. I saw this coming. My time is almost up. Maybe a day left. Calvin survived too? Nox inquired. I'm right here, the Nipsey announced from his spot on the table, which Nox hadn't noticed. Sorry about Seth, Nox offered. We'll get him back, Calvin responded. Just another adventure to go on. Nox looked at his sister. Is Tess really planning to go see a dragon? Your sister took a huge chance, Stan stated. However, it might end up helping us. Doran lifted a hand. And I got on a horse. I'm still in shock, Newell muttered with clear disapproval. It wasn't that awful, Doran argued. You have no goat dignity left, Newell shot back. It was a crisis, Doran insisted. Someone had to keep an eye on the kid. Stan gave a deliberate cough. Right, Newell said. Back to business. Stan has the floor. Stan focused on Nox. Your sister and Lord Dalgarell's daughter went to see Dromaeus, an old dragon king who lives in seclusion at that sanctuary. Did he know anything about Seth? Nox asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. Not that he mentioned, Stan replied, but according to him, the dragons are organizing an assault on Blackwell Keep. Tonight, they're certain they'll win. We rode all night to return to Terabel, Tess explained. My friend Eve wanted to come with me, but she ended up grounded by her father. I was completely exhausted. She stifled a yawn. At least I managed a little rest before Newell showed up. Newell and Henrik just brought Tess and Doran here, Stan said. They came as soon as they heard. We couldn't locate you, so we sent Brunwen to fetch you. I was out behind the stables, Nox admitted. Just thinking, Tess asked, her tone dripping with doubt. You ought to try it sometime, Nox retorted. So how are the dragons planning to attack? Dromaeus didn't know, Tess said. And don't tell anyone where we got this information. It's supposed to be a secret. Nox scanned the room. Your secret seems to be getting around pretty quickly. Only so we can defend ourselves, Tess argued. Dromaeus wanted me to alert the caretaker. Nox glanced at Kendra, then turned back to Stan. Any guesses on their method of attack? None yet, Stan admitted. We were just starting to brainstorm possibilities when you walked in. The keep's defenses are in impeccable shape, Agad declared. Stronger than when I was caretaker. With the scepter in our hands, the dragons shouldn't be able to break through by brute force. And yet Celebrant is planning an attack he believes will work, Ruth noted. Maybe Celebrant is letting rage mess with his thinking, Patton suggested. Or maybe Dromaeus is playing games with us, Marat countered. His help is very out of character. Eve heard the dragon as well, Tess added, she told Doran. Both girls were convinced the message was real, Doran confirmed. But the message itself could be a lie, Marat said. Dromaeus is ancient, and nobody knows much about him, since he withdrew from everything. He might just be odd, or he could be plotting. We have to assume it's a genuine threat, Kendra stated. I completely agree, Marat replied. Just remember that things might not be exactly as they appear with this warning. What would be the point of a false alarm, Nox wondered. Could it be a joke, Tanu asked. Anything is possible, Agad said. Maybe Dromaeus is in league with Celebrant. Perhaps Celebrant wants to watch how we respond when we think an attack is coming. He might be hoping we'll reveal a weak spot in our rushed preparations. Or the attack could be real, Murat conceded. There might be some flaw in our defences we've missed. Or we could have a turncoat here with us. Knox studied the faces around him. Surely no one in this room would side with the dragons. Hadn't everyone here already proven their loyalty? He suddenly worried if any of them suspected. He was the traitor. After he'd handed over the Fablehaven barrel to the enemy, they had every right to be suspicious. What about the barrel? Knox asked. Could that be the weakness? We shouldn't dismiss the idea, Agad said. We locked the barrel in a dungeon cell with a reliable minotaur on guard. Without anyone to assist an intruder from within the barrel, breaching the keep through that method should be unthinkable. We could simply smash the barrel, Tanu suggested. Kendra shook her head firmly. That barrel is our sole connection to whoever took Seth. Agad proposed a practical measure. We can station an extra guard outside the cell containing the barrel throughout the night. Better safe than sorry. Are there other weak points we're overlooking? Kendra pressed. Stan leaned forward, his expression grim. Treachery remains the most likely path. The strongest fortress is often undone from within. Of course, the dragons might simply be sowing discord, hoping suspicion will cripple us. His gaze shifted to Newell. You satyrs insisted on being part of this council. Seemed only fair, given Doran's direct involvement. Newell replied with a shrug. Stan pressed him. What's your assessment of our situation? Newell sighed dramatically. It's been a very long meeting, Stan clarified. About the defences. Newell's tone turned uncharacteristically sober. You've been warned. Stay alert tonight. Not much else to do. Running isn't an option. Some of you could leave, Kendra offered. Tess has the cloak of innocence. I'm the only one truly bound to stay. Agad's voice carried the weight of his station. Sending the satyrs or the younger ones away is one matter. But Wyrmroost cannot fall. Every capable defender must stand their ground. Patton, drawing on his vast experience, added, We must protect this keep, especially if the dragons are merely bluffing. It's a classic tactic. Make your enemy fear a strike that never comes. Ruth wrung her hands. Should we send Tess and Knox away from the sanctuary's safety? Stan considered it. They could attempt to flee into the wilderness beyond our borders, but Wyrmroost is remote. Arranging a return to civilization would require a complex extraction. Knox crossed his arms, his youthful face set with determination. I'm not going anywhere until we find Seth. Tess echoed his resolve. I'm staying too. Murat, ever cautious, warned, sending anyone out from the safety of Blackwell Keep while the dragon's scheme may be more dangerous than keeping them here. Patton nodded in agreement, a wry smile touching his lips. I've seen my share of troubles come and go. My strategy has always been patience, staying put in a secure location, refusing to be lured out, and confronting foes only when I choose the ground. Stan released a weary sigh. My experiences mirror that. Our safest course is to keep everyone within our stronghold and make that stronghold impenetrable. Murat stood. I will personally inspect every entrance and exit. We'll double the watch, Agad added. I will re-examine all our magical wards. Tanu cracked his knuckles. I'll brew some potent emergency potions, Stan concluded. Let's spend this afternoon implementing every reasonable precaution we can devise. We have time to prepare for a quiet night. Doran, ever practical, chimed in. A solid meal might be prudent. Facing trouble on an empty stomach is never ideal. Ruth rose, attempting to sound hopeful. With vigilance, we may all enjoy a calm night's rest while the dragons growl in frustration outside our walls. Though Knox appreciated her optimism, a deep unease settled in his gut. He feared they were underestimating their adversaries, overlooking some crucial detail in their planning. Meanwhile, in a torchlit chamber, Ronodin stepped back to admire his work. There, That should do. Free yourself if you're able." Seth stood pinned against a cold stone column, enveloped in a heavy, constricting cocoon of chains and locks. The final chain had just been fastened, and the oppressive weight made every breath a conscious effort. "Where do I even begin?" Seth gasped. "The locks, naturally," Ronodine replied, as if it were obvious. Seth strained against his bindings, but they held him with a maddening, inflexible grip. Movement was nearly impossible. Closing his eyes, he tried to reach out with his power to sense the mechanisms, but could only perceive their presence as vague, distant shapes. "I can't connect to the locks," Seth said, frustration mounting. "I can barely feel they're there. They aren't as vibrant to the senses as a flame," Ronodine noted calmly. Seth's mind raced. "How am I supposed to pick them if I can't even feel them properly?" Ronodine's voice held a hint of impatience. "You're thinking too literally. You won't be picking these locks with your fingers, any more than you physically blew out that torch." "Then how do they open?" Seth demanded, the cold metal seeping into his bones. "I don't see how making them colder helps." Ronodine's instruction was a patient contrast to Seth's panic. "With the torch, you sought the heart of the fire. You brought the essence of cold to the source of the heat. Apply the same principle here. Don't think of the lock as an object, but as a concept of fastened. Introduce the concept of open." The lesson was a mental pivot, forcing Seth to abandon physical struggle for a deeper, more abstract exertion of his will. Don't search for the lock's mechanism so much as reach for what holds you. The shadow within you resists confinement. It can unravel nearly any restraint. Let that power do the work. Seth attempted to focus on his own bindings. Weren't the chains everywhere? He fixed his gaze on a single lock. He tried not to obsess over its physical form. It was merely a symbol of his captivity, something his inner darkness could dismantle. Reaching inward, he found that cold, coiled energy. He tried to summon it as he had to snuff the torch, but isolating the precise aspect to direct at the lock proved difficult. Manipulating the cold had felt more straightforward. Frustrated, he heaved against the unyielding iron links with all his mortal strength. It was useless. He tried to call upon the power again with no success. A faint bell chimed somewhere in the gloom. "That's our signal," Ronodine announced. "What about the locks?" Seth asked. "Picking locks is a subtler art than killing a flame," Ronodine replied. "It might require patience," he snapped his fingers, and the chains slithered from Seth's body to coil at the foot of the stone column. "I was mostly distracting you from fretting about your mission." Seth stepped clear of the metal pile. "That was all a trick." Ronodine offered a lopsided grin. "And it was entertaining to chain you up." "Hold on," Seth said. "The mission is now—" "Time is tricky to gauge down here," Ronodine said, already moving. "Where are we going?" "Follow me," Ronodine instructed. "You're coming with me?" Seth asked, scrambling to keep pace. "You'll go alone," Ronodine clarified. "Am I ready?" Seth pressed. "What do I need to know? We'll determine your readiness by whether you live." Ronodine said flatly, "You're about to learn everything necessary." A torrent of questions swirled in Seth's mind, but he couldn't pick a starting point. They traversed a narrow passage into a damp, shadowy chamber containing only a single barrel, its staves dark with moisture. "Is that my transport?" Seth asked. "A barrel like that can lead to almost anywhere," Ronodine said. "One of my best agents is waiting on the other side to meet you. He'll provide the guidance you need." "Where exactly am I going?" Seth asked. "What will I have to do?" "You're going to a prison," Ronodine stated. "You will liberate the inmates." "Are they dangerous?" Seth asked. "They are undead," Ronodine said. "They were locked away for what they are. Their imprisonment has lasted an age." "Will I have to open locks?" Seth asked, anxiety tightening his chest. "Not with your power," Ronodine assured. "The man receiving you has the details. In essence, you go through the barrel and follow instructions. Save your questions for him." Seth stared at the ominous barrel. Was this the kind of thing he'd done in his lost past? Possibly. Renaudin had already helped him reconnect with shadowy abilities, like speaking with wraiths. It wasn't a huge stretch to imagine he might have sprung undead captives before. Given a real choice, would he do it now? Absolutely not. But Renaudin was a master at assigning tasks with no time for second thoughts.
"We've been underground since I arrived," Seth muttered, a sudden, sharp longing for open air piercing his dread. "At least I might see the sky." "Don't get your hopes up," Ronodin said. "Where you're headed, windows are probably in short supply." "Do I have a choice?" Seth asked. "I suppose you could go tell the Underking you've reconsidered." Ronodin mused. "I doubt that conversation would go smoothly for you." Seth's eyes dropped to the faint, ghostly manacle on his wrist.
He desperately wished he could shed that binding too, for now he was caught. He hadn't chosen to come to this underworld, but to buy time he'd made deals with the Underking. Survival was his immediate goal. If he stayed alive long enough, maybe he could eventually seize control of his own fate. More than anything, he craved a quiet moment alone to think. He would stay alert. Perhaps the barrel would lead to an opportunity for escape. Will this take me out of the Underking's domain? Seth asked, out of his territory, perhaps. Ronodin replied. But don't be naive, Seth. There is no place truly beyond his grasp. I'm going to free the prisoners, Seth declared. Ronodin gave a single, slow nod. Get into the barrel. Stay silent. Follow the directions you receive once you arrive. Do exactly as you are told. I look forward to our next meeting. Seth climbed inside the wooden barrel and turned to face Ronodin. Wish me luck. Ronodin shook his head dismissively. Luck is irrelevant where you're headed. Your outcome will be determined by careful preparation and flawless action. Don't mess this up. Get down. Seth crouched low inside the confined space. Suddenly, a firm hand gripped his wrist, pulling him upright and helping him step out. A flashlight, placed lens down on the stone floor, cast a dim glow, revealing they were in a dank dungeon cell with the door slightly open. The man beside him had dark skin, short dreadlocks woven with beads, and was dressed entirely in black. His features were striking, and he appeared to be around 30, yet there was a weight in his eyes and a steadiness in his posture that hinted at far greater age. The man offered a faint smile. "It's good to see you again, Seth," he whispered. "Do I know you?" Seth asked quietly. "Difficult to recognize me when you're still figuring out who you are," the man replied. "We have a history." "You can call me the Sphinx." "Like the creature?" Seth questioned. "Merely a nickname," the Sphinx said. "I'm human, just as you are. In truth, we have more in common than you might guess. Did you also lose your memories?" "No, I'm a shadow charmer," the Sphinx explained. "As far as I know, there are no others alive today besides the two of us." "Just us two?" Seth whispered. "That's a very exclusive group. If you're a shadow charmer, why do you need my help?" "A group of wizards cursed me long ago," the Sphinx said, a flicker of old resentment in his eyes. "It extended my lifespan, but their meddling damaged my abilities. I can no longer speak with the departed. All I have left are defensive tricks, blending into shadows, snuffing out flames and opening locks." "I don't really understand the mission," Seth admitted softly. "We're here to release some of the undead." "Ronodin does love his secrets," the Sphinx murmured with a hint of sarcasm. Honestly, the man could make a trip to the grocery store sound like a covert op. "This shouldn't be too difficult. This way? Watch your step. Mind the Minotaurs." The Sphinx retrieved the flashlight, cupping his hand over the lens to allow only a thin sliver of light to escape. He led Seth out of the cell in the corridor. Just outside lay two massive, lifeless Minotaurs, a heavy axe and a spiked mace discarded nearby. "Did you deal with them?" Seth asked. "Self-preservation," the Sphinx whispered.
Minotaurs have a violent disposition. It was them, or me. Let's keep moving. The Minotaurs were enormous, and their weapons looked brutally effective. Clearly, the Sphinx was capable in a fight. "Where exactly are we?" Seth whispered. "In the dungeon of a fortress that holds numerous undead captives," the Sphinx answered. "Run by merciless monsters. We cannot afford to be discovered. Go completely quiet now. Follow the light." The Sphinx seemed to dissolve into the surrounding gloom, leaving only the faint glow between his fingers visible. They moved down a rough-hewn stone passage lined with heavy cell doors on both sides. Seth's mind raced with images of what or who might be locked away in such a place. The air carried the stale scents of mold and rot, and he could hear the faint scratching of tiny feet in the darkness. The pinpoint of light halted before a formidable iron door. Seth heard a soft click, and the door swung inward. "I'm still learning how to work with locks," Seth breathed. "I have my areas of expertise," the Sphinx replied, his form becoming faintly visible again. Through here, they passed through the doorway, and the Sphinx shut the door silently behind them. After navigating several turns and descending a narrow flight of stairs, they arrived at another iron door. This one was blotched with rust and shedding flakes of reddish-brown corrosion. "This door has been fortified both physically and with magic," the Sphinx stated. "Can you hear them?" "No," Seth said. "Close your eyes," the Sphinx instructed. "Focus." Seth obeyed, extending his awareness. Listening intently, he became aware of a strange pressure similar to the feeling in his ears during a sudden altitude change. The pressure swelled, then faded, only to return again. It pulsed in a slow, uneven rhythm. "I feel a kind of throbbing. It's difficult to describe." "Good," the Sphinx said. "You're sensing the voices and the wills of those trapped behind this barrier. You feel the dulled force of their struggle." "The undead?" Seth asked. "Yes," the Sphinx confirmed. "The prisoners of Blackwell. We've come to set them free," Seth stated. "You've come to set them free," the Sphinx corrected. "My role is to offer guidance and ensure your safe return to the Underrealm." "You're far more experienced," Seth argued. "Why can't you handle this?" "That path is closed to me," the Sphinx replied. "My connection to the undead is now one-sided. I can perceive their presence, but I cannot engage with them directly." "So, how do I free them?" Seth asked. With extreme caution and clear boundaries, the Sphinx advised. "They are desperate for release. The moment you step into that chamber, they will call out to you, whispering promises and pledging their service. You must not let them dictate the terms. That power belongs to you." "But how?" Seth pressed. "Do not attempt to command them," the Sphinx warned. "That well holds too many, and some are far too potent for any shadow charmer to dominate for long. Tell me, have you ever encountered a revenant?" The term rang a faint bell. He knew they were among the restless dead. "Not that I recall. I've only heard stories." "What of liches?" the Sphinx inquired. Seth shook his head. "Most undead beings lack any mortal essence," the Sphinx explained. "A physical shell may remain, but the human spark has departed. What consciousness they possess is foreign and twisted. They are cursed with an endless hunger for a life they can never reclaim. A revenant, however, still clings to a fragment of that trapped life spark. A lich is a more deliberate horror, a being who has willfully preserved a portion of its former human will. These entities are both more powerful and more pitiful, for they have truly known life and are now imprisoned in its absence. I believe most revenants and liches secretly yearn for an end, though they have grown accustomed to clinging to their distorted existence. Until that release comes, they are exceptionally dangerous." "Are there revenants in the well?" Seth asked. "And a lich," the Sphinx confirmed. "Once an enchanter called Belrab. His path spiraled from dragon to wizard, and finally to lich, a dreadful decline." "Is he powerful?" "You will address him first," the Sphinx instructed, "and you will keep the exchange brief.
You really can't assist. My aid is limited to counsel, the Sphinx said. I can hear their speech, but to me it is meaningless noise. Conversely, my words hold no meaning for them. But they'll understand me, Seth verified, even the revenants and the lich. It is an innate aspect of your gift, the Sphinx affirmed, and a significant source of your influence over them. Recall what they desire above all else. Life, Seth answered. Your ability to comprehend and speak to them is a tangible link to that life, the Sphinx said. They are often dreaded, but almost never truly listened to, if ever. They could still kill me, Seth pointed out. If you fail in this, we will both meet a grim end, the Sphinx stated bluntly. They may cherish communication with the living, but their gaze will quickly fix upon the vital light within you. They will attempt to steal it, and you will perish. Do they get to keep what they take? Seth asked. The theft is only momentary, the Sphinx said. They drain the life from you, bathing briefly in your fading vitality. It is an objectively small pleasure that feels immense to them. You, however, will die in agony. A sudden, sharp memory flashed in Seth's mind. A childhood story of a traveller lured into a bog by whispering lights. The parallel was unsettling. Then, why are we releasing them? Because they are unjustly confined in vile conditions, the Sphinx replied. Because the Underking wills it, and because we intend to make a swift exit. Seth chewed his lip. Unleashing such perilous beings seemed a recipe for catastrophe. How had he wound up in this predicament? His eyes fell to the spectral manacle encircling his wrist. The Underking ruled these creatures, and it followed that he desired their humane treatment. Unless Seth was prepared to openly defy him, he had little choice but to aid his causes for now. It sounds like a wretched existence, Seth murmured. They deserve our pity, the Sphinx said. A shark does not attack out of malice. It hunts by nature. The undead are merely following their inherent drives. Confining them is the true cruelty, especially within such a cramped space. You will not grant them boundless liberty, but you will provide a larger domain in which to wander. The manner of their release is critical. Just tell me what to do, Seth said, his voice firming with resolve. Disregard all their offers, the Sphinx said, its tone shifting to one of dry, almost sarcastic practicality. They'll propose grand bargains and eternal loyalty. It's all a very sad, very deadly sales pitch. Your job isn't to negotiate. It's to announce the new zoning laws for the spiritual wasteland. Be the bureaucrat, not the king. The naive will swear to things they can never truly deliver, while the cunning will set traps designed to ensnare you. What should I propose? Beside the well there is a chain, the Sphinx explained. Lowering it will provide a way out for some of the trapped spirits. Others will require explicit permission to use it. You must settle the specifics before you release it. What conditions are we aiming for? First, speak with Belrab. Propose that he become the lord of this fortress on the condition that he stays within its walls and ensures the other undead do the same. We need a binding oath from all of them to remain confined to this place. But wouldn't that just be a different kind of prison? Seth questioned. Aren't they already stuck here? We're just trying to improve their situation, right?
We will also grant them access to the adjoining passageways, the Sphinx clarified. There must be boundaries. We cannot have them wandering freely everywhere. Offering them an entire castle to inhabit and a few roads to patrol is a vast improvement over being sealed in a lightless pit. The castle is currently held by minotaurs, Seth asked, along with a variety of other creatures, the Sphinx confirmed. They will flee if they are wise.
Before you lower that chain, you must secure a promise that we will be spared from the vengeance of any spirits who climb out. Should we demand they vow not to harm anyone? Seth wondered. That would be like ordering a wolf not to eat, the Sphinx replied, a hint of dry sarcasm coloring his tone. It would be both pointless and needlessly cruel, a pact they could never hope to keep. Our only concern is securing our own safe passage. Seth had no real way to confirm the Sphinx's claims, though the slain minotaurs they'd passed did suggest monstrous control of the stronghold. The idea of unleashing vengeful spirits into an occupied castle sat uneasily with him, but if the current jailers were all monsters who could presumably escape, they must have understood the risks of imprisoning such powerful entities. Did undead beings inherently deserve less consideration than living ones? "You'll guide me on what to say?" Seth asked. "I will remain beside you," the Sphinx assured him. "I will hear your words, but not understand the replies of the spirits. We must move quickly. If we are found, the consequences will be severe." "Show me the way," Seth said. The Sphinx placed his hand against the rusted iron door. A series of locks clicked and clacked open, the sound echoing down the stone corridor with a grating squeal of hinges. The Sphinx pushed the door inward, making Seth wince at the noise. A tumultuous wave of voices washed over Seth, layered and thick with desperate yearning. The Sphinx glanced at him. "Do you hear them now?" "There are so many," Seth said, the chaotic babble nearly incomprehensible. "Hurry," the Sphinx urged, leading Seth down a narrow passage. "The masters of this place could find us at any moment." They entered an oval room with a circular opening at its center. A heavy chain was coiled along one wall, each link forged with 2 holes, one connecting to the link before it, and one to the link after. Seth leaned over the edge of the dark pit, about 10 feet across at the opening. Its bottom vanished into deep shadow. A clamor of pleas rose from the blackness. Tangled cries for help mixed with wordless groans. Several voices distinctly mentioned the chain. "Time is short," the Sphinx prompted. "Call for Belrab."
"I need to speak with Belrab," Seth announced. The frantic appeals ceased at once, and a smooth, slippery voice emerged from the sudden quiet. "You have my attention. I will free you if you swear to remain within this castle and on the roads connected to it," Seth stated, looking to the Sphinx, who gestured for him to proceed. "And if you pledge to keep all the other undead within those same boundaries." "I cannot answer for everyone," Belrab replied. "Yet you appear to speak for another."
"Those are my terms," Seth said firmly. "You are accompanied by a cripple," Belrab hissed, "a feeble shadow charmer who plants words on your tongue, words he himself has lost the ability to voice." Seth looked at the Sphinx. "What is he saying?" the Sphinx asked. Seth raised a finger, signaling him to wait. "You have youth and strength," Belrab observed. "With my guidance, those who would try to control you will be humbled." "I'm not looking for a partner," Seth replied.
"And you're about to lose your shot at freedom?"
"Understood," Belrab answered swiftly. "If you lower the chain and release me, I swear to stay within this fortress and the adjoining pathways to command the other undead here." That was the assurance Seth needed. With those boundaries, the creatures wouldn't be able to simply roam free. "I require every single undead being to swear they will stay in the castle and on the roads if I let them out of this hole," Seth stated. "If even one refuses, you all stay down there." The Sphinx gave Seth an approving nod as a chorus of voices rose in agreement. "Confirm it with Belrab," the Sphinx urged. "Belrab? Is that everyone's pledge?" Seth asked. "All but one wraith and 2 revenants," Belrab reported. "This is the final opportunity for that wraith and those revenants," Seth declared. 3 harsh, grating voices echoed their consent. "Was that them, Belrab?" "It was," the Lich confirmed. "Additional safeguards for us," the Sphinx prompted quietly. "You must all vow to cause no injury to me," Seth commanded, "and no harm to the disabled shadow charmer who is helping me." A cacophony of eager, otherworldly voices shouted their agreement. Seth could sense their desperate anticipation. "Disabled?" the Sphinx questioned. "That's how Belrab referred to you," Seth muttered. Then, raising his voice, he called, "Belrab, has everyone agreed?" "All have agreed," Belrab responded. "Send down the chain?" "The chain? The chain, countless voices chanted from the abyss. Seth glanced at the Sphinx. Just how many are down there? A great many, the Sphinx said. Too many to count before I send the chain, Seth announced. You must all pledge to obey any order I give, in addition to swearing you intend no harm and will do no harm to me. A brief silence fell. So hungry, one voice hissed. So cold, another moaned. And with these vows, you willingly set us free? Belrab verified to remain within this castle and its connected roads. Yes, Seth confirmed. Very well, Belrab said. A wave of assenting murmurs followed. We all agree. Send the chain. They agree, Seth told the Sphinx. Lower it now, the Sphinx urged, his ears twitching. Quickly, I heard a door. Seth grabbed the heavy end of the chain, the link so substantial he had to drag it to the well's rim rather than carry it. The mental image of the beings behind those sinister voices climbing toward him sent a cold tremor down his spine as he heaved the chain over the edge. Once it began to fall, its own weight took over, the entire length roaring downward in a deafening metallic crash. After what felt like an age, a distant, echoing clang reverberated from the depths. The chain snapped taut, its near end secured to the wall. Time to leave, the Sphinx said, already darting from the chamber into the short corridor. Seth followed, but they both froze as a weathered old man stepped through the iron doorway. His gaze landed on Seth, then shifted to the Sphinx. You, he accused, his voice thick with dismay. Hello, Agad, the Sphinx said, almost casually. You seem to have a containment issue. The old man's eyes locked onto Seth. What have you done? The genuine distress in the question sparked a pang of guilt in Seth's chest. You should probably leave the castle, Seth said. The old man's stern expression melted into one of profound concern. Then Seth felt it, a dark, chilling presence materializing behind him. The air temperature plummeted. The old wizard looked past Seth and began to shuffle forward with effort, as if each step pained him. Let's go, the Sphinx said, slipping past the old man and through the corroded iron door. Seth hurried after him. You've been tricked, Seth, the old man called out. His voice strained. Hurry, the Sphinx insisted, breaking into a full sprint. We need to get out of here now. Who was that? Seth asked, struggling to keep pace. He didn't look dangerous. He's one of the wizards who suppressed my powers, the Sphinx explained between breaths. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a chief architect of the horrors in this place. Yet the old wizard had looked utterly heartbroken. He hadn't made a move to attack them. Seth glanced back over his shoulder, but the old man was already lost from view, swallowed by the gloom of the corridor they had fled. What could the wizard have shared if time had allowed? They sprinted wordlessly past the fallen minotaurs, reaching the cell where the barrel waited. Excellent work, Seth, the Sphinx praised. Objective achieved. You go ahead. Seth climbed inside and hunched down. Was this a trick? It certainly seemed plausible. As Ronodin's steady grip pulled him free, Seth pushed aside the memory of the old wizard's deeply troubled expression. Lining a lengthy counter were bottles and flasks of all shapes and dimensions, some filled with liquid, others with thick sludge or dried contents, and a few completely empty. In the corner, a cauldron simmered over a hearth, while several other pots and kettles warmed on portable burners, releasing sharp, acrid fumes. An assortment of containers held various components. Kendra, could you hand me the bristle root? Tanyu requested. She snatched up the leather pouch and rushed to his side. He opened it and sprinkled 2 pinches of what resembled crimson pencil shavings into a gently bubbling pan. What's that you're making? She inquired. A new airborne concoction, Tanyu explained. By the time we finish, I'll have a supply like nothing before. Kendra scanned the potions on the counter. Many of those are for courage. If we encounter dragons tonight, they'll be vital. Tanu stated. Kendra agreed. Assisting Tanu with the potions was a welcome distraction. With the dragon assault expected after dark, staying occupied felt necessary. The evening had been unnervingly still so far. "You seem exhausted," Calvin observed from his perch on the counter. "Perhaps you should rest." Kendra stifled a yawn. "Soon," she answered. "I want to help complete this set." Marat suddenly rushed into the room, his expression frantic. "We must leave," he declared urgently. "What?" Kendra asked, spinning toward him in shock. "Someone has released the beings from the Blackwell," Marat revealed. "The assault is coming from inside." "Is Agad attempting to contain them?" Tanu asked, already collecting supplies. "He did not appear confident," Marat replied. "Our choices are the road or the refuge." Kendra struggled to process the news. She had always understood that if the spectral dead escaped the Blackwell, the entire sanctuary could fall. Was that the imminent danger? She recalled a fortified chamber at the keep's core known as the refuge. While secure, it was essentially a trap with no exit. Fleeing to the road, however, hinged on whether the fair folk of Terabel would offer them protection. If the fair folk clung to their neutrality, the road would lead nowhere. "Can't we stand and fight?" Kendra questioned. "Not against the inhabitants of the Blackwell," Marat insisted. "We depart now, or every path may be sealed." "Give me a second," Tanu said, dashing to the courage potions and hastily adding components. "These were calibrated for dragons. We need them to also guard against the undead. The effect might be jarring, but it's better than being turned to stone." "How long?" Marat pressed.
"A rushed job, but I can make them usable in under a minute," Tanu said, shaking a vial with his thumb, sealing the top, then mixing in a spoonful of pale powder. He shook it once more and passed it to Kendra. "Drink." She accepted it, and he instantly started preparing another. "The undead will overrun the castle, and the dragons are outside," she murmured, the grim reality settling in. "Road or refuge," Marat repeated bluntly. Kendra had faced crises before.
Seth was usually beside her, his fearless attitude a steadying force. Confronting a battle, while terrifying, could also be stirring. This was nothing like that. The hopelessness was so profound it left her eerily tranquil. The only path was to move forward and endure whatever came. She lifted the bottle and took a cautious sip. The liquid scorched her tongue, but she forced it down. "All of it!" Tanu instructed, vigorously shaking another bottle. Kendra gulped the remainder in several agonizing swallows. The blazing fluid felt as though it were scouring the tender lining of her mouth and throat. Tears traced hot paths down her cheeks, and she coughed as the last bitter swallow went down.
Apologies,
Tanu said, his own bottle already empty. No chance to refine the flavor. A spreading warmth began in Kendra's core, flooding her arms and legs, dissolving that heavy sense of doom as if it had never been real. They weren't finished yet. Their fate wasn't sealed. There was still a fight to be had. "We have to go," she insisted. Tanu winced, letting out a sharp breath. "That packs a punch." He began hurriedly stuffing vials and jars into his bag. "I'll follow. These brews might be crucial before dawn." "I'm with you, Kendra," Calvin's voice piped from the counter. She scooped him up and tucked him securely into her pocket. "I'll keep you safe," she vowed, her voice steadier now. She grabbed her enchanted bow and the sack holding the captive winds. "Your survival is essential, Kendra," Marat stated. "You are Wimroost's last guardian, the road or the refuge." "What's your counsel?" Kendra asked. "The refuge is nearer," Marat replied. "It holds supplies and far stronger wards than the open path. Think of it as the fortress within the fortress." "Then we move," Kendra declared. "Right behind you," Tanu promised, still collecting his alchemical tools. Marat bolted from the chamber, and Kendra sprinted after him. They tore down a passageway, rounded a corner, and flew down another hall. "We must cross the central yard," Marat announced. "Understood," Kendra said. "Steel yourself," he warned, throwing a door open.
They emerged onto a walkway overlooking the moonlit courtyard. The silver glow illuminated a chilling scene. The stone stairs descending into the open space were clear, but the yard itself was occupied.
The bold hope she'd felt in the hallway vanished, replaced by a breath-stealing dread. Her throat tightened, her heart turned to a cold stone. Below, shadowy shapes drifted through pools of darkness, and faint, maddening whispers scratched at the edges of her mind. Two slower figures held her attention. One hobbled, one leg dragging stiffly. The other moved with a terrible, deliberate slowness, a full 5 count passing between each step. Marat's hand lightly struck her cheek, snapping her focus back. "Revenants," he hissed, "escorted by wraiths. We go now, or we do not go at all. More are spreading through the stronghold." This fear was nothing like the dragon-induced paralysis. This was a deep, freezing cold seizing her from the inside out. "Yes," she forced out, even with the courage potion coursing through her, every step demanded fierce will. Marat started down the stairs. As her eyes adjusted, Kendra saw the limping revenant closing in on a dwarf. The small warrior stood motionless, arms limp, his short sword held loosely. He was utterly frozen. As the revenant's hand stretched toward the dwarf's face, Kendra raised her bow, drew the string to her cheek. "One," she whispered, and an arrow materialized. She let it fly. It shot across the courtyard and struck the revenant squarely in the forehead. The creature didn't even flinch. Its bony fingers closed over the dwarf's face. After a series of violent shudders, the victim collapsed. His hair, beard, and skin turned a deathly frost white. "No mundane weapons," Marat snapped. "You're attempting to kill what is already dead." "Move!" Kendra followed him to the base of the stairs, and they started across the courtyard. The very air grew thick and resistant, like wading through deep water, and the temperature dropped sharply. Clenching her jaw, Kendra pushed onward.
"Do not halt," Marat instructed. "Stay close. You've got this," Calvin encouraged from her pocket. "It's so cold," Kendra gasped. "Those revenants are pointing right at you," Calvin warned. "The wraiths are coming." Kendra refused to look. Marat was almost to a door on the far side. She drove her legs forward, muscles burning. A glance over her shoulder revealed 3 insubstantial, ominous forms gliding toward her, far quicker than the revenants and far quicker than she could run.
Kendra forced herself to move faster, but her body felt heavy and uncooperative, every muscle protesting. She was making progress, but it was a slow, grinding effort, and the spectral wraiths were closing the distance. A familiar dread washed over her. This was just like her nightmares, where no matter how desperately she ran, the horrors always caught up. Suddenly, with a powerful roar, the serpentine form of a dragon coiled protectively around her. Its leonine head snapped toward the wraiths, halting their advance. Marat had shifted into his true dragon shape. Camerat. "Go, now," Camerat urged, lifting a section of his scaled body to create an opening. "I can manage the wraiths, but the revenants are another matter. You have to come with me," Kendra insisted, stumbling toward the doorway. "I will," Camerat promised, "but you go first." Kendra pushed through the door into a hallway, and the piercing cold that had gripped her began to fade. Marat joined her moments later, looking perfectly human once more. "Thank you," Kendra breathed. "Save your thanks," Marat replied urgently. "Get to the refuge. Those weren't the only dead things wandering tonight. Not even close." The corridors felt unfamiliar and alien. Was it just the oppressive darkness? She hadn't spent much time exploring the keep after sundown. Faint, urgent whispers brushed against her mind, more a psychic pressure than actual sound. After moving through a shadowy chamber into another passage, Kendra spotted Nox, Tess, and the satyrs up ahead. They were frozen in place, their backs to her. The magical cloak Tess wore shimmered with a faint silver light. "Trouble," Marat hissed, breaking into a full run. Kendra managed to keep pace initially, but as she neared her cousins, her steps began to drag. The air turned frigid once more. Beyond her motionless family, a gaunt woman was approaching. She wore the tattered ruins of a once elegant gown, her skin blotched with open sores. Her eyes were a solid, dull grey, devoid of iris or pupil, and her head lolled at a sickening angle. She advanced in a series of slow, stiff hops, her feet bound together. "A revenant," Marat confirmed, his voice tight. "And a powerful one. The creature wasn't fast, but with each awkward jump it drew a little nearer." Kendra focused on her cousins.
"Nox! Tess! Can you hear me?"
They gave no response, not even a blink, trapped in some enchanted stupor. She turned to Marat. "How do we stop it?" "They're bound by dark magic," Marat said. "I don't know the counterspell for this." "Here," came a voice from behind. Tanu appeared, pressing a small bottle to Nox's lips. "Drink this, all of it." "You found us," Kendra said, relief flooding her, barely. Tanu grunted. "The place is busier than a county fair out there." Nox gulped the potion, then gagged, spitting some out. "It burns." "Swallow it," Tanu commanded. "The whole thing. You'll be able to move and talk again, so drink." Marat darted forward, weaving past the hopping revenant, and disappeared down the hall. Squeezing his eyes shut, Nox drained the last of the vial. Tanu moved to Tess, tipping a similar potion into her mouth. The revenant hopped closer, its expression vacant, a desiccated tongue visible behind its few remaining teeth. Kendra tore her gaze away. "We need to go. What about the satyrs? These potions are for humans only," Tanu said, already heaving Newell over one shoulder and Doran over the other. "Disgusting," Tess sputtered, the liquid dribbling down her chin. "What is this stuff? It lets you outrun nightmares," Tanu said simply. "You can do it, Tess." Calvin's voice piped up encouragingly. Coughing, Tess finally finished the draught. Marat sprinted back into view, skirting the revenant once more. "The refuge is sealed," he reported grimly. "Some of our people must be inside. The entry hall is crawling with the undead. We can't get through." "The main road, then?" Kendra asked. Marat gave a sharp nod. Tanu adjusted the satyrs on his shoulders. "Lead the way. That lady looks like she hasn't seen a good meal in a century," Nox observed, staring at the approaching revenant. "Welcome to our evening," Kendra said, dryly, grabbing Tess's hand. "Everyone stick close." Marat guided them back toward the central courtyard. We might find fewer of them upstairs. He opened a door to a staircase and started climbing. As they ascended, the satyrs began to stir on Tanu's back. "Was it just my imagination?" Doran mumbled. "Or was she hopping?" "I was practicing strategic stillness," Newell claimed, carefully evaluating the situation. Kendra just shook her head, too exhausted for a proper reply. The night, it seemed, was determined to outdo itself in absurdity. Tanu carefully placed the satyrs on the ground. Kendra's eyes were drawn to the tight, claustrophobic stairwell, and a cold dread washed over her as she pictured being trapped between revenants from both directions. Reaching the empty hall at the top brought a shaky wave of relief. "What happened to Grandma and Grandpa?" Kendra pressed. Marat kept moving as he answered. "I directed them, and a few others, to the refuge before I came for you and Tanu. They weren't outside when I checked, so I believe they made it inside." "So they're stuck," Kendra said flatly. "Sheltered for the moment," Marat corrected, "and considerably safer than we are out here." Her thoughts jumped to the stables. "The griffins and the horses?" "Patton went to release the mounts," Marat replied. Doran piped up as they jogged, his voice edged with worry. "Any chance that courage potion works on us? Freezing up is getting old." Tanu handed a small bottle over. "Only one way to know." Doran took a cautious sip and immediately erupted into a fit of violent coughs, his eyes watering. He shoved the bottle back. "Pretty sure that's lethal for satyrs," he rasped. Tess nodded in agreement. It felt awful and burning to me too. Marat guided them onto a high walkway along one of the fortress walls. The freezing paralysis began to creep into Kendra's limbs again, and she spotted dark, shifting forms in the courtyard below. Marat suddenly halted, pressing a hand to his forehead. "My brother Agad is speaking to my mind. The main road is already swarming with wraiths and revenants. That path is closed to us." Tanu's voice was steady. "What's left? There is a lesser-known side door," Marat said. "I'd prefer not to draw attention by going over the wall as a dragon. Once we're outside, our only protection will be the cloak of innocence." Kendra felt a knot in her stomach. "Can it stop, Celebrant?" "Perhaps," Marat admitted. "Every artifact has its limits, but our choices have run out. The forces of the Blackwell are taking the keep and the road. Frankly, a dragon's fire would at least be a quick end." Tess's small voice cut through. "Are we going to die?" Doran tried for a joke. "Not if we all squeeze behind your cloak. You remember who you're protecting, right?" Tess recited the list dutifully. "Kendra, Nox, the Potion Master, you goat men, the dragon person, and the tiny one in Kendra's pocket." "Wraiths ahead on the wall," Tanu warned, his tone grim. Marat's form began to shimmer and stretch. "Subtlety is a luxury we can no longer afford." His body elongated into a sleek, serpentine dragon. "Everyone, hold on!" Kendra scrambled onto his back, gripping tightly. Tanu, Nox, and Tess followed. The satyrs stood frozen, not from magic, but from sheer terror. In an instant, the dragon, Kamarat, launched into the air, his body flowing like a ribbon in the wind. Kendra clung on for dear life as he dipped low, using several of his numerous legs to snatch up Newell and Doran. They soared over a rooftop, his tail scattering shingles, then plunged down into a secluded courtyard, skidding to a halt near a small door set in the stone. Kendra's heart hammered. The courtyard held half a dozen undead. Two particularly grim revenants, one with a ragged beard, the other in a battered helmet and breastplate, stood guard before the door. "Revenants are blocking our exit," Marat said, having shifted back, "and wraiths are closing in from behind." Tanu added, his voice tense. Fighting against the creeping stiffness in her muscles, Kendra raised her bow. A desperate idea formed. Maybe a lot of arrows are better than one. She drew the string back to her cheek, aiming at the guardians of the door. 90, she released. A storm of 90 arrows erupted from her bow, transforming the two revenants into grotesque pincushions, their flesh and armor riddled. Dozens of other arrows thudded harmlessly into the wooden door. The revenants, however, merely stood there, seemingly unbothered by the projectiles bristling from their bodies. "No!" Marat's cry was one of pure dismay. "What?" Kendra asked, confused. "The cloak," Marat said, pointing a trembling finger. Kendra looked and felt her stomach plummet. The cloak of innocence had lost its radiant, silvery glow, now hanging dull and lifeless from Tess's shoulders. Marat's voice was firm as he explained the rule. Anyone sheltered by the cloak loses that protection the moment they attempt an attack, and it's lost for everyone. Kendra's gaze shifted from him to the approaching wraiths, their forms dark and nearly transparent in the pale moonlight. The reality of his words settled over her like a cold weight. They had to get out of the keep. She had fired arrows at the revenants, arrows that had proven utterly useless. Their sole chance of survival outside these walls had been the cloak of innocence, and by attacking, she had shattered that safeguard. Without achieving anything, she had likely doomed everyone with her. "I didn't know," Kendra whispered, her voice hollow. "Why didn't you stop me?" "The connection didn't occur to me until it was too late," Marat admitted. "At first, I only felt regret that the arrows would be wasted. It wasn't until they were loosed that I understood. Even a futile attempt is still an attack. The spell breaks if anyone under the cloak tries to cause harm." Tanu spoke up, his tone urgent. The mortals among us could turn gaseous and try to slip away that way. Kendra glanced at Newell and Doran, both frozen in place, mesmerized by the approaching revenants. She turned back to Marat. "Maybe you could fly the satyrs to safety. If Celebrant is as prepared as I believe, he will hunt you down whether you're gaseous or not," Marat replied. "And I cannot outrun a swarm of dragons." Suddenly, a figure engulfed in white flame erupted from a doorway across the courtyard. The blazing humanoid charged a wraith, cleaving it in two with a fiery sword before rushing toward Kendra and the others. "My brother," Marat said, motioning for them to step back. The fiery wizard tore through the revenants, blocking the wall door, striking down one after another with swift, decisive blows. As the revenants fell, the icy dread gripping Kendra began to fade, and the satyrs stirred back to movement. The white flames flickered out, revealing Agad, who dropped to one knee. His hair and beard were scorched, his robes charred. One arm appeared shrunken and frail, and part of his nose was gone. Marat hurried to his side, helping him stand as the others gathered around. "I arrived too late," Agad gasped, his eyes bloodshot and exhausted. There were too many of them, and Belrab was too strong to confront with so much support. I tried to drive them back into the well, and it almost consumed me. His weary gaze found Kendra. It was Seth, working with the Sphinx. "Seth was here?" Kendra asked, disbelief tightening her chest. "With the Sphinx?" Agad gave a slow nod. "I saw them, Kendra. The Sphinx must have come through the barrel and hidden before Mendigo escaped with Seth. Mendigo would have brought him through while the barrel was unguarded. The Sphinx stayed hidden until he eliminated the Minotaurs, brought Seth through, and finally sent Seth back." "Wraiths," Tanu warned. Staggering, Agad raised a hand, and a curved wall of white fire erupted, blocking the wraiths from the doorway. Marat steadied his weakening brother. "You're pushing yourself too far," Marat said. "As I should," Agad replied, his voice strained. "This sanctuary is my responsibility. If it falls, I fall with it." "We will need you in the larger fight ahead," Marat insisted. Agad frowned. "I can't be everywhere. I can only do what is possible here and now." "Seth did this?" Kendra's voice trembled on the edge of panic, refusing to accept it. "He did not recognize me," Agad said. "I doubt he understood the consequences of his actions." A wave of nausea washed over Kendra. Her deepest fears were unfolding. Not only did their enemies have her brother, but he seemed to be aiding them. "I believe only Seth, with his status as caretaker, could have opened the paths for the undead," Agad added. "Who knows what story they fed him to secure his help?"
"Seth did not fail us, Kendra. He was deceived." "I didn't reach him in time," Agad confessed, his voice heavy with regret. Kendra's heart clenched. "Seth is really gone?" she asked, needing to hear it again. "He is," Agad confirmed, weariness etched into his features. He and the Sphinx left with clear intention. "Do we know where?" Kendra pressed, the urge to find her brother cutting through the surrounding danger. "Only the method," Agad replied, "through the barrel, without a doubt."
The wizard's gaze swept over the group, his expression grim. "Our immediate troubles are here. We cannot remain with the full force of the Blackwell now unleashed. Frankly, our chances of survival beyond these walls are slim." "The cloak of innocence has fallen," Marat stated. "I saw it fail," Agad said. "That was my signal to rush to you." "Is there any way out?" Kendra asked, a thread of hope in her voice. "Not if the dragons are waiting for us," Agad answered, "and I believe they are." Tanu gestured to several vials. "Should we use the gaseous potions? Keep them ready," Agad advised. "But not yet. To flee as mist would make us easy targets for their breath. We are trapped and defeated. Our only remaining option is to negotiate a surrender." "We're giving up?" Kendra asked, disbelief coloring her words. "Not the war," Agad clarified, his shoulders slumping slightly. "But Wyrmroost, without Blackwell Keep we have lost. It is that simple." The wall of white fire was fading, revealing hesitant wraiths gathering behind it, their numbers swelling. "Maybe we can still slip away," Newell suggested, his voice uncharacteristically small. "I will cast the strongest distractor spell I can manage," Agad said, gathering his focus. "Through the door on my count. 3, 2, 1, Tess look utterly terrified." Kendra reached for her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Knox appeared pale, but when he caught Kendra's eye, he attempted a weak smile. "So, are we about to become a dragon's snack?" "Let's hope not," Kendra whispered. Marat held the door as Agad and the satyrs moved out. Kendra, Tanu, Knox, and Tess followed, with Marat taking the rear. They emerged into an eerily quiet field, bordered by the grey stone of the keep on one side and woods on the others. The stillness was a stark, almost mocking contrast to the chaos of revenants, wraiths, and fire they had just escaped. A gentle breeze stirred the tall grass. How could such peace exist, so close to such terror? For a fleeting second, Kendra dared to feel a hesitant relief. It vanished instantly. As the door to Blackwell Keep thudded shut, the colossal form of Celebrant landed in the field before them, his platinum scales gleaming coldly under the moon. Other dragons descended all around, swiftly filling the meadow and blocking every possible escape route. The satyrs froze, paralyzed by fear. Only the lingering effects of courage potions allowed Tanu, Knox, and Tess to stay on their feet. A pathetic concealment spell. Celebrant gloated, his voice a dissonant choir speaking as one. "Look what we have here. It seems we've caught the crab outside its shell." Agad stepped forward, his step unsteady. "We have come to negotiate a surrender." Celebrant's laugh was a dark, rumbling sound. "You have come to negotiate, have you? I don't recall sending an invitation. From my perspective, you are merely fleeing your fallen fortress." "Nevertheless, we are prepared to negotiate," Agad insisted, standing his ground. "I must admit I relish hearing talk of surrender from the mighty Agad," Celebrant said, a cruel amusement in his tone. "Are you still pleased to have traded your claws and fangs for scholarly robes?" "I stand by my choices," Agad said, his voice firm. "What are your terms, my first demand?" Celebrant declared. "Is that before any negotiations begin you must die." "Very well," Agad said, straightening his posture with visible effort. "We will settle this by combat, you against me." Kendra's eyes flickered to the damaged scales on Celebrant's chest, the wound from his battle with Madrigus. Could that injury give Agad an opening? "You misunderstand," Celebrant corrected, his voice dropping to a menacing purr. "I was not proposing a duel. This is a war. You have already lost this battle. You have no privileges here. I'm under no obligation to grant you quarter. You are demanding my life," Agad stated. "Demanding, stating, taking," Celebrant replied, the words dripping with finality. "Choose whichever verb you prefer." "And if I refuse?" Agad asked.
"Then there will be no negotiations for the others," Celebrant said, "and I will take your life regardless." "No," Marat said, stepping forward. Agad raised his uninjured hand to stop his brother. "I am wounded, Camerat, deeply. Perhaps mortally already. I might have had one last grand attack in me. But this could lead to a better outcome." "I am losing patience," Celebrant stated. "Very well," Agad replied, walking with an unsteady gait toward the dragon. He knelt before the immense creature.
"After all this time, it is satisfying to witness your submission," Celebrant remarked. His jaws parted and his head darted toward the elderly wizard. Kendra averted her gaze and shielded Tess's eyes. When she looked back, Celebrant was jerking his head upward, swallowing. Agad had vanished. "Disappointing for a human," Celebrant commented. "Scarcely any worthwhile meat on those ancient bones. Who speaks for you now? The caretaker, I assume." "That would be me," Kendra said, stepping forward. "There you are," Celebrant said, his eyes gleaming with victory. "For someone so young, you have been a persistent irritant," But now you are finally out of maneuvers, out of allies, and out of places to hide. Would you like to hear my conditions, all right? Kendra replied, forcing her grief aside for the moment. The others were depending on her. She glanced toward Knox and Tess. She could only hope the terms might allow some of them to live. I invite you to formally surrender and place yourself at my mercy, Celebrant announced. Hand over the caretaker's medallion, and I will consider permitting you and your companions to leave in peace. Kendra looked back at Marat. If you surrender, the sanctuary officially falls, he said. Or, naturally, I could simply devour all of you now and claim the victory I have already secured, Celebrant added. Kendra wondered if there was a specific reason he required her formal surrender. Would certain protections remain active without it? I'll surrender if you swear to spare us, Kendra said. Did you miss my entire conversation with Agad? Celebrant asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You are in no position to bargain. I do not require your surrender. Make your choice now, or I will obliterate every one of you this instant. Fine, Kendra said, her anger rising as she removed the caretaker's medallion. She longed for the sword Vasilis. Briefly, she considered her sack of gales, but she knew it was useless against a dragon on the ground. I surrender. She hurled the medallion toward the feet of the colossal dragon. We have arrived at our destined conclusion, Celebrant declared. I accept your surrender, and now all of you must die. What about mercy? Kendra cried out, her thoughts immediately flying to Tess. Mercy is for those who have not insulted me, Celebrant hissed. Mercy is for those who yield before they are completely humiliated. You were a fool to ever stand against me. I will take great pleasure in delivering the precise ending you have earned. Enough, roared a voice like thunder. A man descended from the sky, landing beside Kendra. Clad in a dark robe, he had a short white beard and white hair. In one hand he carried a staff. Kendra had never seen him before. With a snarl, Celebrant lunged at the newcomer, but was violently repelled by a flash of crimson light as his face struck an invisible barrier. Celebrant opened his maw and released a torrent of white energy, but it dissipated harmlessly against the barrier, illuminating the night with a harsh, blinding glare. Finally, Celebrant relented, glaring at the stranger. Who are you, and where have you come from? The Dragon King demanded. Had you simply shown mercy, you might never have encountered me, the newcomer replied. Clearly you are a wizard, and not one I recognize, Celebrant said. Correct on the first count, the wizard said. Only half right on the second. Celebrant's eyes widened. No. Yes, the wizard confirmed. Dromadus, Celebrant uttered. Not any more, the wizard stated. From now on, I am Andromadus. The art of becoming a wizard is lost, Celebrant declared. Not to me, Andromadus said. Archadius, the founder of this order, instructed me long ago. I never expected to use that knowledge. You were already a disgrace and an exile, Celebrant said. You once wore my crown. Why would you further dishonor yourself and our kind? You are the disgrace, Andromadus said sternly, his voice making the ground tremble. What honor is there in executing a young human girl who has surrendered? Such an act is reserved for a worthy adversary. Do you consider her an enemy even now? A formidable opponent? Your equal or your superior? Does her downfall bring you satisfaction? A ripple of unease passed through the gathered dragons. She is a pest to be crushed, Celebrant declared, his snout pressing once more against the invisible shield. If that were true, you would have done so already, Andromadus countered. Yet you required the assistance of humans and unicorns to force her from Blackwell Keep, and now you plead for her surrender? I have never begged a pest to yield. Silence answered him. Kendra saw the other dragons fix their gazes on Celebrant, his standing now openly challenged. My concern was for the magical protections of Wimroost. Celebrant insisted, a defensive edge in his voice. The treaty's bindings are potent. With her capitulation, our liberty is secured. Dromadus, You have selected a peculiar method to meet your end. My end is not today, Andromedas stated calmly. Nor is it the end for Kendra or her companions. You have lost sight of what we are, Celebrant. Dragons are not meant to mimic mankind. Dragons shall reign over mankind. Celebrant vowed, his voice a low thunder. A true dragon would find no honor in such a reign. Andromedas shouted back, the air crackling with his conviction. A true dragon does not summon his kin to a stone fortress like some petty human noble. A dragon pursues its own hunts. A dragon builds its own hoard. A dragon claims authority through its own might, not through imitation. Our authority was stolen, Celebrant roared. We surrendered it when we organized ourselves like humans and waged war as mortals do, Andromedas replied, his tone shifting from fiery to one of weary, profound disappointment. We lost that war, and in their victory, those humans whom you so despise granted us lands to live as dragons should. We were at their mercy. They could have wiped us from existence.
They will come to mourn their oversight, Celebrant hissed. We will erase them. What glory is there in that? Andromedas challenged, his words now laced with a biting sarcasm. A handful of humans and a few traitorous dragons who learned wizardry helped to subdue us. The vast majority of mankind never knew a battle was fought. Your desire to rule them, to defeat them, is as dignified as a human seeking to govern rabbits or conquer squirrels. It is beneath us. It contradicts our essence.
It is frankly pathetic. You are the one who is pathetic. Celebrant bellowed, spittle flying. I am faithful to my nature, Andromedas said, his voice steadying into one of resolute strength. In this I stand with the humans. It is time my form reflected my allegiance. This conflict poisons dragons, harms humans, and wounds the world itself. I now stand against you. The supreme coward of Dragonkin dares oppose me. Celebrant sneered. The Dragon King who abdicated. There is a courage born of meeting the demands of others, Andromedas reflected. Some name it duty. There is another, rarer courage that demands fidelity to one's own conscience. You cannot hope to withstand us, Celebrant growled. I do not desire to fight you, Andromedas said, a note of genuine sorrow in his words. I desire this war to cease. I remain a friend to all dragons. I beg you to abandon this absurd course. You dread our victory, Celebrant exclaimed. You fear that after our triumph, I would finally hunt down the withered old king and publicly strip him of his final shreds of dignity. You have had centuries to try, Andromedas said simply. You have dishonored yourself beyond my capacity, Celebrant spat. You have become a mortal. And you have dishonored the crown, Andromedas replied. You are steering our people toward catastrophe and despair. Not our people any longer, Celebrant said, his eyes gleaming with fanatical light. My people. And my people refuse to live as tame animals in a gilded pen. We claim the supremacy that is our birthright. This is the dawn of the eternal dragon age. Now, attack. Dragons from all across the field surged forward, colliding with the unseen dome Andromedas had conjured. The wizard raised his hands, his entire frame shuddering with the strain. From the way the beasts pressed against it, Kendra could see the barrier was a trembling, curved hemisphere. You must leave, Andromedas said to her, his voice tight. Do I have your consent to send you away? To where? Kendra asked. Away from here, Andromedas said. I will find you when I am able. I doubt you will receive a more favorable opportunity. You're really Dromedas? Tess breathed, her eyes wide. I once was, he acknowledged. You actually came. Tess cheered, a bright spot in the looming chaos. It appears I have, Andromedas said, a faint, tired smile touching his lips. Send us, Kendra said, making her choice. As you wish, Andromedas replied. A sudden, violent lurch seized Kendra's body, and the world dissolved around her. The world blinked out, then snapped back into focus as she found herself kneeling on cold marble. The room was cavernous, filled with furniture so large it felt like a bizarre dream. Nox, Tess, Tanu, Marat, and the satyrs were scattered around her, all looking equally disoriented. Towering above them was the giant Thronis. Across the vast space, Seth sat alone at a massive stone table, struggling to butter a thick slice of wheat bread. The chill in the air had hardened the butter, making it impossible to spread. Instead, he was carefully carving off thin slivers and arranging them in a patchwork across the surface. Beside his plate sat a wide bowl of shellfish stewed in a rich tomato sauce and a carafe of the enchanted milk that let him perceive magical beings. Ronadin and the Sphinx had begun the meal with him, but had excused themselves abruptly, leaving with two wraiths who were hauling a large barrel away, leaving Seth in solitary silence. The bread, once he managed to eat it, was hearty and good, and most of the shellfish were flavorful, though the black ones had an unpleasantly chewy texture. Pushing the remaining bits around his bowl, a random thought struck him. What was his favorite food? He could list countless dishes from memory, but the actual taste of them, the personal preference, was completely gone. He held a vague notion that pie was widely considered delicious, yet he couldn't conjure a single specific flavor. A steady drip of water echoed from a far corner. He could feel the presence of restless undead not far off. But what truly haunted him was the memory of the old wizard at the Blackwell and his stark warning, "You've been fooled, Seth." Honestly, what a melodramatic thing to say to a guy with amnesia who's just trying to get some butter on his bread. The old man had seemed sincere enough, genuinely worried about the rising undead, and he hadn't attacked Seth or the Sphinx for their actions at the well. He'd even known Seth's name, or at least the name everyone else was using, but the accusation nagged at him. Fooled how? What if, in his forgotten past, he'd done something truly terrible?
What if cracking open that well hadn't been a strike against monsters, but an act that unleashed horror upon a peaceful castle? He'd seen dead minotaurs, sure, but maybe the real monsters only lurked in the dungeons. By granting the undead access to the roads, had he inadvertently paved a path to innocent villages? Was unleashing such a force ever justified, even if your targets were monsters? That old wizard hadn't looked monstrous. Could he have been the evil ruler the Sphinx mentioned?
The Sphinx claimed the old man was one of the wizards who had stripped his shadow charming powers. But then again, if shadow charmers went around flooding castles with the undead, maybe the Sphinx had it coming. Seth had no real proof the wizard was telling the truth. Did the wizard actually know him, or was he just exploiting Seth's memory loss to plant doubt? For all Seth knew, Ronadin could be playing him too. His so-called ally had brought him to this grim underrealm and gotten him indebted to the Underking, forcing him to complete dangerous tasks just to survive. Ronodin claimed it was all for Seth's own good, a way to relearn his abilities, but he was frustratingly vague about everything. He refused to explain how Seth lost his memory, wouldn't reveal the location of the Underrealm, and dodged questions about Seth's history. It all felt deeply suspicious, despite Ronadin's smooth assurances that all would be revealed in time. A new, quieter realization settled over him then, cutting through the suspicion. It was possible he had once belonged here, in this shadowy place. His ability to speak to the undead and his other grim talents suggested a deep connection. But did that connection have to be his entire story? He knew, with a certainty that felt core to his being, that he didn't want to hurt anyone. Even with these dark powers, he wanted to use them for good. Had he always felt that way, even in the life he couldn't remember? His history, however dark, didn't have to be a prison. With his memory wiped clean, he held a strange power, the chance to decide who he would be now. What if the person he'd been before was someone he wouldn't even like? That thought wasn't frightening. It was freeing. The past was a closed book, The page in front of him was blank, and he was the one holding the pen. Seth craved to understand his past, yet he refused to be chained by it. Why should he learn from someone who hoarded secrets and behaved as if he owned him? In theory, freeing some of the undead wasn't a problem, but not if innocent people got caught in the crossfire. He took another bite of seasoned crab, chewing thoughtfully on a crust of sourdough. This meal felt like one more clue that the sea was near. What awaited him up above? His mind drifted to Kendra, the first person he'd encountered who insisted she was his sister. He remembered her chasing after him when the wooden puppet Mendigo had whisked him away. Her panic had felt genuine. He longed to know more. Was she truly family, or was it a cunning ploy to gain the trust of someone with no memory? Could she have been aligned with his adversaries, or was she an ally? The questions swirled, and he needed answers. Ronodin had abandoned him in this sunless realm teeming with the undead, a place where Seth oddly could speak to them. He pushed his chair back, took a final swallow of milk, wiped his mouth with the cloth napkin, and lifted the small lantern from the table. Stepping into an adjacent chamber, he found two wraiths standing silently. Left to their own devices, these spectres didn't do much besides hover with a grim patience. They lacked the frantic energy of the wraiths in the well who had begged for release. These were already free, it seemed.
"We need to talk," Seth stated, gesturing to one. "As you wish," came the icy reply, the words forming directly in his thoughts. "Can you speak aloud?" Seth asked.
If desired, the wraith hissed, its voice a slippery whisper. "I prefer talking," Seth said. "Who am I?" "You are among the living?" the wraith answered. "I mean specifically," Seth pressed. The second wraith began to drift away, and Seth saw no point in stopping it. "You are untouchable," the first wraith said. The other spectre exited the room entirely, making Seth wonder if it was intentionally dodging the discussion. "You can't harm me," Seth clarified. "Do you want to kill me? I serve the Underking," the wraith replied. "Do you know my name?" Seth asked. "You are Seth. What else do you know about me?" Seth inquired. "You are living. You are untouchable. Where are we?" Seth tried. "We are in the depths," the wraith whispered. "If I went to the surface, where would I end up?" Seth asked. At the surface, Seth couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where in the world would that surface be? "The island," the wraith said. "But there are many paths to the island?" Seth asked. "Many paths to many places," the wraith clarified. Seth let out a frustrated sigh. Getting a clear answer was like pulling teeth. "Does anyone here know more about who I am?" "The prisoner knows." "What prisoner?" "You must not meet the prisoner," the wraith warned. "Why not?" "Orders from Ronodin." "Is Ronodin your commander?" "I serve the Underking," the wraith repeated. "But you take orders from Ronodin." "I heed orders authorized by the Underking." "Do you take orders from me?" Seth asked. "You are untouchable. I hear you. You hear me. We communicate." "Where is the prison?" Seth demanded. "You are to be kept from the prisoner," the wraith stated.
"Orders from Ronodin."
"Orders," the wraith confirmed. "All right," Seth said. "Thanks." He returned to the room where he had dined. The remnants of his meal, the bread, seafood, platter, and milk, still sat on the table. He knew the route to his quarters and started that way, but he halted at his door, then continued past it. He could perceive more wraiths further down the passage. Perhaps a different one would be more forthcoming. Approaching the next spectre he found, Seth asked, "Will you lead me to the prison?" "You are not to go there." The words slithered into his mind. "Speak out loud," Seth insisted, wondering if a bit of clever wording might work. "What direction should I avoid to stay clear of the prison?" "The incorrect direction," the wraith said. "Which way is that?" "The wrong way." Seth crossed his arms, a flicker of dry amusement cutting through his frustration. These creatures were masters of the unhelpful answer. Who could tell me about the prison? Ezabar, the wraith replied. Can you take me to Ezabar? The wraith gave a short, stiff bow and began to glide forward, leading the way. Seth trailed behind the wraith, a mix of apprehension and curiosity churning inside him. He had never ventured this deep into the underrealm without Ronodin as a guide, and the unfamiliarity was both thrilling and unnerving. The path wound ever downward, sometimes a rough-hewn staircase, other times a sloping tunnel that felt more like a natural cavern, the walls occasionally giving way to crude, ancient stonework. The air grew bittingly cold, and the feeble light from his lantern struggled against a darkness that felt increasingly thick and hungry. He sensed unseen presences, undead entities that felt stranger, more unsettling than any he had encountered so far, but they remained hidden in the gloom. The wraith halted before a massive doorway, its stone frame intricately carved with patterns that seemed to incorporate actual bones fused into the rock. "Is this the place?" Seth asked, his voice echoing slightly. The wraith merely uttered, "Ezabar." When Seth asked if it would accompany him inside, or at least wait to guide him back, it gave terse, one-word replies, "No," and then "yes." Taking a steadying breath, Seth approached the door. "Is Ezabar dangerous?" He couldn't help but ask. The wraith's single, flat "yes" did little to reassure him. The door was ancient wood, bound with bands of black iron. If there was a prisoner here he wasn't supposed to meet, the thought of it only made Seth more determined. Maybe speaking to this Ezabar was a back door, a loophole to make that meeting happen. He decided the potential reward was worth the obvious risk. Instead of knocking, he gripped the heavy iron ring and pulled. A wave of frigid air washed over him as the door swung inward. His lantern light pierced the tomb-like chamber, falling upon a sinister figure reclining on a great slab of marble. It looked like a corpse, clad in a long chainmail shirt beneath a white tunic, its hands folded over the hilt of a broadsword resting on its chest. The skin had a faint, eerie glow, tinged with blue, and so translucent Seth could see the shadowy bones of its hands and skull. "Why do you disturb me?" A deep, hollow voice resonated through the room. "I'm looking for Ezabar," Seth managed. "You have found him," the figure intoned, rising from the slab. It floated, its feet hovering inches above the floor, the broadsword now held loosely in one semi-transparent hand. "State your business." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature raced down Seth's spine, raising goosebumps on his arms. He fought to keep his voice steady. "I need to visit the prison." "You're alive," Ezabar observed, his tone flat. "Don't hold that against me," Seth quipped, trying for a bravado he didn't feel. "I'm doing my best with what I've got." "Tell me, Shadow Charmer, what business have you in my prison?" Ezabar asked. "Your prison?" Seth echoed. The spectral guardian shifted, resting the blade of his sword on one armored shoulder. "I oversee all matters here." "Are we at the prison now?" Seth pressed. "Nearly," came the reply. "Could you maybe give me a tour? I'm new here." "The living who enter my prison seldom return," Ezabar stated, as if commenting on the weather. "Wait, are some of the prisoners in there actually living?" Seth asked, surprised. "All of them," Ezabar confirmed. "No undead at all?" "None." Seth shrugged, the gesture feeling awkward. "Why don't I just go have a quick look then? I am bound to destroy any who enter the prison without permission," Ezabar said, his hollow voice gaining an edge. "But I'm supposed to be untouchable here," Seth argued, recalling Ronodin's assurances. Ezabar's ghostly gaze seemed to sharpen. "No living being is untouchable here." Great, Seth thought with a sinking feeling. That's what I get for taking a wraith's word as gospel. "Perhaps," Ezabar allowed, a note of dry amusement entering his tone, "the wraiths were merely instructed not to harm you, a technicality you are now testing." "Why not just give me permission, then?" Seth pushed. Isn't my shadow charm supposed to work on you? You have yet to provide a justification that merits a visit, Ezebar countered. Changing tactics, Seth asked. What kind of undead are you anyway? No offense. You're a better conversationalist than the wraiths. The revenants I've met don't seem to talk at all. Revenants are so profoundly focused inward, it is a wonder they can manage locomotion, Ezebar remarked, which almost sounded like scholarly critique. You're a lich, Seth guessed. That is one label, I suppose, Ezebar conceded. What label do you prefer? Seth asked. You are either extraordinarily brave or exceedingly ignorant, Ezebar said, his patience clearly thinning. In either case, you presume a familiarity you have not earned, provide a legitimate reason for intruding upon my rest, or prepare to face the consequences. Seth decided honesty, or a version of it, was his last card. I heard there's a prisoner down here who knows me, he said, hoping it sounded plausible. I fail to see the relevance of that, Ezebar replied, unmoved. The Underking himself invited me to stay, Seth added, layering his claims. I work with Ronodin. I just freed a whole group of undead from a cursed well and helped them secure their own castle to haunt. But I've lost my memory. I'm trying to piece things together. He left the statement hanging, hoping the mix of accomplishment and vulnerability would spark some leniencies. Seth leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. If any of your prisoners might recognize me, I need to speak with them. Ezebar's hollow gaze seemed to weigh the request. There is one who claims knowledge of you, he admitted, the words echoing faintly in the stone chamber. He would seek to twist your thoughts given the opportunity. Ronodin would not approve of such a meeting, though the Underking himself has issued no prohibition against it. A flicker of frustration crossed Seth's face. Hold on. Do you know who I am?
I know what is necessary, Ezebar replied, his tone devoid of warmth.
But if you'd lost everything about yourself, Seth pressed, wouldn't you try to learn? Wouldn't you talk to anyone who might have answers? I would not be careless enough to misplace something so vital, the Lich stated flatly. Seth ran a hand through his hair, the gesture one of genuine confusion. I don't even understand how it happened. Ronodin is guiding me now.
So why would he want to keep me from someone who knew the old me? This prisoner is a danger, Ezebar intoned. He has brought ruin to many of our kind. Those I once called allies were ended by his actions. He is a plague. I'm not planning to take his word as gospel, Seth countered, his mind racing. But if I'm ever going to make sense of my past, I need to hear different sides of the story. Unless, of course, Ronodin has a reason to keep those sides apart. I do not speculate on Ronodin's motives, Ezebar said, a note of finality in his voice. Then what's the harm in letting me have a conversation? Seth asked, spreading his hands. It's just a talk. This is not a visiting lounge, Ezebar replied, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. You are standing in the primary penitentiary of the Underrealm. Seth refused to back down. I'm a guest here, and one of your inmates could have information I need. Should I take this up with Ronodin instead? Does he call the shots around here? Ronodin is also a guest, Ezebar clarified, though a highly esteemed one. Fine. How does someone usually get to speak with a prisoner? Interviews are exceedingly rare, the Lich explained. On the few occasions they occur, it is almost always by the direct command of the Underking. Seth couldn't help a sarcastic smirk. So what do you actually do all day? Sounds like a pretty cushy job if nobody ever talks to the prisoners.
The prisoners are kept alive, Ezebar stated, as if it were obvious. You mentioned that, Seth said, rolling his eyes. My primary duty is to prevent the other denizens of this realm from consuming them. Lovely, Seth muttered, his nose wrinkling in distaste. That does track, I suppose. So, since I'm clearly not here for a snack, why not let me have my chat?
I promise I won't take a single bite. Ezebar studied him for a long moment, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. It is a novelty to converse with a living being who is not behind bars, particularly one who is not screaming. What would you offer in exchange for this privilege?" "I have no idea," Seth admitted, looking around the sparse chamber. "You've got a fancy tomb, a big sword, a marble bed, intimidating armor. What do you get for the entity who has everything?" "Perhaps a piece of knowledge," Ezabar suggested. "You claim a faulty memory." "That's putting it mildly," Seth said. "This is knowledge you could acquire," the Lich continued. "Long ago I resided in the land of Salona. Are you familiar with it?" "Maybe," Seth said, his brow furrowed. "Some places ring a bell, but I'm no geography whiz. Who knows how much has been wiped clean? I'm not even certain where I'm from, though America feels right. A lot of the state and city names have a familiar ring. Salona is in Europe." Ezabar provided. "There was a boy there named Toleron. His father was the Duke of Hester. The mother was called Ingrid. I would be curious to learn his fate." "You mean like what he did with his life?" Seth clarified. "Share whatever intelligence you can gather," Ezabar said. "The subject holds sufficient interest that a vow to pursue it will secure the access you desire." "Can I even get to Salona?" Seth asked, already imagining the complications. "Not simply, and likely not swiftly," Ezabar conceded. "But if you endure, paths can be found to bring you near. I have the advantage of time." Seth took a deep breath, the cool, stale air of the prison filling his lungs. The promise felt like a thread, one he could follow out of the darkness of his own ignorance. "All right. You have my vow agreed," Ezabar said. "Remain here." He gestured toward the polished marble slab that served as his resting place. "I must verify the status of the prisoners before permitting your entry. Should you leave this room before I return, our bargain is nullified." "I won't move a muscle," Seth promised. "Do you care if I sit on your bed?" "I do not object," Ezabar said. "I will return." The Lich departed, the heavy door sealing shut behind him with a definitive thud. Seth lowered himself onto the unyielding, icy surface of the marble slab, settling in for a wait of unknown length. As the silence pressed in, his thoughts drifted to the prisoner and to the strange, fragmented geography of a past he could not recall. The figure before them was undeniably massive, yet in every other respect he resembled a man in his late 50s, with a rounded midsection and eyes that held a keen, searching intelligence. "That is one seriously weird dude," Knox whispered under his breath. The cavernous hall, constructed from polished marble and granite, contained only a few pieces of furniture, each one absurdly oversized. The couches were like schooners run aground, and the footstools could have served as small garden pavilions. A fire blazed merrily in a hearth large enough to park a truck inside. Dominating one wall was a vast fresco showing a giantess enthroned upon a mountainside, her chair carved from the living rock, while a multitude of minuscule human figures bowed before her. Across the room, open doors led to a balcony that framed a view of the starry night. "Are you Stormcrag?" Kendra called out. "I can hear you perfectly well," the giant answered, his voice resonant but surprisingly tenor. "No shouting required. Welcome to my peak. You must be Kendra. I am—" "These are my cousins, Knox and Tess," Kendra said, gesturing, "and our friend Tanu, plus the satyrs Newell and Doran." "I am acquainted with Marat," the giant named Thronis replied. "You are all welcome. The wizard called Andromedus secured my consent to send you here." "Where is he now?" Kendra asked, her eyes scanning the enormous room. "He promised a swift return," Thronis said. "You have had a taxing evening. Might I offer you some refreshment?" Kendra felt a wave of exhaustion. Was it really possible to stop for a moment? It seemed an age since they had been able to simply breathe. Were they actually safe? She had just watched Agad be consumed by Celebrant. Their own deaths had felt inevitable. "I'm parched," Tess admitted. "I wouldn't say no to a drink," Doran added, "if it's not any trouble." The giant's footsteps sent tremors through the floor as he strode away, returning moments later with a golden basin, which he set down near Kendra. It rose higher than her hips, and was filled with a clear liquid. "I keep some vessels for smaller folk," Thronis explained, leaving the room again. "You're positive he's not planning to have us for a snack?" Nox muttered. "Thronis is bound to tell the truth," Kendra said, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. "Not by enchantment any longer," Thronis corrected, re-entering with a large pouch. "The compulsion Agad placed upon me expired with him. But I hold honesty as a personal virtue, and after centuries of practice it is a rather ingrained habit." Tanyu pulled open the drawstring bag. "There are plates and cutlery in here too," he announced, pulling out several glass tankards and passing them around. When Kendra dipped her mug into the fragrant liquid, she found it pleasantly warm. She took a tentative sip. It was tepid water, infused with a delicate blend of herbs, mint being the most prominent. The aroma, the flavor, and the comforting temperature made each swallow feel like a balm. "Looks like the stuff some rich guy would wash his hands in," Nox remarked, taking a gulp. "Tastes all right, though. Thank you, Thronis," Kendra said. "My pleasure," the giant rumbled. "Visitors are a rare treat for me." In a flash of crimson light, Patton materialized, accompanied by the winged horses, Glory and Noble, and a host of griffins from the stables, Tempest among them. An instant later, Andromedus arrived in another burst of radiance. "Quite an entourage of steeds," Thronis observed. "You have accommodations for them?" Andromedus inquired. Thronis nodded. "I am partial to griffins and maintain a flock of my own. They are all welcome. You will now strengthen the wards on my home." "Precisely," Andromedus affirmed. The wizard closed his eyes, raised his staff, and began to murmur an incantation, his free hand spread wide. After a moment, he lowered the staff. "It is finished. Your dwelling is now a stronghold of the Founders." A smile touched Thronis's lips. "The dragons would likely think twice about assaulting this eyrie, aware of the gales I could conjure, but I do not object to my residence becoming more impregnable, especially now that the sanctuary has fallen and I am hosting refugees." Kendra turned to Andromedus, a new worry surfacing. "Did you see any trace of my grandparents?" "They are secure within the final bastion of the keep," Andromedus assured her. "I employed certain methods to observe the night's events. Henrik and the remaining castle personnel are with them. The magic shielding that refuge prevents my entry, but it will likewise bar the undead. The dragons should find it equally inaccessible. But how will they ever escape?" Kendra pressed, her voice tight with concern. In time, a rescue could be arranged. Andromedus stated, "That is a concern for another day." "Thank you for saving us," Marat replied. "It was quite a surprise. If you had arrived sooner, you might have saved Agad," Nox pointed out. "I chose my moment with purpose," Andromedus explained. "I knew Celebrant intended to execute all of you, yet knowing it was different from hearing the sentence pronounced, I remained for Agad's end because he was an ancient and honorable rival. Had Celebrant shown you any mercy, Kendra, I would not have stepped in." "Does this mean you are on our side now?" Kendra asked. Andromedus inclined his head. "Against some of my own better judgment, I consider myself your ally until this conflict with the dragons is concluded." "The dragons may come to regret this day," Thronis remarked. "It has been many years since a wizard was born. The emergence of a spellcaster of your caliber is no minor occurrence. Time alone will reveal what influence I may wield," Andromedus said. "How were you able to hold off so many dragons?" Nox inquired. "It was aided by the fact that I had so recently undergone the transformation into a wizard." Andromedus answered, "Arcadius taught that my abilities would surge for a time following my rebirth. He attempted to persuade me into this change long ago." "You learned this method from the very first wizard?" Kendra asked. Andromedus gave a single nod. You are truly ancient, Thronis observed. A wizard's power is generally proportional to the age and might of the dragon who transforms. May that prove accurate? Andromedus said, for I am the eldest dragon to ever undergo this metamorphosis. He paused, a flicker of dry amusement in his eyes. Imagine all those centuries of hoarding wisdom instead of gold, and now I get to be the reluctant hero. How terribly ironic. Could you have defeated any of the dragons at the keep? Nox pressed. Possibly, Andromedus admitted. But I remain committed to peace. I do not intend to end this war through violence. Kendra felt a dip in her spirits. It would be far more reassuring if Andromedus was fully committed and prepared for battle. She understood his aversion to conflict, yet she was convinced fighting would be necessary for humanity's survival. The preserve has fallen, Kendra said. Does that mean I am no longer the caretaker? Correct, Andromedus confirmed. Your duty is discharged, Marat added. The sanctuary has been overrun. You performed admirably under relentless pressure. Then I am free to search for my brother, Kendra asked. You are free to pursue whatever you desire, Marat said, though locating Seth may prove more difficult than simply stating the intention. Tell me what became of Seth. Thronis requested, a nostalgic tone entering his voice. I found him both amusing and resourceful when he retrieved artifacts from the Dragon Temple for me. He once tried to trade me a bag of peculiar glittering rocks for a history scroll, a bold, if unsuccessful negotiation. Fighting back her sorrow, Kendra summarized how Seth had lost his memory and was taken, and how he had been used to open the Blackwell. Thronis listened with keen interest until she finished. To think the Wizen Stone existed within the borders of this sanctuary, the giant mused. It is fortunate that such incomprehensible power has been dispatched elsewhere, Andromedus said. This war already possesses more than enough instruments of destruction. The Wizen Stone could have ended the war, Marat countered. Whoever triumphed by using the Wizen Stone would mean defeat for everyone else, Andromedus argued. The world would be subjected to a reign of terror that was nearly invincible. Kendra privately hoped that wouldn't be true if she possessed the Wizen Stone. But she didn't wish to debate it. It was the kind of assertion one could only prove through action. How can we escape Wimroost? Kendra asked. Can you teleport us out of here? Now that the preserve has fallen, I could transport you a short distance beyond its former boundaries, Andromedus said, at least for a time before my power diminishes to its ordinary level. But the dragons can also cross beyond the old borders of Wimroost. This mansion is the most fortified location within my current reach. Anywhere else I might send you could lead to a swift and fatal end. So we're trapped here? Kendra asked. I will find a means of escape, Andromedus assured her. For now, I recommend you rest. The wizard raised his staff and vanished in a flash of crimson light. Am I right to understand that we are welcome guests here, despite your considerable size? Newell called out, cupping a hand beside his mouth. That is correct, Thronis affirmed. My hearing is quite exceptional, I assure you, Thronis remarked. Newell adopted a more conversational tone. Have you encountered many satyrs? He inquired. I must admit your kind has largely escaped my attention, the giant confessed. Though I am aware satyrs exist. Fantastic, Doran whispered under his breath. He hadn't suspected a thing. Now you're making us memorable. Newell nudged his companion. Satyrs are renowned for their appetites, he declared brightly. Thronis gave a slow nod of understanding. Ah, I see the tactic now, Doran muttered to himself. A clever diversion. I possess more than enough sustenance for such small visitors, Thronis announced, his large strides carrying him from the chamber. Kendra moved closer to Tess. How are you holding up? I don't think I like dragons now, Tess said quietly. The only friendly one turned into a wizard. There is still one other who is kind, Kendra reminded her. The rest are truly perilous. It's even more dire now that we're openly at war with them. Can we please go home? Tess asked. Not yet, Kendra said, her voice gentle. But soon, I hope. Kendra approached Patton. How are you feeling? He was breathing heavily, his face flushed. I've had stronger days. This form is deteriorating. I succeeded in releasing the Luvians before the spectral army could reach the stables. They should be roaming free now. I led the flying creatures to the peak of the tallest tower. My plan was to sweep down and aid your escape, but the skies were thick with dragons. I was moments from attempting it when Andromedus appeared. He instructed me to remain hidden. He went to assist you, then returned for me, the griffins and the winged horses. I'm grateful for everything you've tried to do, Kendra said. I only wish I could have done more, the sting bulb replied, his voice tinged with frustration. Thronis re-entered, bearing a massive platter which he set upon the floor. It held a startling assortment. Emerald grapes as large as bowling balls, a wedge of cheese that would have scarcely fit in a bathtub, salami slices broader than manhole covers, olives rivaling the grapes in size, and several slabs of bread nearly large enough for Tess to use as a mattress. How do you find food on such a scale? Knox asked, amazed. The majority of my provisions are magically enhanced, Thronis explained. Sustaining myself is one of the perpetual trials of a giant's existence. I maintain a greenhouse dedicated to enlarged crops. You'll find the grapes are at their peak ripeness. Please partake. Where might we sleep? Kendra asked. I assume the young ladies would prefer their own quarters? Thronis inquired. That would be wonderful, Kendra agreed, thinking the privacy would be good for both her and Tess. I can show you now if you like, the giant offered. Thank you, Kendra said. She glanced at Tess. You start eating. I'll be right back. She then hurried to follow Thronis into an adjacent room. The giant produced a comforter vast enough to drape over a swimming pool, deftly folded it to a more manageable size, and placed a sheet atop it. Will this suffice? It's perfect, Kendra said. Even folded, the padding was thicker than any mattress she had ever known. Thronis ambled out, and Kendra was thankful for the sudden solitude. She intended to join the others for food momentarily, but for now she fought back a surge of emotion. Even stripped of his memories, what could have driven Seth to release the undead from the Blackwell? Wormroost had been overrun. Agad was likely lost along with others from the castle. The weight of it pressed down on her. Are you okay? Calvin's tiny voice came from her pocket. I nearly forgot you were there, Kendra admitted. I kept silent in case you didn't want the giant to know about me, he said. That was probably wise, Kendra replied. Now you have a small glimpse of my perspective, Calvin said, a hint of wry humor in his tone, being so minute in a world of staggering scale. That's true, Kendra conceded. Thronis must seem unimaginably huge to you. Dragons are colossal, Calvin agreed. But I've never seen a person even a fraction of his size before. Are you managing? I suppose, Kendra sighed. Seth and I failed as caretakers. We didn't even last a week, and Seth was instrumental in the fall of Blackwell Keep. He had no idea what he was setting in motion, Calvin insisted gently. At least now I can search for him, Kendra said, grasping for a silver lining. And for Bracken. I guess that's the one positive note. Now that's the attitude, Calvin encouraged. You'll think more clearly after some food and a proper rest. I just feel awful about Agad, Kendra whispered, the image of the brave wizard vivid in her mind. He was so courageous. It feels like everything is crumbling. Not everything? Calvin said firmly from the darkness of her pocket. Just Wyrmroost, and maybe your family a little. I don't know if this is something we can fix, Kendra admitted. Right now, my only goal is to find Seth. It might be a lost cause, and I might not be able to bring him back to us, but I have to try with everything I've got. First step is getting some actual rest, Calvin pointed out. Kendra let out a tired sigh. You're right, I should get some food and put Tess to sleep. I wouldn't mind trying some of that cheese, Calvin added. Kendra managed a small smile. I'm really glad you're here with me, Calvin's expression turned serious. My oath is to Seth, I'm with you until we find him. Let's just hope he stops releasing the undead, Kendra murmured, the words hanging heavily in the air. Meanwhile, Seth was amusing himself by casting shadow puppets against the cold stone wall when a sudden deep chill began to seep into the room. In the flickering light of his lone lantern, the shadows were sharp and clear. He shaped his hands, watching the silhouette shift from a menacing alligator to a winged dragon with just a slight adjustment. By curling a single finger, he could create a watchful eye, and tiny changes to the shape of that sliver of light completely transformed the creature's expression. After the Lich, Ezabar, had left him alone, the oppressive silence of the barren room had quickly become unbearable. Bound by their agreement not to leave, Seth had simply sat there, surrounded by nothing but bare stone, wishing he could force himself to lie down on the unyielding marble slab. It was far too eerie and uncomfortable for sleep. He hadn't fully appreciated how much the Lich's presence had lowered the temperature until Ezabar returned, his skeletal features visible beneath a thin layer of bluish skin. Seth quickly dropped his hands as the Lich glided through the doorway, suddenly feeling childish for his shadow play. "Come," Ezabar commanded. Seth grabbed his lantern and followed, clenching his teeth tightly to stop them from chattering. Outside the room, he spotted the wraith lingering at a distance and gave a hesitant wave. The spectral figure lifted a hand in silent reply. "Does that prisoner have a name?" Seth asked, trying to sound casual. "Any inquiries regarding the prisoners are your responsibility to pursue," Ezabar stated flatly, not breaking his stride. They arrived at an empty cylindrical cage made from thick, twisted iron bands. Its only occupant was a scrawny, bedraggled cat, thin enough to potentially slip between the bars. The animal's fur bristled, its back arching as it issued a low hiss. "Is that just a stray?" Seth asked, puzzled. "Did it wander in here by mistake?" "Nothing resides in my prison by accident," Ezabar replied, his voice devoid of inflection. "Then why lock up a cat?" Seth pressed. The Lich offered no explanation. "Unless it isn't just a cat," Seth muttered to himself, a new suspicion forming. "This way," Ezabar directed. The narrow corridor then opened into a vast, cavernous underworld. Dozens of iron cages were scattered across the uneven floor, some square, others cylindrical, and a few nearly spherical. Their designs varied from brutally simple to strangely intricate, and most appeared vacant. The few pitiful figures Seth could make out inside looked human, but they were all hunched over, backs turned, heads bowed in complete stillness. Glancing at his lantern, he wondered with a pang how long it had been since any of these cowering souls had seen light. Ezabar led him around a large boulder and gestured toward a broad cage with a circular base and a conical, sloping top. Inside stood a young man with pale skin and silver hair that fell to his shoulders. He had a lean, surprisingly muscular build for a dungeon captive. Unlike the others, this prisoner met Ezabar's gaze with open defiance before his eyes shifted to Seth. "Seth," the prisoner called out, his voice laced with disbelief and a familiar edge, "is that really you? This has to be some kind of trick." "This visitor wishes to speak with you," Ezabar announced. "He enjoys the favor of the Underking. You will afford him the respect that position demands." With that, the Lich turned and drifted away, his feet barely skimming the floor. As Ezabar retreated, the biting cold in the air noticeably lessened, and some of the tight knot of anxiety in Seth's chest began to loosen. The silver-haired prisoner studied Seth with intense caution. Seth moved closer to the cage bars, careful to stay well out of arm's reach. Who are you? The prisoner demanded, his eyes searching Seth's face. That, Seth said, meeting his gaze, is exactly what I'm trying to figure out. The man behind the bars shook his head firmly. The real Seth Sorensen couldn't possibly be here. He's on a critical mission far from this place and has no ties to the Underking. Reveal what you truly are. What mission? Seth pressed. Are you some kind of mirage? The prisoner countered, his eyes narrowing. Or a copy like a crafted replica? I can't sense anything definitive from you. I'm flesh and blood, Seth insisted, a note of frustration creeping into his voice. Just a kid with a past I can't recall. I'm looking for answers about who I am. I heard a rumor that someone locked up in here might recognize me. You cannot be who you appear to be, the prisoner stated flatly. Explain how you arrived. A wooden puppet stuffed me into a barrel, Seth explained. The prisoner's expression shifted. Mendigo? But how would one of those transport barrels have ended up in this realm? You know about teleportation barrels? Seth asked, surprised. Twin manifestations of a single object, the prisoner clarified. Enter one, and you're drawn out through its counterpart. That matches my experience, Seth admitted. My memory is practically blank before arriving. I was in a fortress with a girl who said her name was Kendra. The prisoner recoiled, his voice hardening with disbelief. This is a performance. Are you seriously claiming you've forgotten Kendra? Should I know more? Seth asked, genuinely perplexed. She told me she was my sister. Leaning forward, the prisoner extended an arm through the iron bars. If you are speaking the truth, take my hand, grant me permission to search your thoughts completely. That seems like a terrible idea, Seth said, folding his arms. Why are you imprisoned? You should recognize me, the prisoner replied, a hint of sadness in his tone. My memory is gone, Seth said flatly. I don't know who to believe. I'm here because my cousin holds a grudge, the prisoner explained. Who's your cousin, Seth? Inquired. Ronodin, the dark unicorn, came the reply. Seth's eyes widened. I know him. He's been teaching me. A wave of disgust crossed the prisoner's face. This is twisted. Are you a dark unicorn as well? Seth asked cautiously. Ronodin is the only one of his kind, the prisoner said. I am his cousin Bracken, a true unicorn and a friend to you and your sister. You mean Kendra? Seth clarified. Yes, Kendra, your one and only sister, Bracken affirmed, offering his hand once more. I am a unicorn. Our kind does not deceive. I mean you no harm. Let me look into your mind. Perhaps I can help you reclaim what you've lost. The offer was dangerously appealing, which made Seth even more suspicious. How do I know you're really a unicorn? Did you not observe how the Lich's presence left me untouched? Bracken pointed out. That could just mean you're strong, Seth countered. Prove it. Turn into a horse. I require my third horn for such a transformation, Bracken explained. Seth frowned. Unicorns only have one horn. A weary sigh escaped Bracken. You have forgotten so much we shed our first two horns, similar to how human children lose teeth. Kendra possesses my first. Ronodin defeated me and stole my second. Where is the third? Seth asked. It is a component of a relic known as the Font of Immortality, Bracken said, his voice lowering. Seth, you're searching for something. You came to this cell because this entire realm feels wrong. Trust that instinct. Do not place your faith in a dark unicorn. I doubt there is a soul in any world less trustworthy than Ronodin. But I have dark abilities, Seth confessed, the words tasting bitter. Bracken's expression softened. Naturally, he would use that against you. You are a shadow charmer. You command forgotten tongues. You blend with darkness. You once counted a demon among your allies. But you never embraced spiritual corruption, Seth. You resisted it. Please, let me try to help you. Seth studied the outstretched hand, He had allowed Ronodin to make contact. This being seemed earnest, yet the stakes felt infinitely higher here, in this silent, oppressive corridor. I still need proof you're a unicorn. Of all the moments to exercise caution, Bracken said, a sudden, sharp edge of sarcasm cutting through his earlier solemnity. Really now? I don't get many guests. Your time here might be brief. Take a look around this charming vacation spot. Nearly every entity in this domain would happily siphon your life essence. You might chat with the undead, but if you want to find a genuine ally in this pit, your best odds are with the other captives. The prisoners are all safe? Seth asked, skepticism clear. Not even close, Bracken retorted, the sarcasm fading back into grim seriousness. But most of the poor souls trapped down here are far more likely to offer you aid than any lich or scheming dark unicorn ever would. I genuinely consider myself your friend, and I'm familiar with many members of your family, unless you're misleading me. I'll open up more once I'm certain you truly are who you seem to be. All right, Seth replied, accepting the offered hand. Go ahead and look, but don't tamper with anything. Bracken's grip tightened, his expression growing intense. It's almost empty in there, Seth. It really is you. Seth pulled his hand back sharply. What did you see? You're not an imposter, Bracken told him. You have plenty of general knowledge, but your personal identity is missing, all the specific memories from before your mind was erased. It's as if you just came into the world a few days ago. That's exactly how it seems, Seth admitted. So who am I? You're Seth Sorensen, Bracken said, co-caretaker of the dragon sanctuary called Wyrmroost, alongside your sister Kendra, with help from your grandparents. I look after a dragon sanctuary? Seth asked, incredulous. That's correct, Bracken confirmed. A serious duty for someone your age. Then why am I here? Seth pressed. My best guess is that you were taken by your enemies, Bracken replied. Seth frowned. Ronodin acts like he saved me. Take a good look around, Bracken urged. Does this feel like being saved? Think carefully. Do you honestly believe he's on your side? I'm not sure, Seth said slowly. Probably not a friend. Maybe a mentor or a temporary ally. Either one of you could be lying to me. It's almost ironic, Bracken remarked, stepping back from the bars and stretching his arms. You and I originally met inside a prison cell. Was I the prisoner? Seth asked. We both were, Bracken answered. Captives of the Sphinx. Hold on, Seth said, backing away a few steps. You almost had me convinced, but now you're laying it on too thick. What's so unbelievable about meeting in a prison? Bracken asked. Since I lost my memory, I've only really spoken to 3 people, Seth pointed out. And you just happened to mention all of them, Kendra, Ronodin, and the Sphinx? She's good, they're evil. When did you encounter the Sphinx? Bracken asked, his tone shifting. Don't act innocent, Seth shot back. You saw into my mind when I shook your hand. That's why you slipped the Sphinx into the conversation. I wasn't digging through your recent memories, Bracken insisted. I don't see everything all at once. I was only verifying your identity. Tell me, when did you cross paths with the Sphinx? You're playing games with me, Seth accused. I'm not, Bracken said firmly. He's a shadow charmer and one of the most dangerous individuals alive. We battled him together when he attempted to open the demon prison known as Zizix. Playing dumb just makes you less credible. Seth retorted. You saw him assisting me. Bracken moved closer to the bars and extended his hand once more. Take my hand again and I'll look for myself. No chance. Seth refused. I don't know what you might try now that I've caught on. How did the Sphinx help you? Bracken asked. We freed some undead from a well, Seth answered. Bracken looked genuinely shocked. His reaction appeared unfeigned. Not the Black Well? Yes, Seth confirmed. Oh, Seth, Bracken murmured, both hands covering his mouth. What have you done? The undead were trapped and suffering down there, Seth explained. Blackwell Keep is the main fortress of Wimroost, Bracken said, his voice strained. The very sanctuary you vowed to protect. Did you grant the undead free rein? Just the castle and the surrounding roads, Seth said. Bracken winced. The roads, did you witness what happened afterward? We left in a hurry, Seth admitted, a knot forming in his stomach. An elderly wizard spotted us as we were leaving. He told me I'd been deceived. That's putting it mildly, Bracken said grimly. Seth, you cannot trust the people holding you. Who knows what else they might make you do? You've put your sister, your grandparents, every innocent soul at Wyrmroost in jeopardy. Seth despised the weight of what Bracken was saying. He reminded himself that this so-called unicorn had every reason to lie. His story matched the situation, but that would be easy to arrange after peering into Seth's thoughts. Now I understand why Ronadine warned me you're dangerous. A brilliant deduction. Ronadine's voice cut in as he strolled into view from behind a nearby boulder.
What have you done? Bracken demanded, real anger flashing in his eyes. Don't be a poor loser, Bracky, Ronodin replied with a smirk. Seth, coming here was a mistake. You're speaking with one of the most dangerous deceivers alive. That's exactly what he said about you, Seth replied. Ronodin offered a smug smile. No shock there that light-is-right fanatic would wipe all shadows from the world if he had his way. He finds your abilities revolting.
Given the opportunity, he'd squash us both without a second thought. Ronadine is the one who lies, Bracken stated, his voice unnervingly calm. Ronadine chuckled. You'd spin any tale that might secure your freedom and ruin me. I, however, have shown mercy to this outlaw, as you can plainly see, Seth. I tended his injuries and secured him here perfectly intact. You need to discover who you truly are, Seth, Bracken urged. Ronadin arched a brow. Oh, countless voices will attempt to define you. Your amnesia is hardly a secret. Every one of your foes will try to recruit you. Kendra, Bracken, the whole lot of them. You are nothing like Ronadine, Seth, Bracken insisted. Observe how he dictates what you see and hear. Analyze his tactics. This is all a performance, and you risk causing terrible harm to yourself and others. Enough of this corrosive manipulation, Ronadine cut in. I'm not trying to blind or deceive Seth. Quite the opposite. I'm helping him refine his gifts. I'm shielding him from liars while he rediscovers his real self. You are a shadow charmer, Seth. You're finally among your own kind. According to Bracken's logic, if something waddles and quacks, it must obviously be a thoroughbred stallion. That's a new low, even for you, Ronadin, Bracken said, fury edging his tone. Prisoners rarely adore their jailers. Ronadin shrugged. I keep Bracken contained for the good of everyone. I sincerely hope a day comes when it's safe to release him. Come, Seth. You've wasted enough time absorbing this venom. Try to stay reasonable down here, Seth said, retreating. Remember my words? Bracken pleaded with sudden intensity. Seth averted his eyes and didn't glance back. They moved around the massive rock and Bracken disappeared from sight. Am I in trouble for coming here? Seth asked Ronodin. I would have preferred you didn't, the dark unicorn admitted. I wanted to shield you from the chaos he sows. Bracken is exceptionally skilled at his craft, but you were bound to face deceptions like his eventually. Perhaps it served as a useful test of your will against his fantasies. He told me I ruined the dragon sanctuary I was meant to guard, Seth said, the claim still troubling him. Ronodin laughed softly. Forgive me, Seth, but the image of you as a dragon sanctuary caretaker is frankly ridiculous. You're gifted, but you're a teenager. Such roles are reserved for beings with centuries of experience. If Bracken was set on lying, he could have invented something more believable. Tonight you simply freed some imprisoned revenants. Bracken mentioned that you're his cousin, Seth ventured. Don't you think it's strange that all these people you can't recall suddenly claim to be our relatives? Yes, I do. I hope you didn't let him make physical contact with you, Ronadin said, his tone sharpening. Seth winced. I did. Then you handed him a treasure trove of information to use against you. Ronodin sighed. At least he's securely imprisoned. Keep your distance from him going forward. Seth felt utterly adrift. Bracken's story had carried a ring of truth, yet Ronodin's explanations seemed equally valid. For the moment, siding with the one who held the keys here felt like the safest path. Staying away from Bracken does sound like wise advice, Seth conceded. Meanwhile, when Kendra entered the room where the boys had slept, she found Knox balanced precariously on the arm of a sofa, poised to leap. Below him on the floor lay a massive folded quilt and an oversized cushion that was impossible to overlook. Newell and Doran stood to the side, spectating. "Knox, don't!" Kendra shouted. He glanced at his cousin. "I already jumped from almost this height once. That's like leaping off a 3-story building," Kendra cried out. "Maybe 4. "But I've got a giant fluffy pillow to land on," Knox reasoned, and he stepped off, twisting in the air to land squarely on his back. The striped cushion swallowed him whole. After touching down, Knox slid from the cushion with a triumphant grin. "Perfect form," Doran cheered, then looked toward Kendra, "though I suppose you're going to foolishly ignore advice from the former caretaker." "You're insane, Knox," Kendra said, fighting the urge to smile back. "We can't have you getting injured right now. I worked up to it," Knox insisted. "The jump looks worse than it is. Doesn't even sting. What sports do you usually play?" Kendra pressed. "Mostly basketball and soccer," Knox replied. Kendra folded her arms, shifting her tone to mimic a coach. "Listen up, Knox. We can't risk twisted ankles at this stage. Cut the reckless stunts. My soccer coach probably would have taken the leap too," Knox argued. "Then consider me your basketball coach," Kendra shot back. "Better yet, I'm your survival coach." "This is a survival skill," Knox protested, waving toward the satyrs. "I'm building team chemistry. We're just spectators," Newell chimed in. "Sticking close in case we need to reassemble him," Doran added with a chuckle. Kendra raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure you weren't egging him on at all." The satyrs exchanged a guilty glance. "Can't fault a guy for enjoying free entertainment," Newell said.
"Live shows are the best," Doran agreed. "Live unless he crashes," Kendra pointed out. "Fair enough," Newell conceded. "Show's over, but I wanted to jump from the back," Knox whined. "It's barely higher than the armrest." "Absolutely not," Kendra said firmly. "You're lucky you haven't broken something already." "Since when do you get to boss me around?" Knox challenged. Just then, Tanu entered the spacious room, carrying a sizable wedge of cheese. Knox pointed at him. "Tanu didn't stop me."
"Is there an issue?" Tanu asked, looking uncertain. Kendra took a steadying breath. Was she just being a killjoy? Seth would definitely think so. Was she making a big deal over nothing? But the divan was enormous. The back had to be as tall as a 4-story building. "He shouldn't be jumping from that height," Kendra insisted. "It's way too dangerous." "Getting hurt when there's no real threat is a rookie move," Calvin called from nearby. "Listen to Calvin and Kendra," Tanu advised. "They've got more sense than the rest of us." "She's not the boss of me," Knox muttered. Tanu's expression turned stern. "If you want to stay with this group peacefully, you'll heed her." Knox glanced awkwardly between Kendra and the towering divan. "Fine. I guess I'll go back to being bored." "Smart choice," Tanu said. A flash of red suddenly filled the room, and Andromedas appeared. Calvin ducked into Kendra's pocket. Kendra could hardly believe her eyes at who materialized beside the wizard. "Warren!" she gasped. "Vanessa!" Warren wore a collared shirt, cargo shorts, and durable sandals, looking weary and lightly sun-kissed. Vanessa sported a deeper tan than Kendra remembered, dressed in sleek athletic wear that complemented her slender frame, her dark hair falling in enviable curls. Behind them, a long, colourfully painted canoe rested on the floor. "Hey, Kendra," Warren said, hurrying over and pulling her into a firm embrace. "Seth," Kendra managed, her voice trembling. "I know," Warren replied softly. For the first time in days, some of the tightness in Kendra's chest eased. Someone who cared about Seth almost as much as she did was here, someone seasoned in facing the impossible. Warren released her, and Vanessa drew her close. Kendra rested her head on Vanessa's shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Kendra," Vanessa murmured.
"You actually came," Kendra said. "As fast as we could," Vanessa assured her. Kendra stepped back from the hug, her thoughts drifting to Vanessa's complicated past. She was a Narcoblix, once an adversary who had manipulated her family and even controlled Tanu through sleep until Bracken intervened. "Bitten anyone lately?" Kendra asked, half serious. "Only those who had it coming," Vanessa replied with a cryptic smile. "Your hair is curlier," Kendra observed. Vanessa touched a few strands.
"The humidity always does that." "Tanu," Warren called out. The large Samoan man ambled over and wrapped him in a hearty hug. "Good to see you're still in one piece," Tanu said warmly. Warren gave a slow nod. "We've seen our share of trouble, that's for sure." Tanu's eyes flicked toward Vanessa, who stood with her usual composed grace. "I was actually talking about your choice of company," Tanu clarified. "You won't find anyone who will keep him safer," Vanessa stated simply. Newell stepped forward, his posture unusually rigid. "A pleasure to see you again, Miss Santoro," he said, offering a formal handshake. Doran eagerly followed suit. "You're radiant as ever," he added, his voice a touch breathless. Kendra suppressed a smile, well aware of the satyr's profound admiration for Vanessa and their frequent awestruck whispers about her mesmerizing presence. Warren's gaze shifted to the new face. "Who's this?" "My cousin Knox," Kendra answered. "He and his sister, Tess, are traveling with us now." "That's unexpected," Warren remarked, studying the boy. "Do they have much experience?" "I'm getting up to speed," Knox said with a shrug. "Got turned partly to gold, so I've had a crash course." "Sounds like a dramatic introduction," Warren observed. Newell jumped in. He was fully restored, of course. Kendra's expression grew somber. "We lost Agad. Wimroost is gone. Andromadas gave us the broad strokes," Vanessa said. Knox looked slightly offended. "I didn't make the brief." Warren rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. "It generally requires catastrophe to earn a mention. You got better." A tiny voice piped up from Kendra's pocket. "I'm Calvin. I keep a low profile, usually, but since everyone seems friendly." Warren leaned in, peering at Kendra's jacket. "A Nipsey. Giant-sized, thanks to some magical help," Calvin explained. "My oath is to Seth, but I'm sticking with Kendra until we locate him." "Any assistance is welcome," Warren said. "How did you all get here?" Kendra asked. "It was a journey," Warren admitted. "We came from Crescent Lagoon." "The Dragon Sanctuary on the islands?" Kendra asked, surprised. "It was compromised for a while," Vanessa said. "We managed to help secure a refuge for the caretaker. A large part of the island chain is still vulnerable," Warren added. "There's plenty left to do." "Can the dragons just fly away now?" Knox wondered. "They had a window to escape," Warren said. "We're fairly certain none of them did. Once we stabilized the caretaker's haven, the protective boundaries reactivated." "Will they last?" Kendra pressed. "We hope so, until a more solid fix is in place," Warren replied. Knox turned to Andromedas. "So the dragons at Wormroost can leave whenever they want? At their discretion, yes," the wizard confirmed. "Raxtus located us," Warren continued. "He brought news of the crisis at Wormroost. Last night," Vanessa said softly, "while your stronghold was under siege." Knox looked puzzled. "How did Raxtus even get there? We're miles from any coast." "Raxtus had fairy guardians at his hatching," Warren explained. "He can move between their sacred sites. The shrines at Wimroost and Crescent Lagoon were among the earliest reconnected to the fairy realm." "Raxtus transported us and our canoe through to Wimroost," Vanessa said. "By our arrival, the keep was lost. We took shelter at the fairy shrine until Andromedas discovered us. I had hoped to find sanctuary for those fleeing Wimroost, Andromedas said, a wry smile touching his lips. Someone to lead them to safety. It seems I only needed to wait. They found their way to me. Is the canoe like the magical barrels? Kendra asked. There's a twin canoe at Crescent Lagoon, Warren said. This one can take us directly there. We're heading to an island, Kendra asked. At the moment, it's the only viable exit from this place, Warren stated. Vanessa's eyes met Kendra's, and we suspect you'll have a particular reason to join us. Why's that? Kendra asked. We have reason to believe Ronadine was recently at Crescent Lagoon, Warren said. The islands hold 10 sacred pools, waters of absolute purity, where pixies dance and naiads live. Yesterday, one of them was tainted. You think Ronadine is the most probable cause, Tanu concluded. Why him specifically? Nox asked. Just as a true unicorn possesses a purifying power, Ronadin wields a corrupting one, Warren explained. Even with the preserve's fall, the pools have their own innate strength to resist defilement. There could be another cause, but Ronadin is our prime suspect. We know Ronadin has Bracken, Kendra said, her voice tightening, and he might know something about Seth, too. Sounds like our only tangible clue based on what Andromedas shared, Warren agreed. Kendra recalled the earlier news. The Crescent Lagoon sanctuary was almost lost.
It was lost,
Vanessa corrected gently. We took back a small piece of it. How did you manage that? Kendra asked. Sanctuaries are set up in all sorts of ways, Warren explained. They were created by groups of wizards using different techniques. The pact at Crescent Lagoon is maintained by 100 moai. Are you familiar with that term? Kendra gave a small shake of her head. They're those giant stone heads from Easter Island. Tanu supplied. Exactly, Warren confirmed. Massive statues with oversized heads. On the island of Timbuli, there's a circle of 10, the Grand Moai. They encircle a stone altar where the sunset pearl used to sit in a special basin. We're talking about a magical pearl as big as a baseball, even though it was protected by 3 cyclops and a host of enchantments. The dragons managed to steal it, and every single guardian moai shut down. Did anyone ever recover the pearl? Kendra asked. I wish, Warren sighed. Most of the sanctuary is still unprotected. Besides the 10 grand moai, there are 90 other statues scattered across the islands. So it's an archipelago? Kendra inquired. Newell scratched his head. What's that mean? I think it's a type of pasta, Doran offered unhelpfully. It's a group or chain of islands, Calvin clarified. Warren nodded. There are over 50 islands. A lot are tiny, but a few are pretty sizable. The primary fortress was on Kusaka Island. I was able to get 1 moai working again on Timbuli. It's the specific statue that watches over Crescent Lagoon, which is how the whole sanctuary got its name. How did you manage to wake the statue up? Kendra pressed. The moai demand you give up your most treasured physical possession, Warren said. A person or an animal doesn't qualify. The item itself doesn't have to be worth a fortune, as long as it means the most to the person offering it. Vanessa chimed in thoughtfully. Some folks don't have one item that clearly outranks everything else. I honestly couldn't name one for myself. Knox looked directly at Warren. What did you use? My Carson Sears rookie baseball card, Warren admitted. Never heard of him, Knox said. He was a friend of my dad's, Warren shared, a nostalgic tone creeping into his voice. We called him Uncle Carson. His major league career lasted exactly 3 innings. In his only at-bat, he was supposed to lay down a sacrifice bunt, but he beat the throw and got a single, so he retired with a perfect 1,000 batting average. My dad had the card specially made. I carried it with me for years as a good luck charm. But you gave it to a statue, Kendra said, her voice softening. Placed it right in the statue's mouth, Warren confirmed. If the offering is accepted, the mouth closes. Then it opens again once the item is consumed. So the preserve is safe now? Knox asked hopefully. Vanessa shook her head. Warren's sacrifice was a temporary fix. It calmed one moai for a limited time, guarding just one area. The sunset pearl is what the statues truly value above all else. When the pearl was on the altar, no other offerings were ever needed. We have to find that pearl, Kendra stated firmly. We're trying, Warren said, and we wouldn't say no to help. But we also need to understand why Ronodin poisoned one of the sacred pools, and find out if Bracken or Seth are anywhere close by, Kendra added. Or at least catch Ronodin and force him to tell us where they are. Vanessa finished. Tanu grinned. I like the plan. When do we head out? With the canoe ready, we can go whenever you are, Warren said. And if things go badly, we can always fall back to Thronis. Perfect, Kendra said.
I vote we leave immediately. Leave for where? Tess asked, stumbling into the room with sleep-tousled hair. What's happening? We're going to the beach, Knox told her. Tess's face lit up. Will Mum and Dad be there? No, Knox said flatly. Just more danger and probably dragons. Tess simply shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eye. Still might be fun to build a sandcastle. Seth nearly leapt out of his skin when the door to his room swung open without a sound. Ronodin stood there dressed in a grey cloak, tall boots and thick gloves, with a second cloak folded over his arm. Feel like seeing some actual daylight? The dark unicorn asked. Absolutely, Seth said, the word bursting out of him. The sun was starting to feel like something from a storybook. Don't get your hopes up too high, Ronodin cautioned. It's dreary outside, but real sunlight is managing to pierce the fog. That'll do, Seth said, snatching the cloak. Ronodin tossed to him. He swung the heavy fabric around his shoulders as he followed Ronodin out. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever see the sky in this place. I always wondered if it would remain a secret forever, Seth mused aloud. The gateway to the underrealm isn't common knowledge, Ronodin explained. We're near the sea, correct? Just be patient, Ronodin advised. The path twisted upward until they arrived at a series of iron rungs set into a sheer, chimney-like shaft. Ronodin began the climb, with Seth following close behind. Seth focused on the rungs in front of him, trying to avoid the dust and debris shaken loose from above. After what felt like 50 rungs, Ronodin stopped, pushed open a heavy trapdoor, and a soft, grey light filtered down. He climbed out, then reached back to pull Seth up onto the weathered stones of an ancient fortress. Seth found himself on a high, rugged battlement overlooking a desolate coastline. A slow, thick mist clung to the jagged rocks and the ruins of bulky fortifications. With every breath, he tasted the salt of the sea air mixed with the damp chill of the fog. Below, a grey and relentless ocean roared, its waves crashing against tide-carved stone with explosive bursts of white foam. So it is an ocean, Seth observed. The Pacific, Ronodin confirmed. This forgotten island protects a passage to a place very few would ever choose to visit. How fortunate for us, Seth said dryly. Aren't we just? Ronodin replied with a smirk. Boldly walking where even the courageous fear to go, this way, he led the way along the fort's top and down a set of uneven stone steps to a rocky ledge that jutted out over the churning water. Peering through the mist along the cliff, Seth noticed 2 figures moving slowly toward them, their forms becoming clearer with each step. There are people here, Seth asked, a note of apprehension in his voice. That depends on your definition of people, Ronodin said. The Deep Dwellers help guard this place. They are the Underking's finest zombies, more potent and purposeful than the common sort. One approaching figure was draped in simple homespun cloth, partially entangled in an old fishing net. The other wore the tattered remains of a naval uniform. Both bore the unmistakable signs of having met a watery end long ago. Will they try to stop us? Seth asked. Not while we're under the Underking's protection. Ronodin assured him, they aren't like ghosts or vengeful spirits. They lack the capacity for real conversation.
They mostly hear their king. Their own basic instincts are consumed by a single driving hunger. Ronodin sat down on the cold stone, resting his hands on his knees as he watched the restless sea. After one last uneasy look at the sea zombies, Seth sat beside the dark unicorn.
"How large is this island?" Seth inquired. "Not very big, though you can rarely see all of it. This mist is practically a permanent resident. Are you trying to show me that I can't run away?" Seth challenged. "You think the ocean is the obstacle?" Ronodin laughed, waving a dismissive hand at the water. "You can't escape because of the Underking's claim on you." Seth looked down at the spectral manacle on his wrist. "So why are we really here? Now that's a deep question."
"Some would say it's to test our determination." "I meant here, specifically," Seth clarified. "I thought you could use some fresh air and open sky," Ronodin said casually. "I don't mind the darkness, but it does become monotonous. We're not dead yet. A little variety is good for the spirit." "Why did you lock up your cousin?" Seth pressed. "What exactly did he do? Are you still hung up on him?" Ronodin asked, his tone shifting to one of mild exasperation. "I warned you he was dangerous." "He made some compelling points," Seth countered. "Many people will have persuasive arguments," Ronodin said, his voice turning sharp and cynical. "The real trick is remembering who you are and who you aim to be. If you spend your life letting others pull your strings, you'll end up with no more identity than a marionette in a sad puppet show. Is that the legacy you want? But why imprison him?" Seth persisted. "Bracken is my enemy," Ronodin stated flatly, a hard edge entering his voice. "His entire purpose is to eradicate anything dark. He has destroyed countless friends and allies of mine. He is a skilled and ruthless hunter. He has captured and confined others I hold in high regard. He turned my own family against me. He slanders my name at every opportunity. So, what is the ultimate victory over an enemy to capture him? I didn't maim him. I didn't kill him. I simply removed a persistent obstacle. I just made sure Bracken was no longer a factor," Ronodin explained. Seth recalled the encounter. He was pleading for my help, acting like we were old pals. He spun this whole elaborate tale. "Bracken has a gift for persuasion," Ronodin acknowledged. "You sought him out of your own volition. Now you have to sift through whatever ideas he tried to seed in your thoughts. You're not exactly shy about planting ideas either," Seth pointed out. "Consider it all data for you to evaluate," Ronodin replied smoothly. "Our focus now is a new task from the Underking."
"Let me guess, more wraiths to unleash?" Seth asked, his tone dry. "This assignment is unique," Ronodin said. "We'll handle it together on an island not far from here. How do we reach it?" "By boat," Ronodin answered simply. "Do you even know how to pilot one?" Seth questioned, skepticism evident. Ronodin gave a faint knowing smile. "I've acquired many skills over a very, very long life. Piloting is among the simpler ones." Seth pressed the real issue.
"Why are you serving the Underking at all?" Ronodin glanced around cautiously, then raised a hand, a subtle shimmer in the air indicating a privacy ward. "Let's be clear, Seth. I have no loyalty to that pale monarch. If I could topple him from his throne, I'd do it without a second thought. I'd relish tossing his crown into the deepest part of the sea. Then, what's the point of helping him? In the realms of magic, favors are the coin of the realm," Ronodin explained.
"The Underking has provided certain services I owe him. But make no mistake, if it ever served his purpose to end either of us, his hesitation would last less than a blink." "What's your actual goal?" Seth probed. "How is he useful to you?" "I have a fundamental problem with anyone lording over others," Ronodin stated, his voice taking on a sharper, almost sarcastic edge. "No being deserves to live under a boot. It's a simple, beautiful principle, really, in a world utterly obsessed with the opposite." "But you're holding Bracken captive," Seth countered. "Isn't that the same thing? Bracken is a servant of the oppressors, Ronadin retorted, his earlier sarcasm fading into cold conviction. His life's work is keeping countless magical beings locked away. I'm restraining one to liberate thousands. There's a difference. That's truly all you want, just freedom for myself. Yes, Ronadin said. The absolute liberty to move, act, and choose as I please. And I use that freedom to break chains elsewhere. Currently, the dragons, ground down for ages, cry out for release, so I aid them. Should they ever become the new tyrants, I'll stand against them too. You're the champion of the downtrodden, Seth observed. I can respect that. The struggle is perpetual, Seth, Ronadin said, a weary gravity returning to his voice. The hunger to dominate is a plague. One despot falls, and a dozen scramble for the vacant throne. Human, dragon, demon, it doesn't matter the species. The drive to control others is nearly universal. I stand against that current. Is that why you targeted the undead in the Blackwell? To free them? They were entombed for centuries, Ronodin affirmed. They earned their liberty as a beneficial side effect. It also created an opportunity to assist certain dragons. Was I at a dragon sanctuary? Seth asked, the memory hazy.
That depends entirely on your perspective, Ronodin said. I would term it a dragon prison. A wave of confusion washed over Seth. He needed anchors. Was anything Bracken said true? Was I meant to guard that place? Did I have a purpose there? Is Kendra really my sister? Your past is intricate, Ronodin admitted. You have been to that prison before. There were phases where aligning with Kendra and other humans served your aims.
You've also allied with figures like the Sphinx and certain demons, most significantly Growlers, a demon of legendary cunning. I worked with a demon. The idea felt foreign and unsettling until you betrayed him and ended his existence. Ronodin confirmed. You can't be serious. It is the absolute truth, Ronodin stated. He had deceived you as well. When do they not? I hold no judgment against you for it. My history sounds like a tangled mess. Your present is equally complicated, Ronodin agreed, but your future need not be. What is it you expect from me? Seth asked. The core question finally laid bare. I expect you to learn, Ronodin said, his tone becoming earnest, almost mentoring. Your innate abilities are significant. They must not be squandered or suppressed by those who think righteousness is their exclusive property. I want to see you navigate the Underking's games and claim your own liberty. Your assistance in our coming endeavors would be valued, but above all, I want you to grow into the fullest version of yourself. Seth steadied himself, the salt air a tangible reminder of their immediate task. So what's this mission on the island? Ronodin's expression turned wry. We are on a botanical quest. We need to retrieve a specific flower. A flower? Seth couldn't hide his surprise. Direct orders from our crown-wearing skeleton, Ronodin said, with a dismissive shrug. Even revolutions require strange errands. He's asked for a specific blossom from this place, Ronodin explained. Why? Ronodin finally lowered his hand from where it had been raised. It's called the Everbloom, a flower that never truly dies. The Underking intends to draw from its endless life force. Are there a lot of them around? Seth inquired. There is only one, Ronodin stated. Seth moved a little closer. Now that your hand is down, can he still hear us talking?
Probably not, Ronodin answered. He could, if he bothered to pay attention. I was just being careful, so how do we find this single flower? I've discovered an ancient tomb here on the island, Ronodin said. Your job is to go inside, locate a spirit named Desia, and get the Everbloom's location from her. The Sphinx and I tried to enter, but we couldn't get past the Guardians. You think I can manage it? Seth asked. I'm counting on it, Ronodin replied. I'm no shadow charmer, and the Sphinx isn't what he used to be. My ability to command the dead here comes straight from the Underking's authority. His power fills in the gaps for me. The moment I leave this shore, that connection to the undead is gone.
Is this job for the Underking, then? Absolutely. Ronodin confirmed. In fact, he insisted I extend the invitation once more for you to stay in the Underrealm. I haven't heard of a shadow charmer being offered that privilege in over a millennium. It's a path to immense power, Seth. I'm not sure I want the kind of power he's peddling, Seth said, his voice low. Did you know he actually offered me his crown? Ronodin's hand shot up again, palm out. You can't be serious. I am. That is extraordinary, Ronodin said, a note of disbelief in his tone. Almost impossible to credit. He told me I could outlast the stars themselves, Seth murmured. But if I ended up like him, I think I'd just wish for an end. You've put your finger on the central tragedy of the undead, Ronodin observed. They're so fiercely focused on continuing on, merely persisting, that they never stop to ask if the existence they're clinging to is actually worth having. Exactly, Seth said. You wouldn't outlive the stars because you wouldn't truly be living, Ronodin continued. You might outlast them and gain unimaginable strength in the process, but I've come to believe those who choose undeath are ultimately motivated by fear. They're so terrified of ceasing to be that they embrace a living nightmare instead. I'd rather face whatever comes next, Seth stated firmly. An offer to wear one of the 5 crowns would tempt almost anyone, Ronodin mused. Not me, probably a wise stance, Ronodin conceded. He lowered his hand and rose to his feet.
Will you join me on this task, then?
Seth looked up at the dark unicorn. Ronodin always seemed to have his reasons, and he had taught Seth a great deal. But he had also brought Seth to this island, where the Underking had essentially tethered him with a spectral chain. Was that the act of someone who valued freedom? Until Seth could break that link, his options felt severely limited. At least this new errand sounded like it wouldn't put anyone else in danger. Do I really have a choice? Seth asked. You could choose to die instead, Ronodin said flatly. Or you could do the work with a resentful heart. But your best chance to succeed and to survive is to embrace these tasks and perform them with skill and genuine effort. I'll come, Seth said, getting up and dusting off his pants. The air felt colder now, and the distant crashing waves seemed to echo the turmoil in his thoughts. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced, a fleeting image of his sister Kendra, laughing in the sunlight of their backyard, a world away from this grim shore. The contrast was a painful reminder of everything he stood to lose. I'll be glad for the company, Ronodin said. Ready to head back down? The fog is rolling in thick. Aren't we taking a boat? That comes later. Seth glanced around. The daylight had faded further, cutting his visibility in half. Vague human-like forms drifted at the edge of the grey mist. Let's get back underground, Seth said, casting one last look at the turbulent sea. It might be dark down there, but at least the promise of a boat ride was something to look forward to. Meanwhile, strong hands helped Kendra to her feet, steadying her as she stepped from the canoe. In a blink, after lying flat as if in a coffin, she had travelled from a worm-roost mountaintop to a beach that curved around a calm lagoon, sheltered by a long, distant reef. The sand under her boots was still damp from the recent rain, but the heavy clouds had parted to reveal a brilliant sun, making the palm fronds glitter with leftover droplets. The air was warm and thick with the scent of salt. The hands helping to steady the canoe belonged to a shirtless young man with red hair, freckled shoulders, and a necklace of white coral, looking every bit like someone who spent his days surfing. Vanessa had already waded ashore and greeted Kendra with a wide smile. "Meet Grady," Vanessa announced. The young man flashed a grin and shook Kendra's hand warmly with both of his. "Welcome to Crescent Lagoon," he said, his voice friendly. Then he turned and began carefully lifting Knox from the canoe. "It's absolutely paradise," Kendra breathed, her gaze taking in the turquoise water of the lagoon and the white lines of surf breaking far out on the reef. Vanessa gave a knowing look. "Don't let the pretty view trick you," she cautioned. "Is that the Moai? Knox asked, pointing. Kendra turned to face the towering stone statue. It had a long, solemn face with a heavy, protruding brow, its head disproportionately large compared to the body. A strange sensation crept over her, as if the carved eyes were somehow aware of her presence. From its base to the top, it stood nearly 3 times her height. "He's the last guardian still awake on this island," Grady explained, wiping his hands on his shorts. "We owe the safety of this lagoon to him." "Just the lagoon?" Kendra inquired. "Out to the reef," Grady clarified. "Past that line, you're on your own. Same goes if you wander far up the beach in either direction, or if you venture more than a few hundred yards inland." With a display of easy strength, Grady lifted Tess from the canoe, holding her aloft with one hand before setting her gently on the sand. She spun around, her eyes wide with delight. "I can't believe I forgot my swimsuit," she exclaimed. "You'd need to be very careful swimming here," Vanessa warned. "She'd be perfectly safe if I was with her," Grady countered with a confident smile. "I know these waters like the back of my hand." He reached back into the canoe and offered a hand to Tanu. "Reeled in a big one," he joked. "Thank you," Tanu said, stepping onto the beach. "I've longed to see this sanctuary for myself." "Glad to have you," Grady replied. He then crouched and helped Newell out. "A satyr?" he observed, not seeming terribly surprised.
"Now, this is more like it," Newell declared, brushing sand from his fur. "Just like a fancy resort on TV. Any lounge chairs around?" "I'm sure we can scare some up," Grady said, offering a hand to Doran next. "Now you're speaking my language," Doran chimed in. "So where does a guy order a piña colada?" "How many more of your kind are on the way?" Grady asked. "Just us 2, Newell answered. "Let me guess," Doran said with a theatrical sigh. "Satyrs aren't exactly native to these tropical islands." "You guessed right," Grady confirmed. "We promise not to overstay our welcome," Newell said. "We'll leave plenty of room for the local wildlife," Doran added, "especially if the snacks keep coming." Newell finished with a wink. Grady then pulled Warren from the canoe. "I'm the caboose," Warren announced. "I really wish Marat could have come," Knox said, his tone sober. "A dragon on our side would have been a serious advantage." "He felt his duty was to watch over Wimroost," Kendra explained. "It's been his home for ages. He has a deep loyalty to the protected territories that stood with us. I'm glad he'll be there to help them against the other dragons. The magical borders of those territories are still holding strong," Tanu noted. "True," Kendra agreed, "but now they're isolated and surrounded. They need a powerful ally who can actually move between them and link their defenses." Warren grabbed one end of the ornately painted canoe and Grady took the other. Together, they began carrying it inland across the sand. "You are going to adore the treehouse," Vanessa said to Kendra, linking arms with her. "Treehouse?" Tess asked, perking up. "Look," Vanessa said, pointing ahead. Peering past the grim moai, Kendra saw structures artfully woven into the high canopy. She made out platforms with railings, some sheltered by roofs, connected by a network of walkways and rope ladders. "It's huge," Knox observed, "and really well hidden."
"You have no idea," Grady said, a note of pride in his voice as they walked. "We call it the monkey maze. That treehouse complex just keeps going, and there are no real dead ends. Everything connects in a loop. If you think you've hit a wall, you're just not seeing the hidden path. But wouldn't the whole thing get twisted and wrecked as the trees grow?" Knox asked, ever practical. Grady chuckled. "That's exactly why we work with hamadryads," he explained, "especially Azalea.
She's the true guardian of this entire grove." Over time, the monkey maze has evolved with the changing landscape continuously perfected by the Menehune and Hamadryads. Kendra inquired about the Menehune, and Tanu described them as surprisingly strong, hairy little dwarfs akin to island brownies who excel at construction. Tess expressed her eagerness to climb up, and as they approached the trees, Kendra spotted more platforms. Some seemed isolated, but given Grady's earlier explanation, she assumed there were hidden ways to reach them. Beneath the canopy, droplets from a recent shower still fell, feeling cool and refreshing in the warm air. Kendra breathed in the rich green scent and marvelled at the smooth, broad trunks and whimsically sprawling branches, the hanging vines and delicate ferns, this being her first encounter with a real jungle. A shiny yellow frog with bold black markings leaped from a tree trunk into nearby brush. Grady then directed their attention to a ground-level platform with a waist-high pole at each corner. Safety ropes connected the tops of the poles around the platform's edge, while additional ropes stretched upward into the leafy heights from each corner and the center. The ropes were cleverly disguised with green, leaf-like patterns, and the platform's wood blended seamlessly with the surrounding trees. Grady suggested one adult go up with the 3 children. Vanessa stepped over the guard rope, and Kendra ducked onto the platform. Knox placed a hand on a pole and swung his legs over the rope. Tess asked if it was like an elevator as she ducked under, and Grady called it a primitive one, advising everyone to hold the central line for security. They all placed a hand on the rising center rope, with Tess using both hands. Kendra considered adding her free hand, but noticing Vanessa's relaxed posture, decided against it. Grady instructed them to think of a favorite treat. Tess chose hot fudge ice cream cake before pulling a lever to start their ascent. After a slight initial jolt, the rise became smooth and steady. The ground soon grew obscured by limbs and leaves. As they climbed higher, Kendra observed a rope moving through a series of pulleys to one side, accompanied by a metal counterweight descending as they rose. Trying not to imagine ropes snapping, she gripped the central line a bit tighter. The elevator slowed and then halted with a gentle jerk, level with a larger platform shaded by a thatched roof and enclosed by a chest-high rail. A bright yellow and blue parrot perched nearby, and among the wicker furnishings, Kendra noticed 2 large hammocks. 4 walkways extended from the platform, 2 were sturdy with wooden rails, while the other 2 appeared more fragile, held together by ropes. Once they stepped off, the elevator began its descent. Knox watched it go and wondered aloud how a counterweight could lower it, questioning what would raise the next load. Kendra guessed they might release the counterweight or have multiple ones ready. Tess asked where everyone was, noting the many tree houses, but no people. Kendra looked around at the numerous platforms in view, some higher and some lower, yet all appeared empty. Vanessa explained that after the pearl was stolen, those living in Spring Fort, the Scarlet Tower, and the Monkey Maze had retreated to the villages. Knox asked about the villages, and Vanessa said there were 10, smaller but functioning like the protected territories at Wyrmroost. Kendra remarked how hard it was to believe anything bad could happen in such a place, though a sudden sharp cry from a distant bird sent a subtle shiver through the group, hinting at the unseen tensions hiding within the serene canopy. It's like a dream here. Vanessa gazed out at the treetop dwellings. When the sanctuary was breached, the dragons could have burned all of this to the ground. But they weren't interested in destruction. They were too busy gathering. After being isolated on different islands for so long, they wanted to see each other, to measure each other up and scheme. Most of them flew north, to the island called Wanai. The elevator platform returned to the top, bringing Newell and Doran. Both satyrs looked distinctly green around the edges. "You okay?" Kendra asked. "We're creatures of the forest floor," Newell said, stepping shakily off the platform and moving toward the solid center near the massive tree trunk. "Our talents are best applied down there." "I don't mind a good climb," Doran added, following close behind his friend. "But living up in the sky like a bird, that feels wrong." "I get nervous up high too," Kendra admitted. Tess threw herself into a nearby hammock, laughing as it swung wildly. Kendra thought about trying the other one, but Knox jumped in first, so she wandered over to the brightly colored parrot instead. She considered stroking its vivid feathers, but the bird's heavy, curved beak looked powerful enough to snap a finger. The elevator made its final trip, delivering Warren and Tanu. Shortly after they arrived, Grady simply leaped over the railing to land smoothly on the platform floor. "How did you get up here?" Knox asked, impressed. "A caretaker has his methods," Grady said with a wink, "and the current caretaker is very eager to meet all of you." Knox and Tess tumbled out of the hammocks, and the group followed Grady along a series of woven walkways connecting the platforms. He mostly chose the wider, steadier paths, but at one point they had to cross a long rope bridge that swayed and dipped alarmingly with every step. The satyrs wore expressions of pure misery the entire way. Finally, they arrived at an exceptionally large tree. A staircase spiraled around its enormous trunk, leading them upward until they passed through a large hatch in a floor. They entered the first fully enclosed treehouse Kendra had seen. It was spacious, with shuttered windows, sturdy wooden furniture, and 5 lanterns casting a warm glow. One wall was dominated by an enormous map, stretching from floor to ceiling, showing a curved archipelago of islands.
Standing before the map was a Polynesian woman of average height, her back to them. She wore a simple floral wrap that highlighted her muscular shoulders and calves. She turned as they entered, offering a smile, yet her eyes held a fierce, almost aggressive intensity that contrasted with her beauty. A crown of woven leaves rested on her head. "Welcome to Crescent Lagoon," she said, her English precise and clear. "I am Savani. You stand on the sacred ground of Timbuli Island."
"Under normal circumstances, I would have received you at the spring fort on Kusaka." Her gaze settled directly on Kendra. "You must be the former caretaker of Wyrmroost." "I am," Kendra confirmed, "and that sanctuary has fallen." Savani gave a slight, respectful bow. This sanctuary had fallen as well, until Warren and Vanessa awakened Taki, the Moai guardian of our monkey maze and the Crescent Lagoon. So long as one Moai stands watch, the outer boundary of the sanctuary holds. While Taki remains active, no dragon may enter or leave our islands. That should keep Celebrant out. "For now," Kendra said, "you are concerned with the Dragon King," Savani observed. "He's started a war," Kendra replied. "I know he wants me dead, but right now, my only goals are finding my brother and helping you protect this place." Knox piped up. Warren used a baseball card to calm the big statue down. "So, I was told," Savani acknowledged. "The offering was consumed quickly, but it granted me the time I needed to prepare a gift of my own." "What did you give?" Kendra asked. "The stone tablets that hold the recorded history of my people," Savani said calmly. "You gave away your history?" Kendra asked, shocked. "The words have been copied many times over," Savani explained. "Our history is not lost, but the original tablets were my most sacred charge, the physical record entrusted to my care by my ancestors."
"Who are your people?" Tess asked. "We are the Firewalkers," Savani said, a note of solemn pride in her voice. "We live to appease Bagaloa, the great volcano of these islands. She is veiled by the clouds today. Perhaps she will show herself later." A distant, low rumble echoed through the treehouse, as if the mountain itself had heard its name. Savani's smile turned sharp, almost challenging, or perhaps she is simply reminding us who truly holds power here. "For generations, my family has served the Moai, learning to predict and soften her eruptions. While the tablets hold our history, clinging to them wasn't worth risking everything we might become." Kendra wondered if the offering would keep the stone guardian quiet for long. Savani explained she could interpret the Moai's moods to some extent. "Taki will be appeased by my gift for perhaps 2 more weeks. These statues were never designed to be sustained by single offerings. That's strictly for emergencies. To truly restore this sanctuary, we must find the sunset pearl and calm all the Moai at once." Tanu asked if there were any clues to the pearl's location.
Our searches have turned up nothing, Savani admitted, her voice tinged with loss. When the sanctuary fell, I lost many trusted friends. Some died in the initial chaos as the boundaries vanished. Others have disappeared since while chasing the pearl. I still hope some may have found shelter in the coastal villages or other hidden refuges. Warren added that their own efforts to help locate the pearl had also hit dead ends. Kendra, thinking of her unique gift, asked if there were fairies on the islands. Savani nodded. You can find a fairy shrine right here on Timbuli. The tropics are home to many exotic sprites and fairies. Fairies listen to me, Kendra offered. I could ask them to join the search. I can see you are fairy kind, Savani observed. Kendra, surprised, asked how she could tell. Surely others with the sight have mentioned your radiance, Savani said warmly. You shine brilliantly, holding more magical energy than any mortal I've ever met. It reminded Kendra of how Bracken sometimes spoke of her. It still surprises me to hear that, she confessed. I can't see it myself. You are unique, Savani affirmed. Your help is deeply appreciated. The Shrine and Pixie Falls are reliable spots to find fairies here, though since the sanctuary fell, they've avoided the fairy feeders near the monkey maze. Knox voiced a concern that had been nagging at him. Isn't it dangerous to go beyond where the Moai protects? Couldn't a dragon attack us out there? Within the sanctuary, dragons now roam freely everywhere except this small area Taki guards, Savani explained. The Triclops actually drove the dragons from this island and killed at least 5. Now, the Triclops is the greater menace, Kendra asked, if the Triclops was freed when the boundaries fell. Indirectly, Savani replied. Mombatu, the Triclops, was the designated dragon slayer of Crescent Lagoon. He'd been hibernating so long, many doubted he still lived. But once the dragons ran wild, Mombatu returned. Doesn't he protect you? Kendra asked. He would attack a dragon before turning on us, Savani said. But Mombatu is savage, a danger to anyone who comes near, myself included. Legend says the original caretaker could calm him with a special flute, but that method has been lost. Knox piped up. Newell and Doran play the flute. Pay the boy no mind, Newell said with a dismissive wave. His brain's gone soft from all the peril. Doran chimed in. It's true we babble nonsense most hours. Our boasts are rarely to be taken seriously. Calming Mombatu requires a magical flute, Savani clarified, a hint of a smile touching her lips at the satyr's antics. That makes our rudimentary piping skills even less relevant, Newell conceded with an exaggerated sigh. Doran shot Knox a pointed look. We'll try to stop derailing the conversation. You satyrs are a welcome novelty on our island, Savani said, her tone turning gracious. Tanu's reputation precedes him, and who is the young man? I'm Knox, and this is my sister Tess. We only recently learned about all this magical stuff. Welcome, Savani said. Any other visitors I should know about? Just me, Calvin announced from Kendra's pocket. Calvin the Nipsey. A miniature surprise, Savani said warmly. May the island treat you kindly. Kendra shifted the topic. We understand a sacred pool was corrupted. Warren mentioned Renodin is a suspect. It bears the marks of his handiwork, Savani confirmed, her expression darkening. The mention of the dark sorcerer cast a shadow over the gathering, a stark reminder that their search was not just a treasure hunt, but a race against a cunning and malevolent force. A Menihune reported seeing him in the vicinity not long after the pool was tainted. Kendra explained, Our enemies took my brother. We're certain the Sphinx had a hand in it, and Ronodin has partnered with him before. Ronodin was also at Wormroost around the time Seth disappeared. He'd just lost his memories when he was kidnapped. Finding Ronodin might give us answers. Ronodin is notoriously elusive, Savani replied. The reason for the pool's corruption remains a mystery. Our hunter, Hako, intends to inspect the location later today to gather what information he can. Tanu inquired. Who else is part of your team here? Savani answered. You've met Grady. I mentioned Hako, our gamekeeper. There's also Uma, though. She's quite frail and uses a wheelchair. She might capture your interest, Potion Master. Not the Uma Stormbrewer? Tanu asked, his voice tinged with awe. The very same, Savani confirmed. She came to us after she lost the use of her legs. She's elderly, but her mind is as keen as ever, Tanu admitted. The idea of meeting her is intimidating. I may need to concoct a bravery elixir first. She's a legendary figure in our craft. Savani added, A small group of Menehun also communicates with me. It took many years to earn their confidence. Tess observed. This treehouse is enormous for just 4 people. And a few dwarfs, Nox chimed in. More than a few. Savani corrected. The Menehun aren't often visible, but they maintain everything here quietly. Still, the monkey maze was built for a much larger community. Even in its prime, it never reached full capacity, and now it feels practically deserted. Kendra stated, I want to accompany Hako to the sacred pool. Vanessa asked, Are you certain? Absolutely, Kendra insisted. If there's any possibility it helps us find Seth, I need to go. Nox interjected. The dragons are gone from this island, right? Savani responded. They could return, I suppose, but it seems unlikely, as long as the Triclops is on its rampage. Tess remarked. The Triclops must be enormous. He's like a natural disaster, Savani said. Mombatu may end up being more dangerous than the dragons ever were, Tanu noted. I understand the dragons here are generally smaller, Grady clarified. That depends on the area, Savani elaborated. The islands have many smaller species that live in cliffs and trees. Some are tiny enough to hunt in packs. None compare to the great dragons of a sanctuary like Wimroost. But don't overlook the sea serpents and the sea dragons. Few land dragons can match the sheer size of some of those oceanic beings. Sea serpents? Nox asked. Some are longer than any dragon I've ever heard of, Savani said. Over 99% of this preserve is ocean. Our largest residents live beneath the waves, and their territory stretches far beyond the sight of these islands. Tess declared. I don't think I want to go swimming anymore, Savani reassured her. Crescent Lagoon is actually very safe under supervision. I'm not talking about the whole sanctuary, just the specific lagoon it's named for. I learned to swim there myself, as have countless others. Tess replied, I'll consider it. Tanu asked, Have you investigated the site where the Sunset Pearl was held? Savani answered, Hako went there with Warren. Warren added, We didn't find much. 10 massive Moai statues in a ring, all facing inward. A stone altar with a bowl on top was in the center. The pearl was supposedly guarded by 3 protectors, but there was no trace of them. We did find tracks from the Triclops, however, Calvin asked. Who were these guardians? Could they have taken the pearl? They were very secretive, known for their calm and wisdom, Savani said. Losing the pearl might have meant their end. Could the Triclops have taken it? Kendra wondered. Warren shook his head. Mombatu didn't appear until long after the pearl vanished. Maybe we'll discover some clues at the pool, Kendra said, a flicker of her old optimism returning. And maybe I'll even spot a few fairies on the trail. She missed their simple, cheerful light, a stark contrast to the heavy mysteries they faced. Tanu stretched with a groan. I'd like to speak with Uma before we leave. I have some dragon components she might find intriguing. I'm sure she will, Savani said. Nox announced, I'm coming too, to the pool. Me too, Tess echoed. I really enjoy swimming pools. I believe it would be safer for Tess to remain here at the Monkey Maze, Savani suggested. Newell gave Doran a nudge. We'd be happy to keep an eye on her, he offered. We could even play a game of hide-and-seek, Doran chimed in. Tess smiled and clapped her hands. That does sound like fun. Vanessa turned to Kendra. Warren and I will accompany you as well. She then paused, thinking aloud. I wonder if we could create some kind of diversion to draw the Triclops away. Lure him to another part of the island so he doesn't stumble upon us. I could give it a shot, Grady volunteered. Vanessa raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I'm just pondering whether it really takes two satyrs to supervise one young girl, though distracting a Triclops would certainly be a brave act. Newell gulped audibly. I suppose I could go with you, Grady. I've had plenty of practice irritating large, clumsy creatures. That's absolutely true, Doran confirmed. Grady's expression turned serious. Don't make the mistake of underestimating Mombatu. He's massive, but he's also surprisingly quick and unbelievably powerful. His skin can withstand dragon fire, and he can crush stone with his bare hands. Sounds like a delightful gathering, Newell muttered, his earlier bravado vanishing. Savani stepped forward. I can stay with Tess. Someone should ensure our last safe haven on these islands remains protected. I guess that means I'm available, Doran said, lacking any real excitement. Kendra straightened her shoulders. Let's prepare. I'm done sitting on the sidelines while my brother is out there. Meanwhile, the dark boat surged ahead over the rough waves, plunging into deep troughs before climbing the next swell. Seawater sometimes splashed over the sides, but mysteriously drained away once it pooled in the bottom. Despite having space for several more passengers, Seth and Ronodin were alone, and neither was rowing. Seth found himself questioning whether Ronodin actually needed to keep a hand on the tiller, or if he simply enjoyed the illusion of command. Ever since they had cast off from a hidden dock inside a sea cave, the vessel had moved under its own power. Once they cleared the perpetual mist shrouding the island, Seth was greeted by a brilliantly sunny day. He basked in the direct warmth of the sunlight on his skin, a sensation he couldn't recall ever feeling so purely before. Now, the misty island was shrinking to a blurred smudge on the horizon, while a new landmass grew larger ahead. A colossal volcano loomed over several smaller peaks, all covered in lush green slopes. Timbuli Ronodin announced, You'll start to see other islands soon. There are countless more beyond the horizon. This is the biggest uncharted island chain in the ocean, a former dragon prison known as Crescent Lagoon. Why has nobody found it before? Seth asked. The islands are protected by distraction spells, Ronodin explained. If a ship gets too close, everyone aboard feels a subtle need to change course, coupled with an overwhelming desire to ignore what they're avoiding. Even someone looking at a satellite image would feel a strange compulsion to overlook these islands. But I don't feel that urge, Seth noted. That's because we're already inside the prison boundaries, Ronodin said. From within, the distracting magic has no effect. Seth peered over the side at the churning water. What's moving the boat? Magic, naturally, Ronodin replied with a casual shrug. It requires a certain amount of magic to leave the underrealm, and even more to find your way back. This little boat has enough stored magic to handle both tasks. Could you do it without the boat? Seth inquired. Of course, Ronodin said, a smug grin appearing. But I prefer to work smart, not hard. How does the water drain out? Seth pressed. A clever mix of craftsmanship and enchantment, Ronodin answered. You should ask about the bucket. Seth had barely registered the old wooden bucket, even though it and a coiled rope were the only items aboard. Tell me. It's called a sweet bucket, Ronodin said. Nothing special to look at. But if you fill it with seawater, the water becomes fresh. Seriously? Seth exclaimed, his curiosity instantly piqued. Can I try it? By all means. Though not particularly thirsty, Seth was eager to see it work, bracing himself against the boat's rocking motion. He leaned over and scooped up some seawater. No incantation needed? Seth asked. Ronodin passed him a tin dipper. Take a taste. Seth dipped the ladle into the bucket. He cautiously touched the liquid with his tongue, then took a small sip. It was unmistakably cool, fresh water, with no saltiness at all. That's incredible! We all strive for your endorsement, Renaudin stated, his voice dripping with mock solemnity. Seth stared toward the island growing on the horizon. "We're heading into the crypt in broad daylight. Understand your opponent," Renaudin replied. "That tomb is protected by wraiths. Your end goal is to speak with a phantom." "Sure, some who work with shadows favor the night. It's easier to hide. But daylight isn't a weakness for you. For wraiths and phantoms, though, the sun makes them uneasy. You don't want to face them when they're at their strongest. So the wraiths will attack us?" Seth asked. "They kept me out," Ronodin stated flatly. "They kept the Sphinx out, too. Do you actually know what wraiths are?" "I know they're freezing," Seth said, "and they're always hungry." That's pretty much all they talk about, unless you force them to answer something else. "Do you know how a wraith is made?" Ronodin pressed. "No. It requires a particularly cruel deception," Ronodin explained. "The kind performed by a powerful witch, a wizard, a demon, a viviblix, or one of the greater undead, like a lich. They target people who want something desperately. These victims are slowly manipulated until they willingly cheat death in exchange for their heart's desire." "What if they actually get what they wanted?" Seth asked. "Then no wraith is created," Ronodin said. "The transformation is fueled by that all-consuming hunger for something just out of reach. If the prize is obtained while they're still alive, the potential for a wraith vanishes. A new wraith is born only when the coveted thing stays forever elusive. Once a master of dark magic finalizes the change, the wraith can only find freedom by finally receiving that object, which grants the death they postponed. And if they can't get it, they're just stuck. Sometimes the one who made the deal will hide, withhold, or destroy the desired object on purpose, just to keep an undead servant. Other times, the victims crave something utterly unattainable, the love of a specific person, the admiration of a hero, a title or position they can never hold. Either way, if a wraith ever obtains what it wants most, it finds release. Can I figure out what these wraiths want? Easier said than done. By the time they're undead, wraiths are so consumed by misery and discontent, they avoid the subject entirely. They hardly ever want to revisit their own devastating disappointment. Wraiths look for distraction, they feed on life and warmth, and if they find a master they can understand, they often prefer to surrender their will through service.
"Are the wraiths serving the phantom?" Seth wondered. "Or whoever wanted the phantom protected?" Ronodin corrected. "Can I convince them to stop guarding Desia?" "You might fail, but you have to try." "Will I need to bargain with them?" Seth asked, thinking of the favor he already owed Ezabar with a twinge of anxiety. "Wraiths aren't usually interested in bargains," Ronodin said. "Many claim to want freedom, though their only true freedom would be finding the object of their desire.
Their only remaining pleasure is the brief, chilling rush of draining a life force. Most would serve a better master in a heartbeat. If I were you, I'd try to make them feel released from their duty to guard that crypt. Offer them a more appealing path. Left to themselves, wraiths can follow orders for decades, even centuries, without wavering. But you can speak to them. That means you have a chance to persuade them." "And if I actually reach Desia?" Seth asked. "Phantoms are less predictable," Ronodin said. "I gave you a book on them. I might not have read every single page," Seth admitted. "Give me the short version." "Phantoms are ethereal," Ronodin explained. "They have no physical form. Nobody knows their exact origin, but they are born from profound tragedy. So if someone lost everything, they could become a phantom. Such a person could cause a phantom to be born," Ronodin clarified. "They don't become one themselves." For a moment, Seth looked out at the churning water, a sudden, hollow feeling in his chest. "Maybe I'm a phantom," he muttered, more to himself than to Ronodin. "I don't remember where I came from, either." Ronodin gave a short, almost dismissive laugh. "You're very much a human boy. The person who suffers the tragedy doesn't turn into the phantom. The phantom is something else that their despair creates. The phantom is the lingering echo of a tragedy, taking shape and developing a life of its own. Its true essence is often shrouded in mystery. So they can actually think and talk? Seth inquired. Ronodin nodded. You'll need to communicate with it. How you extract the necessary information is entirely your challenge. Should I just force it? Seth wondered. A sly smile spread across Ronodin's face. You're welcome to attempt that. What about bargaining? Seth suggested. Use whatever means you must, Ronodin replied. Seth sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. This is like sinking in quicksand. I already owe the Underking, and to fulfill his tasks, I'll likely incur more debts. It's a never-ending cycle. Ronodin let out a hearty laugh. Welcome to the realities of magic. Does it ever stop? Seth asked, frustration creeping into his voice. If you ever discover the answer, be sure to tell me, Ronodin quipped. As their vessel neared the island, its bow pointed toward a shore of dark sand, edged by rugged cliffs. Seth's mind raced with unanswered questions. How could he possibly prepare for dangers he couldn't yet define? His only strategy was to stay adaptable, learning how the wraiths and the phantom would react to his presence as events unfolded. The boat finally cut through the surf, riding a wave onto the fine black beach with a sudden lurch, seawater foaming around them until they settled on dry land. Ronodin stepped out from the front. "Come on," he urged, snapping his fingers impatiently. "Let's go! Up you get!" The boat gave a few small, obedient hops forward until it was fully ashore. Ronodin glanced back at the water. "That should suffice. Quite the well-trained boat," Seth observed. "You should see it play dead," Ronodin remarked dryly. "This way." They left the beach behind, following a firm dirt trail that curved into the dense tree line. Lush ferns bordered the path, some with delicate lace-like fronds and others with wide, glossy leaves. "Are you expecting any trouble here?" Seth asked. "Why wouldn't I?" Ronodin countered. "We have a furious Triclops roaming about, the potential for dragons, and a gathering of the undead who have no idea we're coming." "I thought you were on friendly terms with the dragons," Seth said. "I'm an expert at staying out of harm's way," Ronodin clarified. "My concern is primarily for you. So if dragons appear, I'm left to fend for myself. I want you to remain safe. Notice those flowers over there?" Ronodin pointed toward enormous blossoms as large as tractor tires, their vivid red and white petals standing out starkly against the green foliage about 20 yards from the trail. "Those giant ones?" "Precisely," Ronodin confirmed. "They're the source of the fragrance." Seth took an intentional sniff. A sweet, enticing scent blended with the damp jungle air. "It smells almost delicious." "Exactly," Ronodin said. "It's not merely pleasant. That aroma tricks you into thinking a feast awaits. See those large green bulbs near the flowers? They were bigger than beach balls. Seth had assumed they were just unopened buds. I see them."
"They will consume you rapidly if you get too close," Ronodin warned. "Carnivorous plants?" Seth muttered, instinctively taking a step back even though he was a safe distance away. "Extremely aggressive carnivores," Ronodin emphasized. "They strike quickly. Their bite can shatter bone. Some birds are helplessly drawn by the scent, a substantial meal like you could keep that plant nourished for an entire season." "Understood," Seth said. "Don't pause to appreciate the local flora."
"Not without a knowledgeable guide. A good rule here: if it's large and brightly colored, it's likely dangerous. That applies to jungles and oceans alike. Some truly vicious fish swim in these waters. I'd kind of like to see that flower eat something," Seth admitted, lingering as Ronodin moved ahead. "So would I," Ronodin agreed. "Unfortunately, we don't have any foolish children to spare, and we're on a tight schedule." Seth hoped that was a joke. They pressed on through the jungle. Emerging into a sunlit clearing, Seth spotted a stone moai statue atop a nearby ridge. "Interesting carving," he noted. "They were guardians of this prison long ago," Ronodin explained. I much prefer them inactive. That's precisely why the Underking chose this moment for our mission.